the other people might be stronger. The ones that although they're better at it, that they don't put a spell on themselves and lie about their primal instincts, and that they just do it. And if they want to have no empathy, then that might be a strength. The empathy might be a spell of weakness.
I don't know what empathy has to do. So what I'm describing is being influenced by the physical urges, or being influenced by some possible universal spirit that exists in every single thing and would like to influence everything, but ultimately can't. And since we can actually manipulate the world around us with our hands and with our understanding, things like that, we can reason, we can communicate, we can tell stories to each other and share information. It makes us extremely capable, and if there is a spiritual entity, it can finally do works through us, the most capable things in the universe.
Okay, yeah, that's cool and fine and all that, but I mean, I get it. You're saying we're this vessel thing or something. So
Right.
okay, but what I'm trying to say is still, though, you seem to be looking at it as a forward direction of growth and strength and ability or whatever by using this ability to resist the urges and do these other things. But really, the other things aren't they produce some scenarios that produce comfort, but there's no proof that they're actually, the better situation.
Yeah, I think that if you have a philosophy that you find it to be your duty to learn as much as you can, learn as many true things as you can, as many true things as you can, and uncover as many mysteries as you can, and ultimately have a positive net effect on the collective everything, people, animals, everything, as much positive as possible, a net positive versus a net negative effect, then this is that is the drive of one of these influences, right? And the drive of the other one is completely selfish and biologically necessitated, right?
I can see that philosophy where it's just like, look, there's the happy universe, simulation, whatever, and make it happier or just whatever. Give it more,
Better.
But see, that's what I have a problem with. Like, what is like overall positive and this and this? To me, that's what. Like, what do you mean overall positive? Like, what Genghis Khan was razing fucking everything to the ground, and in their opinion, it's more overall positive. Like, it's all perspective. Like, what do you mean? Like,
That doesn't make any sense because it's not the overall positive if you have a net negative effect in the people you're killing. There's a positive effect in the people who are killing them with you, but ultimately you're not. There's no net positive that you've done.
you're just saying it, but I don't see why you've measured it as such.
Well, because I think about morals and ethics and universal ethics, and people say there's no objective morality. I
Mhm.
think that there is, and I think
But there could be, yeah.
I think an objective moral stance would be to live however you'd like to live in order to create a net positive, and with hurting as few things as possible, for hurting as few other things. So if you can conduct whatever you need to conduct while avoiding to um, lessen the experience of other things experiencing things, right?
No, come on, man. No,
then
no,
that
because no, hold on. I got this.
that's a moral good.
Yeah,
I got
I totally
no.
get
Real
that.
quick, I got it. We ain't doing no rumpusing. The moral trump card to me when you paint that picture, and I get it, bro. Like there could just be this. I always try to position a person in your place as just going cooperative or selfish, but I want to do that to you. I want to give you this analogy: lessening the path and doing harm. To me, that's like, oh well, why shouldn't there just be mushrooms all over the earth and take over? You're lessening the mushrooms path. Why shouldn't there just be grass? Why shouldn't there just be just chickens? You're lessening them. You get what I'm saying? You don't have an actual. If you're gonna go and sit and measure that thing, I think it'll be messy. Coach, so thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. I was just gonna say what Coach was saying sounds awesome, right? If everybody does what's best for them with the intention of not harming other people,
Well,
like the
mushrooms
path.
should take over the world then.
Well, you need biodiversity too. Mushrooms feed on other creatures. It's like
Yeah.
everything's interconnected.
Right.
So if you got this, oh, just one more quick thing. If you got everything's interconnected, every action you take harms you and other people, and you've got a objective morality to cause no harm, it can really boils down to just you do you at that point.
Here you go. I didn't know I was gonna be 24 hours. I was gonna be doing a 180. I'm with him on the you do you thing, but the truth is, I think that yeah, as long as so you have to balance not harming others with doing net positive, and the weird dilemma is that in order for life to persist, other life has to die. You have to
Right.
consume life so. But here's the thing: we are the most capable things in the universe, and so I think it's our duty to survive. So it's our duty to, we have to consume something. We just have to do it in a way that is the least harmful. You know what I mean? And less not wasteful and that kind of thing. But you have to do some harm even to survive. So.
Kosha, when did you turn pacifist?
I'm not a pacifist.
Right. You're right. I'm sorry. That was probably a misposition. What about like the trolley problem, right? Like, I don't care if it's a fuller trolley or less full trolley. There's out of the two is in danger. There could be overpopulation, and it's like, oh, well, you got to do what's best for everything and everybody got to kill some humans. I mean, it's overpopulation right now.
How can you guys recognize what's the least harmful and what's the most net good?
Reason. This is exactly what I was going to say. This is why what Don just suggested about the trolley problem and making it analogous to having some authority to, kill most people, so kill some people so other people could survive. I think that when you could go wrong is when you make yourself the decider. Like it's your responsibility to decide. If you're in a position to save people's lives, and ultimately, one person has to die in the trolley problem, that's a tough one. But if there's no obligation to kill a bunch of people because we might be overpopulating, you know what I mean? I don't think that anybody has the like that. That's
asteroid is coming.
That's easy. That's like killing someone. That's very obvious in the short term, at least, right? But for most things, it's a very subtle, slope to, like the means are very very slow to the end, and the end might be something that's completely, causing harm or something like that you don't recognize. Like for instance, you don't want to harm someone that's LGBTQ or something like that. You want to respect their rights or what have you. But then, society sways to that, and then we're dealing with maybe potential extinction. So who recognizes? What? You need years and years and years, like generations, to recognize whether something was a net positive or not.
You also need.
But that's just an example, right? You don't actually believe that'll lead to extinction. Right?
It's just an example to show the point. Okay. It might. Who knows? But my point is,
I see what you're saying.
We don't have the knowledge to say what is the least harmful to society as a whole. Maybe to one specific person or something, but to society as a whole over generations, we don't have that.
But it's a
That's
risk
why. That's why.
we need to take though. It's the same way saying we don't know what the effects are of abolishing slavery and giving black people rights, but it's a risk we got to take. We don't know what the
It's not.
effects
Is
are of
it?
allowing Muslims into North America, but these risks that we have to take, bro.
Why?
That's not what I'm.
Why do we have to take those risks?
Because why not? I mean,
Why not?
oh,
But that's
you would.
exactly, and that's not. That's not my argument. Is not about. Is it like that's the first thing I said? It wasn't that you have to do as little harm. The very first thing I said is to learn as many true things about the about everything as you can. That's important. And so what that means is you got to know as many. You got to know as much as possible, right? This is important to know things, and in using reason and using knowledge and knowing things, you're going to be able to determine and reason through what is the better, what's going to be the net effect, best thing for that affects most things, right? So it's not. I don't think it's not just a blind decision. It's based on doing the other part of your duty, which is trying to adhere and learn the most truth.
Sure, I agree with that for the most part. But is that something that you'll actually, if you do have what you think is enough knowledge, is that something you'll actually enforce? Do you think it's being enforced?
No, I
'Cause I
think
don't.
yeah, of course. I think this is what I think is a purpose to life. Not everyone thinks that that's a purpose to life, and not everyone is going to act as if it's the purpose of life. So,
Like, would you say,
yeah,
for instance, would you say, um, having a wholesome, society, families, wholesome families and stuff like that, is good for the long term? For, it'll be a net positive.
yeah. I
In
mean,
that
that's
case, why do you accept degeneracy, things that lead to degeneracy in today's society?
well, I wouldn't say that that's one model that works, and I think that there's no harm in using that model. I don't think it's the only model that works. I don't think there's any harm in
You
using
don't
other
think
models that
the
work.
past civilizations, in history, that like the degeneracy was a bad thing or a failure,
I don't
or
think it's
the fact
I don't think it's degeneracy.
you don't think there was degeneracy in the past?
No,
Why?
I don't think that what you're expressing, like a different family structure or a different family model or a lack of a family model. I don't think that this is degeneracy.
You don't think, having multiple baby mamas and kids without fathers and stuff like that is degeneracy, and it's not causing harm to society?
No, I think that
Okay.
there's certain examples where you could definitely argue, but there's also examples of those exact things that are not bad for society, like homosexuality. I'm assuming you would say this is degeneracy and bad for the outcome of people, but
Yeah, if it's
it,
acted upon, yeah.
no, not. I'm saying when it being acted upon. I don't think it
Yeah,
is.
I'm saying it
I
is
think that
degenerate.
there's people who maybe because they're homosexual and they can't have kids and they don't have a desire to have kids for this reason, they end up spending their life doing more works. They end up being more successful because of that and being able to do more. So I think that, for the
I think
negatives that
that's
it
a false
has,
dichotomy fallacy, because they could be
no,
doing those things when, trying to
uh,
control their urges and not engaging in homosexual acts.
well, no, but my whole point is that it provides almost no negative effect and it applies an additional positive effect. So it's
Again,
ultimately.
I don't think you have enough, information to show that homosexuality is not negative for society. I would argue the opposite.
Yeah, but that's what I'd say how. Because if the negative is that it makes other people gay, at the small percentages that it is, I'm saying that that's not a negative effect. It's an effect that it has some positive outcomes because of it.
You're
Come
just
on,
restating your false dichotomy again.
more babies for the real men percent. I mean, come on, it's not.
Yeah.
And those babies will turn out gay because of the the exposure of homosexuality, the acceptance, the tolerance of it, and over time you'll have incrementally more gay people, and
but guess what
it'll lead
happened
to an issue.
Guess where you fucked up? You came in here kind of agreeing with me a little bit, challenging Kosho on what do we call better, and now you're calling something better.
No, he said look at the historical kind of information that we have regarding what the truth is and stuff like that. And I would argue that the truth is that these degenerate things lead to more harm. Whether or not my initial thing is that we can't really truly know that, right?
How do you know what harm is though? Like,
yeah, I would say, could you enumerate the harms?
That's exactly my point. You would need generations to actually observe it. From what we have observed, a wholesome society is probably less, harmful and more good for more people. If we're talking about like utilitarianism, maximum good for the most people.
We're both on the page of doing less harm and more good. Nobody needs to be had that explained to them. The question is less acceptance of homosexuals necessarily better? Because I could point at ancient cultures like the Greeks, the Spartans particularly, where it seemed to be pretty good for a great many things in terms of the functioning of society. It seems to be like it was advantageous, in a whole variety of ways, understood and accepted.
Okay, so you're actually arguing that more homosexuality is good for society?
What do you mean by more? I think it just naturally occurs. Being accepting of what happens in reality in nature seems to me like a good thing. Do you argue against
pedophilia naturally occurs? Should we not?
It
should we say that they should control those urges too?
I think we absolutely should be understanding of people who are attracted to children. People who act on it, a different response perhaps, but that we should be in some way understanding of somebody who has an inescapable attraction to children.
It is escapable. They can control these urges.
How?
By working on it.
They can control the act. The urges, there doesn't seem to be any.
Well, the acting on the urges. You know what I meant.
Yeah, we had that one yesterday.
Right, yeah, but a pedophile is not a child molester, and a child molester is not always a pedophile. Like there are many heterosexual people and people who aren't attracted to children who. Anyway, we don't want to get into that topic.
No, but it's the same thing.
But it's not
saying that homosexuality acts, on those urges are good for society. How can you? Where are you justified in saying that acts on pedophilia aren't?
Those are two totally different scenarios.
No. Somebody can be gay and somebody can have gay sex. Somebody can be attracted to children and somebody can have sex with children. I can take all four of those cases separately and choose to go accept it and fine with it, accept it and fine with it, accept it and fine with it, and not okay with it. I can choose to have different positions on totally different things. Unless you're unaware of the difference between two male adults consenting and a male and a child consenting, unless I need to explain that difference to you.
Okay, you don't have to be condescending unnecessarily because I'm very clear with what I'm saying, so just ease up, all right? Now, we're talking clearly about acting on it. You said that it's positive for society to have gay people, to tolerate it and stuff like that. I'm asking you why.
I'm not sure I would have said positive for society. I think more acceptance of what naturally happens is a good thing.
I can argue why it's...
Why?
Well,
acceptance of reality a good thing?
No, of people engaging in homosexual acts.
Well, this is the point. I'm not under this weird assumption that people only have sex because it's legal. I think that all of human history shows that regardless of the legality of it or not, men have a habit of putting their dick wherever it is that they fancy.
Exactly.
That's not the point. The point is that tolerating it, accepting it, leads to more of it.
No, but
it does, yes.
I have a problem.
Do you have evidence that being unaccepting of it reduces the overall harm or prevalence?
Prevalence is different from harm. It definitely, being more accepting of it, definitely increases the prevalence of it.
I think the categorization.
You don't think
the categorization of your harm? Can I tell him, Bandy? Bandy, man, please, Bandy.
No, just let Percent and Riley just hash this out for a couple of seconds.
Well, one, I started the shit
Yeah,
pretty
no,
much,
I'm
and
okay
two,
with that.
and I will. But I want to say one thing, man, because you're back on the harm. Most of y'all are agreeing again, but it's about quantifying. And I just want to make a note that I think the problem is you're stuck in a subcategory. It's not just about people putting their dick in it, you know what I mean? Like in a guy percent. It's about guys putting their dick in anything, wasting time, not being productive,
What are you
period.
man, it's just an example. Don't get hung up on the.
I
My
know,
point is,
man. It's a
measuring. Yeah, measuring net good is something that expands. It's a macro scale type thing. It's not on the micro by person or whatever, right? So you got to look at societies over generations. You can't just be narrow-minded or short-sighted about it.
I would agree with that. I just think we're a couple of generations since the Spartans now, and we can tell that having. I mean, I don't like the idea of the Spartan culture. That was enforced homosexuality. People were forced to be gay. I'm not on board with that. Yeah, Spartan soldiers. You know, the whole Battle of the 300 and the greased up men in with King Leonidas. They were all forced to be gay lovers with the people they were in the army with, and when they went back to their wives, who they'd, I think, often married while they're in military service or before they left, the wives would shave their head and do other things I don't need to mention in order to make the men feel more comfortable. So you sort of, you know, you're not.
the wives would say
back to
their own.
heterosexuality is manageable.
I just think the issue with percent saying, like, if we would say, okay, why do you feel like there could be better situations than the homosexual situation? And he'd be like, oh, well, the men would be with women and they'd make more babies, and it's dirty, or all these weird reasons. And it doesn't. These reasons have nothing to do with homo or hetero. Is my point. He's stuck in a subcategory, and you should be respecting the overall category of wasteful time, period.
What do you mean wasteful time?
Well,
It's not the issue.
Unproductive behavior. And I know that fun and, pleasure and release, blah, blah, blah. But that's kind of the argument too, is like, Coach was saying, we can resist these urges. Look, I hope I'm not being disrespectful, but this is really.
That's totally not at all. I was giving an example. I actually had examples of where actually homosexuality, the existence of it in society, has a net positive and not a net negative.
We all do. Percentage doesn't. That's what I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying everybody else said that there's not a positive, but there's not a negative. It's just let it happen. I'm saying that there's a net positive because you end up with people who can't have children and they end up being more productive through this fact.
There you go.
And it's like Leonardo da Vinci is a perfect example.
They earn more money.
Again, they could have been productive in, with a relationship with women, and urging, curbing the urges of homosexuality. So I don't why you keep on making that link when you haven't shown any causation whatsoever.
So when they're accepted, I'll draw a causal link for you. When gay people are accepted, they are more. In fact, there could be good reason to think the opposite of this. Now that I've started saying it, they are more just devoting more of their energy to that and less of their energy to hiding their proclivities. That could be one.
I see what the opposite is.
Well, there's one guy I know who is really successful, and I remember talking to him one time about how he was so successful, and he was like his family were from the Caribbean, so black, and black families, as we probably all know, not so cool with the homosexuality quite often. He put a lot of his success down to the fact that he had to hide so much. He said, I think I'm more successful because it was so difficult to hide who I was, but I had to, because so
That was kind of I was having that problem when I was thinking of Leonardo da Vinci too, because it's one thing he didn't have kids, but the other thing is he probably wasn't allowed to have a family. He wasn't allowed to pursue love openly if he was
Damn.
homeless. Yeah. So
For that
reason, he's stuck burying his life in his work.
Are you giving an example, or was he homo?
He was arrested twice for sodomy, and he never
I can relate to the the thing writing you said where it's like, or whoever just said I'm a little tired, where dude, like, if it wasn't for me having to hide all this, the truth, I wouldn't be out there working so extra hard to get it, to hide it and go where I need to go to hide or whatever. We all can relate, right? Like, come on.
We focus on this one example, but the point is,
no homo.
You when you know, the more you know, the more correct you're going to be when determining whether something is going to actually be net positive or net negative, and you can navigate using this information.
What does net positive?
That shouldn't need to be explained.
Why?
I think it's a great question. How do you decide net positive or negative? Because some people will say it like this is only
I want Murder Mountain. I want Murder Mountain, king of the fucking hill. One guy up top shooting up fucking bazookas and rockets, going, yeah.
That's fantastic. That's what I want. Don, stop yelling. I get it. You weren't listening when I answered the question last time, because I was speaking to you when I said it too.
Everything.
I told you, Don. Whether you believe it or not, I believe there is an objective morality in at least in at least a couple of circumstances or a couple situations, and I voiced out exactly what it was. It's do as little harm. So the simple rule of trying to do the net positive for as many a wider range, a wider domain as possible, while at the same time minimizing how the negative effect of other experiences.
What if
possible?
Everybody
As long as you use that, if you use that as your guiding principle, you can navigate through what's a net positive and a net negative.
Well, I would like to put a spell on everybody on Murder Mountain, and then therefore they will feel like it is the net positive for them, and therefore it will be the net positive because they'll feel the best. And if they did, I mean, dude, like, think about, you cannot measure this.
What you're saying is a delusional fool can't measure it, because what you just described was a delusional fool. Somebody who thinks that they want to live on Murder Mountain and they want to put spells on people.
Right? It's really not, so that's how the
it is. Unless they can really put spells on people, then they're delusional.
Bro, the world is run by murderers, and you've worked for them, so get excited.
And they murder gay little femboys.
Oh damn.
So anyway, and I'm saying it's not a bad thing.
At the very least, you could argue that when you have like the moral decadence that you see in like ancient Rome and stuff like that, that people that disagree with it, will find issue with it, and it could lead to potential war and death and stuff like that. And not to mention just like the fact that that's just the natural way that the strong will rule over the weak. So you have a strong, vigorous society made of men, defeating a weak, effete society. It's not, it's natural progression.
Weak?
Okay, if you want to take the exception that I haven't even verified as to whether or not there was actual whatever you're claiming, that's fine. But are you arguing
that's a well-known thing
that Roman society wasn't morally decadent?
It's pretty well known that the Spartans were doing that.
Roman was very Roman,
and that it was rife with homosexuality.
Rife. Roman, Greek, Spartan, all of it, rife with it.
Yeah, wasn't Caesar's thing women are for children, men are for love, or something like that? Like, yeah, they're big old poofs.
Pirates,
it was
prisoners,
common.
And then they got invaded.
I mean, even wasn't one of your own presidents caught putting on women's underwear? Like, that's gay-ish.
Didn't JFK? They said JFK was really
like gay people are quite successful.
Which president are you talking about?
Yeah, which forgetting that ancient Rome fell?
I have heard that. I'm just not sure which president it But
Are
I have
gay
heard that.
people successful because they're gay?
No,
I
Yeah.
think it might be part of it.
Is that why they are successful?
Everybody
no,
says
No,
not
but I
ultimately.
think
Exactly. It's
Bansal,
got nothing
Bansal, the reason he said that was because there's this whole idea that if we allow gay people into society, there's going to be a negative effect, and he's just trying to show that gay people can be a part of society and there's no negativity towards it. They
What do
can
you
be
mean, man? Are you guys forgetting
successful.
the barbarian
Hang on,
invasions?
I'm not done talking. They can be successful, contributing members to society easily.
That wasn't
Until they get invaded and murdered.
Well, there's no. Why are they gonna get murdered because they're gay?
Ancient Rome, they got invaded by the
But not
barbarians,
'cause they were
Not
gay.
'cause they're
Vandals,
gay,
the what
though.
have you.
But not because they were gay, though.
People who ruled the world for
a lot of
9,000
people would
years
argue
got
that it was the
invaded.
moral decadence that led
Guys,
them to being
come on, man.
vulnerable
One at a time,
and
please.
raped and taken over and invaded
Nate,
and killed.
Nate, you complain about percent interrupting you, and then you interrupted him on his next sentence. Come on, man.
My bad. My bad.
Good morning.
No, but with all those things, I don't think that any of them were being that any of them lost battles or wars because of their gayness. I don't think that in any way influenced them losing anything. However,
Not
I do
directly,
think
but like my point.
I do think that
Go ahead.
there's positives. I do think that there's, even though it's more neutral than anything, I think that it can be argued that there are some positives to having gay people in societies, because, like I said, not everyone needs to be a family person who's investing their life into their family. You know, by fucking the fact that they're homosexual, they can't have kids naturally.
Okay, hold up.
It's less likely for them to have family.
Let's be matter of fact and just plain with it. If it was a net positive, if their society was good because of it, then how come these societies that were rife with homosexuality fell?
Which society?
How come all these people
societies
died?
fall. Even societies which aren't ripe with homosexuality fall.
Can you point to me to the society that is
Ancient Rome
didn't fall?
It was the most successful society.
Ancient Rome
in
didn't
history.
fall. It wasn't invaded by the barbarians.
I'm asking you the question. Can you point to me to a society that didn't fall? You're saying that the fall of these societies is evidence that accepting gay people it will cause them to fail. Can you show me one that was more successful than the Romans that didn't fall?
Well, it depends on the reason why it fell, right?
No. The question you're saying
you made that claim.
No, hold up. Okay, so let's say that there are some societies that fall as a result of infighting or turmoil or what have you, but this society was invaded, right? It was conquered by stronger hetero men, basically.
How do you know they were hetero?
Because one of the reasons they attacked them was they thought that their society was in moral decay.
So,
no.
But how much
Look into it, man. The invasions of the barbarians.
Society that you're talking about.
What's that?
Well, I need to understand. Like you're saying, this society failed because of the gayness. Who were they beaten by? People who were anti-gay?
Yeah.
How do you know who beat them?
The barbarians.
The barbarians beat the Romans.
Yeah, the barbarians conquered the Romans in a lot of different raids.
Rome wasn't conquered by
barbarians
an
conquered the Romans when?
Yeah, that's not true. You're just saying
different raids, bro.
No,
Germany got them in the.
This is you sharing your.
Yeah, the Goths, right? Yeah, the Vandals.
Goths did not conquer Rome. No one conquered Rome. Rome imploded internally.
I didn't say they conquered Rome. I said they conquered Romans in different raids.
You said they were conquered by the what's his face? Eggshells literally asked you who conquered the Romans. You said the barbarians.
The Romans.
Alric,
I'm not saying the civilization, the entire society was conquered in one battle. I'm saying the Romans lost. They were conquered in specific raids and battles by the barbarians.
Rome was conquered in 400 by Alric.
Which Rome?
In the 300 or 400.
Which
the city of Rome.
410, the sack of Rome.
The city of Rome
was conquered. By who? When?
By the Visigoths in 410.
Right, and what was the Visigoths' view towards homosexuality?
They probably didn't have it as rife as ancient Rome.
And you think it's probably that it's not to do with natural resources or military strategy?
No, my point is they got their ass whooped because they weren't on
to do with this one issue of homosexuality.
No, the point is that homosexuality leads to moral decay, leads to an effete society, a weak society. and
Right, but
that's why
what,
they were
what I'm
conquered.
asking, yeah, that's your conclusion. I'm saying, what leads you to that conclusion, given the available evidence?
Bro, have you met a gay guy?
No. The society thing. I'm not suggesting I don't understand what gay people are.
Imagine half your
where's the
soldiers
evidence
are.
of this?
Imagine half your soldiers are flaming gays, are femboys.
Yeah,
You think that's gonna be a good army?
How many people in
Smart.
prison and there are pirates or sailors? A lot of these guys succumbed to their urges, and they're not pussies, dude. These are tough people.
Because
So
prison's a cesspool for it, because there's no option.
that's the same thing with sailors. Same thing with pirates.
Yeah,
Same thing. That's
with
right. Same thing with soldiers
military.
back in the day.
Same thing with
Army men.
Not
Hold on.
If you're far away from your wife and kids, they're gonna give you like a little, boy or whatever to like handle your urges.
Only
It
if
doesn't
the
necessarily
society
make you
accepts it.
gay or effeminate.
Have you read?
If you cultivate a society among sailors where you're no fap, you're not gonna engage in this disgusting behavior, then you won't succumb to it. You'll fight
But
the
that
urges.
isn't the
That's the
reason
whole point.
Rome fell. Number one.
Have you heard Lawrence? You know about the story of Lawrence of Arabia, right?
Yeah.
And you know that the gist of the story is that he goes out to the desert and sort of, I mean, in his way of saying it, which is quite a colonial attitude, virtually tames the Bedouin tribesmen so that they can help win the First World War. He's he's this rogue officer. You've heard what he describes about the soldiers out there?
I'm going to be honest, it's
the
been a
fierce
long
Bedouin
time since I
soldiers?
watched the movie.
Say again?
It's been a long time since I watched the movie.
Okay, so one of the things he says about the fierce Bedouin soldiers, these proud Muslims, is he had never seen love like he did when he saw these men embrace one another in the cold night of in the desert.
Okay.
Sounds like they were fierce soldiers who also fucked one another. And I've given you many examples of
Hold
this.
up.
The main reason
Hold
for
up.
saying I think
Hold
this
up.
is
Hold
a-
up.
I
Hold
think
up.
this is a-
Hold
Let me
up.
finish.
Okay.
Let me
No,
finish.
because you're just
Finish, man.
glossing
Let me
over a
finish
really
the
important
point, though,
part.
please.
A really
Let him
important
finish,
part.
though.
You said that they were
But
Muslims,
just let him
right?
finish.
But let me finish. Then
No, but you're
talk about
assuming that they
about the Muslims.
fucked, and you said
But
that
just
they
Hold
let
were
him
on.
finish. When
Let's
he's
let him
done,
finish.
you can,
All right,
you
go
can
Guys,
ahead.
attack
Let
the
me finish
point.
the thought.
Yeah.
If that's the truth, then I've given you then multiple examples of it being at least not disadvantageous, and of some military, like fierce, successful militaries like the Bedouins in World War II, those whole Gulf Muslim peoples, like the Spartans and the Romans and the Greeks. Well, Spartans were Greeks, but I've given you many examples, and all you can say is, well, it'll kind of make them a bit poncy and effete, as you keep saying. Do you have examples of this being the case? Because
All
you
right.
weren't able to say it was the case when it came to the Visigoths. You just assumed that they probably weren't okay with the gays, but I think you'd
Okay.
agree you didn't present any evidence to support that.
All right. So your whole thing hinged on if it were the case that these Muslims were banging each other because he saw love, that they embraced each other. You automatically assume that means that they're fucking, and you remember they're Muslim, right? Those two things they're contradictory. They're not Muslims if they're fucking, and if they are, if they're Muslims, then they're not. Simple as that.
Okay, this is news to me. Is what you're telling me that Muslims don't sin?
No, they might, but that if it's rife in society
they do
and
or
it's
they don't?
accepted, and it's shown to Lawrence of Arabia and whoever else would be there, like openly, then they're not Muslims, straight up.
So is this just no true Scotsman is your defense here?
No,
They're
it's
not
literally something that's core to the belief. Okay, this is
do
not
any
something
other
that they would be doing. So you have faulty premises that you need to address before we go on to the conclusion.
Okay. Sure. Let's go with this faulty premise. Do you ever sin?
I do, of course.
Okay. So if you sin, when you are sinning, are you a Muslim?
I'd be a bad Muslim when I'm sinning, depending on the sin.
But are you still a Muslim when you sin?
It depends on how often I sin.
Come on, man. I'm asking
No,
you a
seriously,
really simple
'cause-
question.
and-
Come on, be reasonable with me. I'm not
I am
asking
being
you how
reasonable.
often do you
So,
sin.
no,
I'm
you're
saying
the issue
when
is you're talking about
in
something
the
you have no
moment
clue
you are
about.
sinning-
Writing, let me educate you for a second, okay? When a Muslim sins when a Muslim sins and they want to, they're seeking forgiveness or expiation for their sin, they have to have the intention to not do it again, okay? It's not something that they would continuously do.
Not asking
to
that
the,
question.
Hold up,
I'm
I'm almost done.
disinterested in
I'm
in
almost
what
done.
sinning means and what one has to do after it.
Where are
I'm
you guys?
asking you a
Why
serious-
aren't you guys piping in now to let him finish, huh, Nate?
Because you interrupted me to say this thing that's not relevant.
No, it is
I'm
relevant
asking-
because the
I'm
point is
asking you-
it wouldn't get to the stage that you're claiming in your premise, which is that it was widespread, that Lawrence of Arabia saw them basically
No, I didn't
like
say
how's
widespread.
embracing a person? How do you automatically jump to actually screwing? Like why does that happen in your
Talking about,
brain?
I've never seen passion like I have when men embrace in the cold desert nights.
Yeah? What's wrong with embracing your buddy? Why
Nothing
is your brain going to
nothing, but
homosexuality?
Idea what he
you
was
don't argue
talking
with
about,
passion,
percentage.
but-
Come on, man. Don't be
Like
silly.
you're playing this weird coy game of like you don't know what it means. Like, here's a simple question I just asked you: are you still Muslim when you are in the act of sinning?
You're
Or do you
depending on
become
it depends on the
non-Muslim?
sin again. There's minor sins, there's major sins. It depends on sin. If you're doing it knowingly, and you know it's a major sin that and you just don't care, you don't care that God is witness to it, then I would say that takes you out of the fold of Islam.
Right.
Because you're
Sure.
basically like
Do
you're
you think
acting like
that-
God doesn't know it. You're basically like denying God in that moment. But if you're
Right,
doing
but
it and you know
you've
it's
heard
a
of the
sin
no
and
true
you're
Scotsman fallacy, haven't you?
it's not a no true Scotsman fallacy. It just shows that you don't know what you're talking about when you're trying to bring up Islam
But
as an
been able
example.
to answer that. You haven't been able to show that somebody isn't a Muslim when they have sex with somebody because you've admitted that you sin and you are still a Muslim while you're sinning.
No,
You're
the
just going,
point.
well, my sins are okay, but those sins aren't. That's not.
No,
a
it's about
meaningful,
the
reasonable
gravity
or-
that it got to in society. If you're saying it's widespread to the point where like a foreigner that comes in sees this, and I doubt they were screwing in public and he saw this. He saw people embracing, and then
Why is it
maybe
so
he
strange
assumed.
to think that gay people fucked.
What makes you think they're gay just because they're embracing each other in the cold night? Like you've never
Because he
hugged a bro.
like they're
You've never,
fucking mixed in the movie.
bro. In
Nobody get the
Pakistan, they hold hands. Guys hold hands walking down the street. That
Well,
doesn't
I
mean
know,
they're
I've been to
fucking.
India,
What's
they're the
wrong with
same
you
there.
to think that?
But I mean, are you saying there's just no gay people in the Muslim world? In the few billion Muslims there are?
No, I'm not
and
saying
it
that.
seems like it appears in all species, including like penguins and shit. Almost all mammals have forms of homosexuality.
Yeah. No, it exists.
Like
It
dogs.
exists. But the
Why would
doctrine
why would
is
you
very
argue like it
clear.
doesn't
Let me
exist?
finish.
It sounded like you're making a case like, oh, they could just be cuddling.
No, let me finish.
Lawrence
The
of Arabia
doctrine,
never saw
Bro.
homosexuality. In the
Let him
time-
finish.
Sorry,
Let him
go on.
finish writing. Let him
the
finish.
the doctrine is very clear that it's something that's a sin that is supposed to be curbed, urges that you're supposed to control. Because when you act on them, it's fine to think things like that, but when you act on it, that's where you cross the line. That's where you're sinning. That's where you have to seek forgiveness and stuff like that. That being said, I highly doubt that it's ever going to get mainstream in an actual Muslim society. If it's mainstream in a society, it's not Muslim. I can tell you that hands down. Okay,
I'm saying
so if
mainstream.
he's
I'm
trying to
saying
say in
the
Lawrence of
rise-
Arabia that it was mainstream, then they weren't
I-
Muslims.
that
Straight
was
up.
that was I don't know where you pulled that from. I was just saying he's out on military campaign for years, right, fighting with Bedouin tribesmen. That doesn't mean they're having sex ceremonies in front of the foreigners. It just means that in the many years he was out fighting with these Bedouins who live in tents, he a couple of times caught them peeped them fucking one another. That's all it suggests.
Really? Because I didn't get that suggestion from you saying that they were passionate with each other. They loved each other.
Well, yeah, that's his suggestion that it was a.
Have you ever heard the phrase blood is thicker than water?
Yes.
You know what the full version of that is?
No.
No.
It's the blood of my brethren spilled in battle is thicker than the water of the amniotic sac, water of the sac. Okay?
Cool. Yeah.
So the point is, with your comrades, you share a deep connection. You have a strong bond. I don't see anything wrong with saying that they loved each other and they embraced each other in that way. You're the one that, I don't know if if he actually does suggest that they were actually screwing or what evidence he has of that. But I can tell you one thing: if they weren't Muslim, straight up.
Okay, you haven't presented a very good case for that, because I've asked you the question, what are you still a Muslim when you sin? And the answer is yes. Your only response seems to be some sins are worse than others. I'm not sure if that comes from the Quran or from hopeful reckoning.
I gave you the criteria of what
Right,
makes
but
you
it just didn't seem like
just
an
a sinner
objective
and what
criteria.
takes you out of the fold of Islam. If you're doing it again without any kind of, knowing God is watching, and you're doing it just like, flaunting it in front of God, then that takes you out of the fold of Islam, because it's basically saying like that you don't care, like that basically you hold your own desires higher than that of God. If you're doing it and you know that you're in the wrong and you just can't help yourself basically, and you're trying to stop and whatever, you're just like, you're lapsing, that's fine. That's, you're just sinning as a Muslim.
You're talking about doing it without remorse versus whatever, doing it because you slipped up, which is I don't want to.
I mean, like,
I don't.
remorse is
I
after
don't.
the fact.
I don't want to focus, because I don't want to seem like we're bashing Muslims for the sake of gay people. But I did want to give. I did want to give. Hold on, man. Hold on. I know you guys were talking over each other very much. I'm only saying one thing very quickly.
Go ahead.
So I'm just saying. I put an example in the chat. I think we've talked about this before, and you've argued a different story than what's, like, I guess, known by outsiders. But the Afghanis are completely Muslim almost, and there's supposedly like a rampant this relationship, the man-boy relationship thing.
Yes.
Okay, that was the thing though that happened in the past, Kosha, and that
it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter when. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it
Yeah,
happened. The point is,
okay. The thing is, that was a thing forced on people by a small group. It wasn't widespread. It wasn't rampant, and that's why the Taliban came in during the 1990s to get rid of those people. People didn't want it, but it was a small group that were in power. There was this thing they were doing where they would take small little boys and, have them perform in these sexual rituals, but it wasn't widespread or rampant.
People say that it's not just a small group of people. That it's people describe very often, seeing normal
what is the
dudes.
word for it?
Oh, it's huge. It's in Pakistan. They call it the dancing
boys
or something like that. But yeah, you can watch docos where they
I
interview
forget
them
what
and they say it's a fairly standard procedure. I mean, it's just it's what you'd expect anywhere where all of the women are completely wrapped up. Like the guys still get horny.
What are you talking about, man? You have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I know, but your correlation that it's because women are wrapped up is just laughable.
Well, because there's not much access to women.
Really?
Whenever there's not much access to women, men do weird sexual shit. I don't think Muslims.
So because women cover themselves, you don't have access. You can't get married now suddenly.
Well, you can get married, but you don't get to fool around at 16, 17, 18. You don't get to go with your mates to flirt with girls of a weekend. You still get horny. You still hang out with your mates. So you order some dancing girls. At least that's. I mean, I was watching the doco with subtitles, but I could still reasonably follow their Urdu in it.
I thought we were talking about the little boys.
Yes, the bakabazi. That's the word.
Yeah, bacha. What does they call it? Bacha or something.
Yeah. Is that actually a good thing to be able to fool around and do whatever you want?
Bacha-bazi.
No, not necessarily, but that's not really the point, though. It's because
it's kind of related.
That point was actually made very clearly, and I heard it. So don't brush over it.
No, but the whole point that I brought this up for the purpose of validating what Eggshells was saying, which is true that there's gayness in all different cultures like this. The whole point is not that it's a good thing that Afghanis are doing this to for whatever reason. The point is just that they're Muslim. They both identify as Muslim, and they are partaking in this.
You could identify as Muslim, doesn't make you a Muslim. If you're doing something like an unforgivable sin, it's not unforgivable. But if you're doing a sin flagrantly, you know it's wrong, and you do it anyways, without remorse, then that doesn't make you a Muslim. I mean, it literally makes you not a Muslim.
How does that different from your sins?
If you're doing if you're just sinning and you're remorseful of it and you have the intention to not do it again, but I already explained this. I don't know why I'm repeating myself.
You didn't explain.
And don't
That's
say
why I'm asking.
Afghanis. This is something that Afghanis do. That's mischaracterizing it. It's a super small percentage that like was doing it, and I wouldn't call them Muslims.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a small. I know people personally who told me anecdotal stories about when they were on bases and people they were working with would literally there'd be boys waiting for them when they got off work, and it's basically a known thing in the military, and
In
they're
the
told not
military, yeah.
they're told not to bring it. No, I'm saying in the American military that they see this and they look the other way.
Yeah, because it causes all sorts of political issues. If you're saying we've got this guy as our local. I mean, I saw one with the police chief. Poor chief of police, this poor British officer is trying to like help him build a working police force, and then finds out through his interpreter that this policeman's got a T-boy there, and they have this conversation in front of him, in front of the cameras. And the police chief's like, "What do you want them to do? Go and fuck their grandmothers? We need somebody to have sex with. So yeah, we grab a guy off the street." And he just admits it. And it's like, holy shit, man. But the argument I'm not making is that Muslim people are bad. All people do this. I just think that humans, particularly males, do this almost in proportion to how conservative they are with their views. Because women are wrapped up and so hard to get at, men will do horrible, and they do it as Kosho pointed out, they do it in the Navy to one another. They do it in prisons in horrible ways.
Well, I didn't say anything about the Navy.
Men are in a place where they don't have release.
Bro, your correlation is unfounded. Okay, it's absolutely unfounded. Your conservatism point is on point. I agree with that. More conservatism will lead to less of this, degenerate crap, right? The thing is, you can't say that this is a Muslim nation doing this degenerate crap because Islam is conservative in values. They say you shouldn't be fooling around until you're married. They say that this is illegal and it's a crime, and kids aren't meant to be defiled in this way, and you shouldn't be doing homosexual perverted acts. So all everything you're describing with these people that do it are definitionally not Muslim. Okay, you're more.
You haven't convinced
me. The Taliban are more Muslim than what you're talking about.
Doesn't change my feeling that this is just a no true Scotsman fallacy. What I need to see, what would help convince me of this thing that I think
I don't think anything would,
is explaining in some objective way where I could say yes or no, sin by sin, how I can tell if the person I'm talking to is a quote unquote real Muslim. To me,
you can't tell.
I'll tell you my measure, and it is how do they self-identify.
If it's on the level of one person, you can't tell just by one one-off. You'd have to actually know them over years, see, and they'd have to be sharing this information with you, that they don't care if God, said it's haram or what have you, and they just do it anyways. Possibly. But most people won't share that. Most people, when they sin, don't say, don't advertise a conflict or whatever the word is of like a flamboyance of God's law, They don't disbelieve in Allah as a result of it.
Okay. So we couldn't tell for one person, but you can tell if these people engage in a particular sin. Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm saying if it's widespread in society, like the point you were trying to make with Lawrence of Arabia, then you can tell.
I don't know how many times I've tried to correct you on this. I'm not suggesting it is widespread in societies and everybody's doing it and they're having sex in front of the foreigners. What I'm suggesting is one guy who is embedded with Bedouin tribesmen for quite some time described this phenomenon.
And I'm saying that's wrong.
How would you know?
Either he's wrong or you're wrong. How would you
know whether Bedouin men fucked one another in World War II?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's either wrong to maintain that they're Muslim and we're doing this, or you're wrong in saying that either one, that's the insinuation or the assumption that he made, or that they were Muslim and doing this.
So let me test a different thing then. If I describe to you American soldiers, Christian soldiers who were brought up in Alabama and went off to join the military because it was like the best choice I had available to me. Could you imagine them maybe in the deserts of Afghanistan in the middle of, being used by their government to subjugate Muslims? Could you imagine that boy from Alabama fucking another boy from Alabama? Is that a possible thing you could imagine?
Just a one-off?
Sure, 1 off,
And-
20 off. I
and,
mean, with a couple of
Christianity gets
100,000
dicey.
troops that's been through there, I would be surprised if it's just one boy from Alabama has fucked another boy from Alabama.
Yeah, but hold up. Christianity, it's been so watered down as a result of, you know, the decay of
asking you the
society
question,
that
can you-
it doesn't hold to the same standard as like Judaism or Islam does.
So I'm not asking if it's the same thing. I'm just saying, could you imagine that? Do you find that as improbable as the same suggestion about Muslims? Why aren't you going?
No,
"What,
because like I said, it's been watered down.
Christian boys from Alabama had sex with one another. Ridiculous. You for some reason you find this easier to accept. Would you agree with that?
I would say it depends on the type of Christian that you're talking about.
Right, but it seems you aren't reacting with the same, well, they're not a true Christian. You
No,
seem
well,
to be quite
a true
accepting
Christian
of this.
definitely it would be absolutely improbable that they would be doing that because homosexuality was forbidden in true Christianity, but true Christianity has been almost lost.
So, I mean, and taking loans is illegal in Islam, but you well know that there are many people who take profit from getting loans.
There you go.
Do you mean interest?
Interest, that's what I mean. Yeah. Well, I thought you could charge it.
It's illegal, but you can't take loans. You can't take loans.
You can
You
take
can't charge
fair
There's
fair
no-
processing.
usury
Yeah,
or
it's like
surety
set.
or whatever it's called.
Usury, yeah.
Usury, yeah. You can't.
You can
charge
take a
usury,
loan
but
as
you
long
can
as
take
it's zero
loans.
interest.
Yeah.
Yes, but there's another way that Muslim banks still make profit. I forget what it is. I think they invest it and they keep the profits or something like that.
They can
Or
make
they
a little.
just charge you fees for services they provide. I mean, there's a lot of ways.
It's gotta
banks
be
make
Probably.
flat.
I mean, that's the thing.
Are you talking about
There's
Muslim
just,
mortgage?
there's just
Flat
you're not going to find a religion where people actually follow all the rules. Like the only
Definitely.
reason you've got rules is because people aren't following them, right?
You're
Oh,
actually
definitely.
you're conflating two different things though, because even with like mortgages and stuff like that, there have been fatwas from different shuyukh, from different like religious leaders, and you know jurisprudence that makes it legal. You know, there's difference in opinion amongst the scholars in Islam, so it's not the same as homosexuality, which is across the board absolutely seen as a huge sin.
Oh yeah, I mean I get that people are very against it. I mean they're very against Shiites too, aren't they, Sunnis? Like in a stack of things that piss them off, I would
fuck
hazard a
Sunnis, man.
guess to say Shiites piss off Sunnis more than gay people or taking loans does.
Are you just trying to like
No. I
stir the
would-
pot now or what?
I don't know.
But it's true,
Percentage.
isn't
Do
it?
you
Sunnis and
hate
Shiites
do you
don't
hate
get on.
Shiites more
Iran
than you hate gay
Iran
people?
and the rest of the Muslim world aren't friends.
No, definitely. But I mean, you would need to ask a Sunni that percentage. Do you hate Shias more than you hate gay people?
I don't hate anyone. I do hate shirk though,
What's that?
and I think Shiism is guilty of that. Shirk
don't hate
is
people, but you-
associating partners to God, right? Giving godlike
Right.
qualities to other entities, and I think Shiism, at least the 12er Imam Shiism, which is like the main one, does that. They say these 12 Imams have, almost godlike qualities.
Yeah, they are in charge of. There's even guys who are alive. I worked for a guy who, his version of Shia is I forget what it is, but what's his name? The Aga Khan is like his living. Because the difference is, you're going to correct me on this percentage, is the Shiat Ali was or something like that is like the idea that this thing was passed down from Muhammad to people behind him, and Sunni is like no, means pure, and it is like no, the word is pure. The word doesn't change from here on out. But the Sunni are by far the majority. There's something like I think 70 to 80% of all Muslims, and then the Shia divide down into like probably 1,000 or more different subsects who have different ideas on who the last sort of what would you call it, like representative of God was,
The last
who the
prophet.
last prophet was, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is like yeah, I know you're trying to stir the pot and to take away from your bad argument from before, but I would say Sunnis
I was running. It's
Sunnis
so fascinating how this
like
comes from.
I don't recognize people that believe in shirk, what I see as shirk, as Muslims. And so I think that's the majority view of Sunni people. They don't believe Shias are Muslims. They believe that they're, you know, that they're I don't know what the right word would be. I don't want to say that they believe that they're disbelievers. They believe in God, but they also associate partners with God, which is an unforgivable sin, right? So, and you knowingly commit an unforgivable sin, it takes you
See,
out
to
of the
them,
fold of
I mean,
Islam.
that obviously to them it's not an unforgivable sin, right? I'm not going to be making you.
I know, but that's a tenet of Islam.
Who,
So
but
that's why I'm
who
saying
are these partners? You know, because I'm a Shia and
the
I don't know
12ers.
what partners, but we don't say that they're on the level of
You're
Allah. We don't
Shia,
pray
you
to
Not
them.
on the level of Allah, but they have knowledge of the unseen. They control a bunch of, they say a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there is this idea that they have some sort of powers, but not on the level of like Allah. We don't
I
pray
know,
to
but
them. We don't worship in their name. We don't do any of that.
so what do you believe about them?
We believe in Allah the same way Sunnis do. The only issue is we believe that number one, the Mahdi will return with Ali. We also believe that Ali should have been the next caliphate after Muhammad. We also disagree on the way the caliphate should be chosen. It should be within the bloodline of the prophet, while with Sunnis, it's more an idea of it should be voted on by the masses. I mean, those are the main divides. Otherwise, we read the same Quran. Definitely, we have a lot of disputes around the different hadiths that we follow. Like for example, Sunnis, you guys don't practice muta marriages. Shias do. Shias during Muharram, we whip our backs and we do certain things. You guys don't. But aside from that, we pray 3 times a day. You guys pray 5, but it's because we combine certain prayers. I mean, it's not crazy differences.
No, my question
I
was, what do
also
you
think
believe about the 12 imams?
No, I agree with you as to what we believe about them, but that doesn't mean we put them on the same level as God. That's what I'm saying.
No, but what are the actual qualities you believe that they have?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I know one of them is foresight. There's a lot of mysticism involved. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
But the
haven't.
idea is they got these gifts from God.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I like looked into it, but um, I remember there's a few kind of notable imams. Basically, like they even pray um to like Ali and ask like dua of him and stuff. And I don't know if they do the same for the imams. And then there's the foresight, as you said, and then the like they I guess intercession would be the first thing. There's more to it. I just can't remember.
Yeah. I won't lie. I also gotta. I'm not the best Muslim in the world. I also need to look into it a bit more. But from what I remember, we don't pray to any.
Another thing, she is. I think they pray to like dead people, pray at the graves.
I think it's more they pray for Allah to watch over them in the afterlife.
Anyways, rioting. You didn't answer the question. Why did you automatically assume homosexual acts when you heard, you know, that they embraced each other?
Because it sounded undoubtedly what it was like what it was describing.
Yeah, like I
That
said, it's
is
been a
what he
while
was
since I've seen
describing.
it. Maybe
I mean, like,
that is what
somebody
they
get
were
up the
alluding to.
sentence so we can because it's in the movie, I think, but it's
Yeah,
like a big
maybe it was
He
what
even
they
rioting.
were
said that
alluding
in
to.
his
I
book,
haven't
didn't
seen
he?
it in a long time, like I said.
Yeah, so then I'll be able to explain what I think was particularly whatever about it. Really think about this.
Yo, so writing that game you playing, is the purpose of it just to shoot stuff into space, or?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, looks interesting. But if that's all you do, I don't know.
It's to reify the ball that he lives on.
It's a super cool. You build stuff out of Lego, and use it to get into space. You got to build space missions,
Yeah.
and it's it's like staggeringly hard. So at the moment, I'll turn on my screen again. I've sent this mission to go and redirect an asteroid, and I thought a higher number for the asteroid would be, when it said an E-class asteroid, I was like, oh, that's tiny. It's the biggest. So I've had to send these clamper bots out there that have these claws on the front of them so they can like latch onto the asteroid and slightly redirect it. But
Yeah,
I
I
sent,
saw you doing that.
it's been so hard. I've been on this mission for days trying to so I built this whole thing, but see how it looks really weird now? I had to pull it all apart because it arrived and it's attached to the other side. I came with a cluster of them out here. I made
Funny you should.
three identical ones and stacked them up so that they could push on there. They mine it for ore and pump the mined ore through into its tanks and then shoot it out the back to give it change of velocity delta V.
It's funny you should mention building things. Writing. I went to buy the grandkids Meccano sets for
Oh yeah.
Easter, right? And anyway, gone online and whatnot and looked at Meccano sets. I was gobsmacked at how expensive Meccano sets are. Actually,
Yeah, I bet.
they
I can
are
imagine that.
they are frightfully expensive. Anyway, so I got a few smaller sets for them, so they can start off with that, and we'll build up from there. But I remember as a kid playing with Meccano, and it was a blast, an absolute blast.
What's
That's
Meccano?
building
Is that
stuff.
like Lego?
It's kind of like Lego, but it has real nuts and bolts and screws and real tools and stuff. Nate. So you get
Oh, it's like
you get straight, everything's pre-drilled. All the holes are all pre-drilled in things. So you get different plates, different arms, different, this, that, and the other thing. So kind of like Lego, you get an assortment full of stuff, but it's basically all pre-drilled. So you don't have to drill any holes, but then you have your little screwdriver, your little spanners. They have little electric drills now and stuff for them, and then, you just let your imagination go wild.
And
You're
that's
talking about
kids.
Meccano, Bandy.
Yeah, Terry. Yeah, yep.
They were
I
great.
Is that
grew up,
safe
I
for
grew up
kids?
with that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could build like Lego. You could build really like poxy stuff. Meccano, you could build stuff that was really cool.
Yeah.
Build a steam shovel and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, so much stuff. And I was just trying to think of something different, Terry, to get the kids. And anyway, I thought Meccano, there's a thought.
Yeah. Yeah, they
So
come with stuff now, like little motors and stuff.
yeah, the Meccano set that they have these days and what you can get with them are just are so cool.
Used to come in a cardboard box when I was a kid, and now they come in a plastic lid box. You can close it and put it all in.
Yeah. But you pretty much got to get a second mortgage, Terry, to be able to afford them these days. So they're pretty. But anyway, we've got them. Something practical for them to use. It was like when Connor asked me to get him a PlayStation, and anyway, I said I'd look into it for him, and I ended up getting him a yo-yo instead.
What? You got him a yo-yo?
Yeah, but it doesn't stop there, Nate. Like, so
I
we've
would have
gone
hated you,
outside.
man. So if
So
you were my
we've
dad or
gone.
my grandpa, I would have hated you.
You got to. Anyway, so we've gone outside, and anyway, I've remembered a few tricks from when I was a youngster, like walk the dog and around the world and all this sort of stuff. And anyway, I've cut the string to make it long enough for Connor, and tied a new loop in it and stuff. And anyway, he's trying to use it and not having much success. And the next thing, he wheels this thing around his head like a slingshot. And out of the corner of my eye, I see his brother, Ollie, coming towards him. And it was like everything was in slow motion. It was like, no. And the yo-yo is hit poor Ollie in the side of the head, right? Nearly knocked him out. He's got a lump on the side of his head, the size of a bloody mouse. My daughter has seen this. She's just glaring at me. Like, it was pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Damn. Nice. Well told.
Yeah, he thought a yo-yo would be a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh, exactly. But it was funny the next time he came round, which is about four weeks ago now, came round and he actually brought his yo-yo with him, and he was really excited because he could get it to go up and down about 3 or 4 times without stopping. So he was pretty excited about that.
You should have showed him some YouTube videos of people using one, and that would have given him the.
I'm trying to get him off the YouTube and the PlayStation.
Oh, you're trying to. Okay, scratch that idea, Bandy.
Yeah.
Pretend I didn't say that.
Yeah. But yeah, no, when he asked for a PlayStation, I said I'd get him something better than a PlayStation. And his little eyes when I pulled out the yo-yo were like dinner plates, almost of disappointment, but they kind of quickly went.
Has he got skateboards and things like that?
No, I got him a what do they call it, a scooter or a razor. I think they call them razors. So got him one of those. There's a like a skate park in the next suburb up the road, so we went down there, and he's whizzing all over. He's whizzing all over the place. And he goes, "Grandpa, have a go." And like, it's a tiny little thing. I didn't want to break it anyway, so I've got on whatever they call it, the half pike or whatever. I'm standing up there and I'm looking down. I'm going, oh my God, this is going to end up nasty.
You know, last time happened when you fell into a ditch.
Anyway, I've launched myself off the edge and I've gone head first down the concrete, and I come up and I've got this big bloody bruised scar thing between the middle of my eyes, like a swami spot that all bruised up and scabbed up. It was funny. Poor little Connery's pissing himself laughing at my expense. I hurt myself. But anyway.
What's riding in Santa showing?
Writing showing is a space kernel program game. It's pretty cool. Man.
Oh, I'm just getting the blue squares of death.
Oh, I think it closed it.
You got any plans for Easter night?
Pretty. I just got work off, so I'm just gonna be taking it easy, man.
Cool.
What about you? Guessing you're gonna be with the family?
Yeah. We'll have the day with the family.
Nice.
So no
Yeah,
more COVID talk in here. Text, chat, nothing. Don't post anything. Don't say anything. Don't even look at it.
Was there a warning? Or
No, well, there's going to be something pinned, and it's going to be part of the new terms and
with Discord?
guidelines.
Yeah. Also, the conflict in Eastern Europe too. That was added to the list.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can't even talk about About
can't
the
even
U
talk
country.
about. Yeah, you can't even say the country, and you can't
Really?
even or the colors if you even like innuendo.
But I thought everyone was pro that country and the colors. Like that was the thing everyone was doing. Even
Yeah,
Discord
You
was
can
doing it.
say Ukraine. You can say the country's name.
I don't know.
Okay,
Look at the current. Look what they're saying though.
but this is ridiculous. Like all of these other companies were like pro for it, and you know, even at work, at the office, like we had fucking Ukraine colors everywhere. Like, how is this a bad thing?
Ugh,
Listen, I
it's
don't know
weird.
about all that. Just don't talk about COVID. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong. Gio didn't say nothing about the Ukraine or nothing.
Yeah, I heard Gems got like a warning or something, so he's putting out some link to Guild. Like they set up a server on that Guild platform,
Okay.
but it looks exactly like Discord.
Mm.
There's also a thing called Slack. That's
Hmm.
supposed to be pretty good.
Slack.
Like
Yeah, I used to use that
Slack.
for work.
Slack. You with your team. Looks interesting. Slack. But I mean, can we cryptically talk about the C word, or we
No,
just can't talk? No.
no.
What
Blanket
about the
ban.
V word
Blanket ban.
and the V word? What if
Yep,
it's like a
blanket ban.
damn?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
a
know.
very silly move in my opinion because it gives people a feeling of a justification to their suspicion, and it thwarts effective discussion about it. Means it means you've got to have somebody feel comfortable voicing their skepticism if you want to be able to moderate their skepticism. Do you perceive that to be beneficial, right? Like,
Mm.
Jem probably got his shit from the text chat because there's no way they can monitor all these voice chats 24/7. So don't post anything about anything in fuck text chat.
Yeah, it could be getting monitored on YouTube too.
Dave got banned yesterday. Oh,
You
my bad,
lying?
Ransom.
They banned him?
Dallas Dave got banned yesterday. JJ said.
Really?
What was the straw that broke the camel's back?
I don't know if he got banned from Gems or banned from Discord. JJ's typing it out.
oh my god.
I mean, how? Oh, he got banned from Gems.
Ooh.
Dude, he's fucking obnoxious, man. Him, P. Shay, Johnny Bernard. These guys are fucking goofy, man.
But what did Dave do?
He was a
What was
flat
the straw
earther.
that broke the camel's
He
back?
Just
he
being a flat earther
posted
is enough.
he posted some stuff yesterday, which maybe might have been going against what he got flagged for. Possibly, I don't know.
Oh.
JJ might have more. He's the man in the know with all the gossip.
Why don't you guys invite Dave here?
Oh.
Fuck that, man.
He's on your side though.
His mic's always shit. He's always blabbering about some fucking goofy shit.
We can open up a room specifically for clones.
I know what we should do is just make a room for every person. Just everyone has their own room, and then we'll see who's popular
My room
by
would have the
however
most
many
people
people.
easily.
However many
My
people
room would
are in
have
your room.
my room would be full all the time.
Dude, your room will be empty. No one's going in your room.
No one would come to your room, Jeremy. You just be
Yeah,
talking about
right, bro.
crypto and phones. Get a phone. I can get you like 50 cents a day. Like no one would be in your room, bro. Like
Oh, I
the
get you
shit I
two
talk about is
phones. 2 phones, easy $1 a day. Come on, kiddo, the bus is here. Bus is here.
And you just be trying to divide and conquer people, trying to have people fight against each other. No one will come to your room, Jared.
They would come, bro. Good morning. I literally did not put his shoes on. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Last day. How you guys have a happy Easter? Happy weekend. Yeah, me too. Yeah. All this, it's getting warm out now. Time to get all the outside stuff set.
Yo, you hot biking, Jared.
Have a good day. Bye, guys. Thank you. I got a whole fucking line of cars lined up. Jeez.
Jeremy being all neighborly.
What's up?
He was being all neighborly, bro. How
Yeah,
you
the bus
neighborly?
driver.
Oh.
Nice old guy drives the bus. Ah.
Okay, here I found it. So here's our update. It's like Discord footage of the Ukraine war. It says, "Hi there, I embedded a link, an announcement they made on my server." It did not. It was no gore. It was just footage of the conflict. Helicopters flying overhead over a town, and my account was banned. So yeah, there's other people telling the same story. So maybe it's video then.
I shared a picture of a shot rabbit, and that got me my old account banned. So yeah, sounds like it could be.
You did what?
I shared a picture of a shot rabbit.
Why would you do that?
Because I shot it.
Jesus. Like meme it? Was it like, here's a current flat earther I packed or something like that? Or
Just we talked. There was a conversation about guns. I just got back from it.
here's another one. Shutting down servers run by accounts that have been flagged as alt-right violators. Yeah, that's kind of what happens, though. All good things come to an end.
Yeah, getting smaller and smaller.
Getting smaller, your dick. Oh, I can already.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Shucks. You talk about
Especially
penis
the,
a lot, though, Jeremy.
yeah, that's tough.
Damn.
Settle down.
You always got someone's dick in your mouth, man. I don't know what's going on, bro.
Kosho yesterday said he loves the D. I'm not even joking.
He loves it.
Although Kosho did say once that some girl was so obsessed with him and he couldn't get rid of her that he had to make up a story about how he was in love with some tranny.
Mm.
And she
What?
still wouldn't leave him alone.
I'd be keeping that story to myself personally.
It is a crazy story.
Oh my god, man! I'm so glad I got tomorrow off and all next week off.
Or is that because of
What do you?
school holidays or something? Is it, Jeremy?
Spring break, yeah, spring break.
Nice.
What are you gonna do?
Nothing. Fucking relax. Watch kids all week. I
You're
gotta
only
drive
gonna go
Uber.
traveling, fishing, or something?
My wife's got to work.
Yeah, but I mean, go with the kids, bro.
Where are we gonna go?
I don't know. Go fishing, bro. Go somewhere, man.
The older boys don't even like me, and then the younger one, he don't know what's going on. I'll probably play in the backyard with him and shit a little bit.
Okay. Maybe take them up to like Niagara or something.
Bro, I'm not driving to Niagara Falls. You know how much gas is?
Do something for the kids, Jeremy.
It's $1.67 a litre. Yep.
Is that Australian dollars? What the fuck is a liter? Dude, I don't even know what you just said.
That's about $9 a gallon.
Shit, I gotta do
Your money.
fucking calculus to figure out how much your fucking gas costs over there.
And that's before bloody currency exchange rates. It's about $9. It's probably about 15 after you convert it. It's insane.
Cars, man. Electric cars are the future right here. Like, we were on the cusp of, gas was cheaper than the electric cars, but now I think the tides are turning.
Maybe deliberately.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the oil people are thinking. Like, yo, if you make gas too much, everyone's going to get an electric car and you're going to lose your $9 trillion a year that you make from selling oil.
I just think they can't stop it anymore. It's such accessible technology that too many people have. I think when it was new, I think they probably did try and stop it. I mean, it's
The
recorded.
technology,
Have you seen that doco, Who Killed the Electric Car?
We've seen it, but it's not about the technology. It's about how much gas costs the electric car costs, right? So if it's cheaper to have the electric car, we're going to go with it. If it's cheaper to have gas, then that's what, you know what I mean? So, like, now we're coming up on a point, especially with gas prices now, where the electric car is just gonna end up being cheaper in the long run. But yeah, they killed the electric car on purpose, dude. We've all seen that documentary. No, there's no doubt in my mind that big oil has suppressed battery technology throughout the decades. The last thing you want.
It would be so silly not to, I think.
But at the same time, Big Oil's probably invested in the battery technology too.
Yes, I think that as well. I mean, apparently many of their mines that you get, like big trucks and stuff that you use for fossil fuels, use electric motors anyway. They still put petrol in, but the petrol just runs a generator, and all the motors are electric because they're really high torque.
We heavily invested in the battery companies. That way, they control the research and development teams. Because if your research and development team comes out with some crazy battery, you own it, and you could just be like, "All right, we'll put that on the shelf." Just bought Duracell. The investor guy, big investor guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Duracell, no.
He said compounding interest is one of the ninth wonder of the world or something. What's his name? Come on, guys. All right, you guys don't know shit. Okay.
Petty.
A guy called Bob.
No, is famous, real famous dude. I don't know why.
He can't be that famous.
Maybe
He's super famous.
In cryptocurrency circles?
No, he's the biggest
Warren
financial
Buffett.
guy in Buffett. That's it.
Oh, that's what I was gonna go with too, but I wasn't sure. He said Duracell.
Nice work, Jerry.
Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he bought Duracell.
Oh, I had no idea about that. That's what threw me off.
Yeah, big oil's probably stifled technology.
When did this apparently happen?
The Duracell thing?
Yeah.
A couple years ago.
Because Berkshire Hathaway is a company that owns Duracell, and Warren Buffett has been the CEO since 1970. Okay, interesting.
Really?
Yeah, well, that's what it's saying here.
I thought he just did that.
Oh, that may be the use. Might be Energizer. Is it you're thinking now? Okay.
I remember. I thought it was Duracell. I could have swore he just bought something. Battery company, like the whole thing recently.
Well, just because he was a CEO doesn't actually make him the owner. Right? They're two completely different things.
Yeah, I think he might have recently bought it. Yeah. I can swear I remember hearing that just a few years ago. These guys are playing games with us. I'm telling you, man. They got us right where they want us. They ain't gonna let no technology come out that's gonna help us big time. Like, I don't know.
Well, the technology will come out when they can profit from it, big time. That's when.
Yeah, some things there's no profit in though.
Well,
there's no profit in building things that last, or having 3 feet worth of insulation around your house, or shit like that. There's a lot of things that there's just no profit on. You know what I'm saying?
They'll profit if they can. They actually tax the air that you breathe in the form of a carbon tax. So
that's some UK, Australia. You guys got that in Australia? We don't do that.
Yeah. Well, we had it. They took it away. At maybe back again. Maybe.
You got to pay to breathe. That's some crazy shit.
Yeah, if they do like a new COLA standard where like fleet of car manufacturers, and they just add a electric car, does that like automatically mean they can just make a bigger gas guzzler too? To like how much miles per gallon standard? Like if you've got one car that does of your fleet, you need to be at least at 49 miles per gallon. And one car does 50 miles per gallon, one car does 10, and then you got an electrical car.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does that work out to?
So the electrical car is 0 or infinite. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. What's
They have
electrical
infinite
car?
miles per gallon because it doesn't use any fucking gas.
Well, technically speaking, if you if you had an electric car and you only drove locally, right, and you had, say, solar panels or whatever, you could charge it pretty much for free. Wouldn't cost you anything to run that vehicle whatsoever, apart from the general maintenance of greasing bearings and this sort of stuff. But to actually run it fuel wise, it would cost you nothing. But they would work out a way how to tax you on collecting energy
Yeah,
from solar panels as well. There was talk a while ago that if you had a rainwater tank, right, connected to your home, that you were going to get taxed depending on the size of your roof and the size of your tanks and all that sort of stuff. Thankfully,
yeah.
it got knocked on the
This shit
head.
is scaring them because they make a lot of money from your water bill. They also
Yep.
make a lot of money. The government also makes a lot of money, not only from your water bill, but from every time you buy a fucking liter of gas or whatever you're buying down there, or a gallon of gas in America, at least. They get a lot of that as tax money. So I can't believe they even let these electric cars come out. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place with the electric cars. They sit there claiming to want to reduce carbon emissions and all that. So you got to have electric cars, but on the other hand, they don't want electric cars because if people stop buying gas, they're going to be out a lot of fun. The gas tax is what they use to pay for the roads maintenance and shit. So they're
I
going to
think
be
they
fucked.
I think they just delaying it till they have the infrastructure in place where they can start taxing us for like electric cars. So whenever you go to like an electric car station, you're going to be taxed some sort of power charge or something. I think they're just trying to delay it till they have the infrastructure in place so they can get the
Yeah,
monies from it.
but the thing Bandsaw just said, where if you just drive locally and you have solar panels, there's no way unless they tax you through your registration or your license or the purchase of the car. There's no way they can tax that you just collecting solar energy.
Well, it'll maybe be a thing where the manufacturers, like I don't know, Ford and Chrysler, they don't make cars with the solar panels. You would have to do that
Yeah, you have solar panels on your house.
right now. What's Yeah, but are the electric cars made right now with solar panels? Is that a thing?
No, you have electric
No.
panels on your house or
Yeah.
in
Oh, and
your
you charge it at
backyard or something.
home.
Yeah,
Yeah,
charging at home, mate. Yeah.
that's a
So I've
good
got.
question. Why? My bad,
Go,
man.
Euro.
So go ahead. Well, that's a good
No.
question, mate. Why aren't the panels of the car covered in solar panels? Like your door, your hood, your roof, your
So it just
trunk.
charges while it's driving. You put two batteries in
That's
it while you're using one, the other's charging. That's what I would think.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you have the whole car made out of solar panels? Exactly.
Hmm.
It's not going to be enough to charge the car. It's not. You're not going to be able to drive while that happens. Solar panels aren't that good yet. But at least like if you drive somewhere, you could at least like park it. Or if you run out of charge or somewhere, you're not completely fucked. You can just let it, let the sun charge it up.
Yeah, but if you start off with a full charge, Jeremy, and you could say out of that full charge get 300 kilometers, while you're driving that 300 kilometers, you'll get enough charge in it where you can maybe go 400 kilometers to your
Or
next stop,
another, yeah, or
where you
another
can plug
50.
it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It would extend the range on your car
Hmm.
possibly. I don't know, because if it's rainy that day or something, whatever. I don't know.
It's actually surprising. Even the most cloudiest of days that we've had here, we actually still pump out a bit of power. I was surprised how much power we pump out on the
Oh
most
yeah, a lot of
overcast.
sun goes through the clouds. Yeah, you get how much you get on
Yeah,
a cloudy day if it's real cloudy.
we're still generating around 1.2 to 1.3 kilowatts thereabouts.
An
So
hour if it's
yeah,
cloudy.
yeah, Yeah, which is huge. Right, and I'm talking dark black clouds, Jeremy. You know,
Yeah, hell yeah.
and I've logged into the app and just thinking to myself, oh, we're not going to be making any power today. Turn off all the lights, type of thing. And you log into it and you go, damn, yeah, we're making money. Happy
Yeah,
days.
it's something with the spectrum of light or something that goes through the clouds. I don't know,
Mm, mm.
or I don't know what it is, but yeah, they do get power on cloudy days.
Yeah.
It's just not as good, obviously, but.
I actually got to get up there and get the squeegee out and give them a bit of a wash.
What do you use? You use water or?
Oh yeah, just soapy water. Just get up there and bucket of water up there and slosh it on with a mop and then just squeegee it off. Pretty straightforward. The roof we have doesn't have a huge degree of pitch, so it's pretty easy.
I do that like once a year.
Yeah. I do it.
I don't.
do it generally just before the winter. I do it.
They got to start making things little. We talked about this before once. Little tiny robots. Oh, you got the Roomba.
Yes.
Lawnmower one. They got to start making little tiny ones you could just place on things, and it just clean the dust off.
They've got them for Windows already.
I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen
for
the window one.
Windows,
Yeah.
it's about as big as your hand and goes like she throws the water on it and then steps back, presses this button, and it just goes and it's all clean. It's just like damn. But you still have to put the water on it, so and you still got to put it on the actual window itself, so it kind of defeats the purpose, really.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. They need to make little tiny ones that well, for water, it's if you have to use water, that's a whole other thing. But like for dust and shit, you don't need any water with it. You can just make little tiny ones. Like I don't know. I spend a ton of time dusting shit at home. Make little teeny tiny ones that just push the dust off onto the floor or whatever is underneath it, and then bug comes and gets the dust up.
I've got a beautiful automatic dusting machine, I must say. You missed a spot just over there. Missed a spot.
They can multitask too.
Oh yeah. It's even better when they dress for the occasion.
Nothing here. There's nothing in here. Just leave me alone. Please, Lord, let there be nothing here.
You okay there, Nate?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
It's just a video game. Sorry, it's just a video game I'm playing.
Hey, did you check my wife into Discord? Did you, Jeremy?
Check what?
Should go back onto the order logs and find out who did it.
Your wife's on Discord? What?
She's been in here a couple of times.
To do what? Damn peso.
I busted her once and muted her and deafened her.
So she comes in here secretly, like to check on you, or
She's not checking on me.
Where is it? Oh, here it is.
Didn't bring mono
That's why
propellant.
that's why I deliberately talk about her sometimes to see what sort of reaction I may or may not get. Occasionally, she'll listen in on YouTube sneakily.
Oh. That's smart, man. It's actually pretty smart.
Yeah.
Not that far away. Go down to the road. Within. That's simple.
Yeah, exactly right. Like water keeps me under check. Uh,
You know those video games like where your character it was drowning and took a bunch of damage, and then to recover health, you drink water.
Yeah. Shadow cause your territory? No. Holy shit. Where to? Hmm. Oh damn. Okay.
Hello, my love. Oh, it's just been. You don't want to hear about it.
Sure, I do.
Oops, sorry.
From Jersey, Jerry from Jersey.
Yeah.
What are you at? You at work?
No, I got home a couple hours ago.
What do you get up to when you're not at work?
I hang out with my kid until he takes a nap, and then when he wakes up, it's about when my wife comes home, and then I go back to bed.
All right. So what about like hobbies? You don't play computer games, so what do you do?
Well, as you could see from my YouTube channel, I enjoy music very much. Play
What? You
bass
got a
and
YouTube channel with music?
yeah. I don't write music. I play other people's songs.
Where's show us that?
Just click on my name and you'll see my.
How have I never seen it? I don't see it there. Profile. Oh, all right, there we go. Yeah, there. If I click on that one, I never do that. Rightio. Very cool. That's a nice looking guitar, knowing absolutely nothing about them.
Yeah, that's my passion.
Yeah, very cool.
And I transcribe a lot of stuff because it turns out there's not a huge market, but there's a small market for people who want to learn how to play other people's songs.
Right.
So,
It's a cool thing to do. Yeah, very cool.
yeah, it's very time consuming, and with the kid, it's like, that's why I haven't put up a video in so long because like the amount of work that goes into this production and like I could be in the middle of a song, like recording it, and I'll have to get up and go do something. It's just so I've put that on the back burner, but I still do play every day. So
That's cool.
you don't have any musical ability?
None. I'm so bad at music. I really admire it. I'm listening to yours here, and I'm just like, oh, God, I wish I'd learned, but I just never did.
Yeah, that's how I felt many, many years ago, and then took the road. Okay, I'm going to learn how to do that.
Yeah, nice. So, how much of your day would be spent doing that?
About an hour or two.
Yeah, lovely. Do you sing at all? I know in this one you're not.
Oh hell no, no. I do admire the ability for people to sing. I actually admire anyone who's put, so much work into what they enjoy. And like you could
Yeah.
tell some of these guys who, play like these like jazz songs where you got to know what notes to play over which chord like instantly. And these guys could do it, and it's just it's awesome, like to be that dedicated and get something out of it.
Yeah.
The discipline that goes into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just how many hours you have to put in. So I was having a debate about the other day. I was just like, you've got to put in the hours. There's no shortcut for this. There's no. I don't
Yeah,
think
and
like there are there are techniques and stuff.
right, and there are like that's the choice that people have to make is like, do you actually enjoy practicing? If you don't,
Yeah.
then it's going to feel like work, and then eventually you're going to stop. Like when I practice, it doesn't feel like work.
Yeah.
It goes back to that old saying. If you do something, if you make money doing what you enjoy, then you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
So you were having a debate with someone about like practice?
Yeah, I think that there's like you want to get good at something, you've got to put in the hours. It was Percentage and I were having the thing, but he's
And
muted at
what,
the moment.
and what was his position?
He wasn't entirely disagreeing. He was just saying, maybe there could be techniques and stuff. Because I say it about these flat Earth things, and you're pretty good with this too, where like people opine about stuff that even many snipers wouldn't fully understand, and they've spent 10 years shooting at people in war zones, and we're like, I'll tell you about Coriolis.
Oh yeah.
Like we sort of we all become experts, myself included. Like I'm not immune to it.
You got some nice work on your channel there, Jerry. Well
Yeah,
done.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Stuff, man. And hey, kudos to you, man. You got a bigger YouTube channel than most flat earthers. Well done.
Yeah, bigger
Thanks,
than
man.
mine, and I
It
spent a lot of
certainly
effort on mine.
Yeah.
It's a good, nice channel. I didn't even know you're a YouTuber, Jerry.
Well, I haven't put up a video in like 2 years, but
11 months, apparently.
oh, really?
That was
Feels like longer.
11 months was Leonard Skynard. Give me 3 steps.
Yeah.
That was the last one. Can you play by ear, Jerry? Can you hear something and then work out how it goes?
Yeah. Yeah, I can do
Yeah.
that.
Oh, I hate you already.
But like I can't like it's not like I can hear a note and say, okay, that's an A. But if
Yeah.
I have the guitar in my hand, I could figure out what they're playing
Yeah.
pretty quick. It's pretty much all the same patterns.
There are a lot of similar patterns, isn't there? I I can only play Jerry V tablature. I can't read music. can
Oh yeah,
argue
sure.
anything.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a good cheats way for, you know, the amateur strummer to be able to go, you know what, I want to learn this song. So
Yeah.
you know, it is definitely, you know, a good cheats way to do it. So you know, that's basically how I go about trying to learn anything, and then, you know, just trying to memorize it, you know, just through repetition, muscle memory, all that sort of stuff. But it's
Yeah.
really cool. It's really cool when you've got, you know, half a dozen or a dozen songs sort of down pretty pat. And when I actually got to that stage, you know, when you're outside sitting around a fire pit, you know, having a few quiet ones with your friends, and you know, they'll notice the guitar over in the corner, and they say, "Oh, bring it out," and you know, you can sit down for, you know, a good half hour, and just, you know, strum some tunes, and everyone's singing and whatnot. Yeah, it's a really good feeling.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Mhm. Mhm.
Have a good time.
Oh, exactly, mate. Exactly.
But yeah, I remember when I was learning, you know, years ago, I would look for the tabs on the internet, and I was like, you know what, I could, you know, I like some songs there wouldn't be tabs for, so I would make them, and I was like, huh, pretty cool how, you know, like I could figure out what, you know,
Yeah.
Jimmy Page was doing back in the '60s, like, and then it was like, you know what, I could do this. It's
Yes.
not that hard, but
Yeah.
the hard part is coming up with, you know, original stuff that other people like. That's where the talent comes in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You make music, Jerry?
No, I don't make it. I just play it.
Yeah, it's making.
Well, yeah, I guess you could say
What do you play on? Drums?
that. Bass guitar mostly, and some regular 6-string guitar.
What's the attraction to the bass guitar, Jerry, over the normal 6-string?
I just when I was young, I had a 6-string, and all the strings except the bottom two broke off. So I would learn the bass lines to it, and I just grew a liking for that low sound.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the offensive lineman of the band is like nobody really notices you until you screw up.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I just kind of like having that, I don't know, I guess responsibility in the band.
Yeah. I got a mate that he's plays bass, and he's amazing, Jerry. And the way he slaps the strings, and he's so animated when he does it as well. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
It's a sight to see.
Oh yeah.
And he's got a few other mates, and yeah, they've got, you know, just a pub band, and you know, they still play to this day, even though they're a bit longer in the tooth. But you know, back in the day, they would have, you know, 3 or 4 gigs at 3 or 4 different pubs each week, and they were making a, you know, pretty good living out of it. You know, just playing covers, but anyway, nonetheless, you know, they were still, you know, fantastic to go and watch. And you know, he would always have a few solos, you know, worked in there, and yeah, he he was like the star attraction. He was so animated, and he just slapped this thing, and he'd get in the groove, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Some guys are just insane at it. Like I don't like. There's like this one guy, Victor Wooten. You should look. You should check him out. He's like from another planet, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Victor Wooten, did you say?
yeah, Wooten.
Yeah, look. Oh, blackfellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, he looks pretty popular.
Sometimes I see these guys and it's like, why do I even play? Because I can't do that. I'm never gonna be able to do that.
I see what you mean, Jerry. He has got some groove about him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that is impressive.
Right.
Dang. I'll put him on my subscribed list. That is.
And there's a certain kind of like duality when it comes to these guys, because like he has a bunch of like videos where he'll teach someone how to play, like he's talking about his overall approach to music, and like he comes across as a nice guy, but like in the early days when he was practicing, like there's something in him that just had to zero everything else out in his life and just focus on that, on getting good, like good enough to make a living.
Yeah.
And so like I would like to actually talk to some of these guys and just find out exactly what their practice routines were like. It's like hours and hours every day for years, man. You're like, it's like psychopathic.
Yeah, exactly. Is he a just a soloist, Jerry, or is he like a studio musician where he goes in and
He
lends his
he plays it.
expertise?
He plays in a band. I think he still does. It's called like Bella Fleck and the Flecktones. Like the music's pretty like corny, but yeah, that's the band that he was in, and
Yeah.
he does solo stuff, and he'll play with like other people. He'll go on like tours and impress everybody with his talents.
I could see him being in high demand as a studio muso for other
Oh
people.
yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, I'm ready to burn with this asteroid.
He's still trying to land or
Nice
something.
listening to your music while I play, though, Jerry. Say again, sorry, Bandy.
Oh, I just say he's trying to land your craft or something still, are you?
I've just been trying to get this asteroid for days now.
What do you mean you're trying to get it? What do you got on it?
I've lapped all these engines on it, and they're harvesting the asteroid to fill up their tanks. So we've got enough Delta V to capture it around the moon. I'm currently in a very wacky orbit of the planet. Everything should be going like that, and we're going up like that. Crazy.
I'm trying to divert its path or something.
Yeah, I got to go capture. I got to loop it, get it to orbit lower, and flatten it out so that I can then get it caught around the Mun, because that's my mission. Put your vessel in the orbit of the Mun. The good thing is asteroids have loads of ore, so these are heating panels dissipating heat while I mine it. And why aren't you mining?
So you fly to it and you land on it, and then you got to somehow divert its path.
Yeah, but
Wow.
you sort of use the resources of the asteroid as fuel. So these guys have been up there for months now.
You've been playing this game for like 2 weeks solid for 24 hours a day, Harry.
I have been smashing a bit of time into it. That is true.
When you
It's
go on your
so
holiday, are you still going to be working remotely, or are you taking a break
I might
completely
off,
from everything?
yeah, I might off a bit, but I don't plan on working too much. All right, now I'm snapping off the back there.
Well, that was surprising that Dave got a holiday from across the road after all these years.
you know you piss someone off when they call you a fake flat earther. It's like these people expect you to have certain arguments that they have, you know, rebuttals for.
Who
Well,
did you piss off, Jerry?
Oh no, I talk to these people all the time on Discord and text.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll say something, I'm like, okay, so what? And like they expect me to kind of have this fight with them about it. But see, like I guess something about the way I do it like pisses them off, and they keep on
Mm.
coming back and trying to get me somehow. But you know,
Get a
but
gotcha on that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm,
Oh,
I'm trying to think of an example.
well, where's your model? Where's your model? Show me your model. That's a standard line, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'll say model of what, and they'll say Eclipse, and I'll say the NASA uses the Saros cycle,
Yeah.
and then I'll post that, and they'll say, but yeah, so what? Like, how do you explain the lunar uh, eclipse? And I was like, why wouldn't a lunar eclipse work? Tell me what about the shape of the ground has to do with that.
Mm.
And I'll say, well, it just wouldn't work. I say, why? And they'll say, because the Earth isn't flat. And I'll say, okay, great. It works because the Earth is flat. It's like you're not giving me anything to work with.
Mm.
And I'll say, well, it's the shadow of the Earth. All right. Why does it go sideways then? Like, why does the shadow go sideways? Like, it doesn't go straight across. Kind of starts at the bottom and then it comes out to the other side. And then there's the whole Selenelion eclipse.
I think sometimes they think, Jerry, that people like you and me spend our lives sitting in a corner, rocking and frothing, worrying about these things too.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like it is what it is. Like it's night time now, and give it another 6 hours, the sun will be up again, and it'll be daytime. Happy days,
Yeah. Happy
Yeah,
days.
that's pretty much how life is, really. Like, I don't have to, I don't worry about how I get from point A to point B. I jump in a car and I go. I jump on a plane and I go. I don't really worry about how I get there or who's getting me there or by what means. You just
Yeah.
do it. Like, you're not worried about it because these things are just done. And however they're done, we know they're done. So,
yeah,
oh,
I agree with that. I just think, therefore, I listen to the people who do it.
mm,
Like, if I don't know how to, like, I just get on a plane and turn up in another place, and I've got no idea how they figured out where to aim for or stuff like that. But that's why I defer to those people.
yeah, but they're just flying from point A to point B at the end of the day, Harry. They're not
Is that
seeing.
all it is? I don't know. I'm not a pilot. I think it's a
Well,
bit more complex than just you go
well,
from point
well,
A to
I'm
point
breaking it down in its simplest possible form. Yeah, Harry.
quite a simple form, I would agree. Yeah.
Come on, it's like slime in a pond, crawled onto a rock, and then stood upright. I break it down to its simplistic form. We might be missing out a few steps there, but you know, all these, talk about bloody, Coriolis, when flying play. I don't even know if they even use these things when they're flying anything. I was told a couple of years ago that I suffer. You have to adjust for Coriolis when you drive a car, but you'd never notice it because it's just a little bit this way and a little bit that way. It's just like the wobble in the road. You kind of adjusting, and you never actually really account for it.
Sure,
But
yeah. If you
you
if you
know,
pick the small effects, their effects will be small. If you want the big
but yeah,
ones, they're the South
but
Celestial Pole.
but if I'm flying from here to Sydney, I know that I've got to go in this particular direction. I throttle up, pull back on the joystick, up I go and follow that line. you know, uh, as long as I've calculated how many passengers I've got and what they weigh and my payload and fuel and all that sort of stuff, I'll probably get there.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, I don't think, I think they're using, maps on these days would probably be in a computer program, not like the old days where they've actually got maps. They probably do have them in case of an emergency, so to speak, but they're still just bits of paper that they're plotting courses on too.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't do it.
So,
I think
well,
I think it is
well,
quite
I'm only,
complex, though.
I'm only hypothesizing here, as you know. But you work out where you are and where you're going to go. Draw a straight line between those 2 points, so you use the least amount of fuel.
Right. I used to find that I was just reminiscing with my buddy when I first got to India. I bought a motorbike, and I met this really cool New Yorker who
Mm,
was like, "Do you want to go riding around?" You're like, and I was like, "Yeah, sure. I'm already riding around India." So he comes up, buys a motorbike, and we go crack on and ride across the Himalayas. I totally forgot where this was going. There was meant to
you
be a point to this.
I don't know. I
Anyway.
was talking about drawing straight lines from fuel.
Right, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
How to get from A to B before we had GPS. I would do it in India where their maps are wrong. Sometimes the town's just in the wrong spot. They openly admit they don't want to show the maps because then it's easy to invade. I don't know if that's bullshit or
Oh,
not.
really? Really?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
dumb. It was towns were in the wrong spot. The roads didn't link up in the way they showed in the map. It
Oh,
was, yeah.
I was actually surprised. I looked into the surveying of India, Harry,
Yeah,
a couple of months ago when the hot topic of debate was spherical excess and all this sort of stuff. And
right.
I think it was Rolling My Boulder said one of his biggest proofs was the surveying of America. Anyway, I typed in something and the Indian one happened to come up, and I read a bit about that and the process that they used, which was very, very interesting. Um, but what I found even more interesting with the surveying of India, that they didn't actually survey the whole of India. There was a large portion of it um, that was left unsurveyed, and they just guessed what it was, and they called it the gridiron. They used a gridiron calculation where they just kind of stuck their finger in the air, saw felt which way the wind was blowing, and kind of took a bit of a guess. And it was probably a little bit more in it than what I'm saying there, but they do call it the gridiron method that they use, which is basically just all guesswork with how big a region was. Which I actually found that fairly interesting, and it hasn't changed to today, which is surprising. Well, of India anyway. I'm not talking about other countries. This is just in relation to India. Are you going to do part of your trip, Harry, where you use nothing but your sextant?
Unlikely. Just because I don't know. I do like getting lost, but I just need I need people to know where I am at any time. But I mean, like really do like navigating without it. So like having it on but not using it, sure, that could be a thing.
Interesting to see if you could get, say, I don't know, however, how many Ks you'd do in a day. Just say you did 200 Ks in a day. Maybe if you started off in the morning and go, you know what, we're just going to, you'd have to do it at night, wouldn't you, really, to do it properly? But yeah, traveling. Which in some of these countries, you probably don't want to travel at night either, do you?
Yeah. Yeah, some places are just a little bit, you just want to be a little bit careful, I think.
A bit sketchy.
Yeah, can just be a little sketchy.
What's the one place that you are going where you have the most concerns about for your
I'm really
safety,
nervous.
or even your partner's safety?
Yeah, I'm somewhat nervous about a variety of places. Africa, just for some reason. Um, uh, yeah.
You going through Pakistan?
So thinking, yeah, I think I'll do some Pakistan. I'm a little bit nervous about that. I was like, oh, I could get
At the
grabbed there.
moment, you may be a little bit nervous. They're having massive riots at the moment in Pakistan.
Yeah, sure. It's always a mob. That side of the world's always a mob, sort of just constantly happening.
Well, more so now because Imran Khan's just been thrown out.
Oh, I hadn't stayed up to date on that. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
no, yeah, Imran Khan's just been kicked out as prime minister. And I was reading either yesterday or the day before, they had like 5 million people in the streets, all just mass protesting and rioting. So, yeah. So it always is a bit sketchy over in Pakistan anyway, at the best of times, I think,
Yeah.
from what I read. But, if they've got, if you've got a popular figure such as Imran Khan, who really is considered a god in Pakistan, um, and the people, who are huge cricket nuts anyway, they think that he's been thrown out unfairly. Could be interesting. Hopefully, it's settled down by the time you get there.
Mm.
It seems like a few countries that aren't supporting what's going on over in Europe, with one particular side, seem to be getting a little bit of pushback from the West. Places like India, they're getting a bit of pushback. China's getting a bit of pushback.
It's not pullback, pushback.
Oh, always, Jerry. We know this.
Oh, was that Dr. Bob? I was going to ask him how come what we see on the moon during a lunar eclipse starts on the bottom and then, goes to the side, or it starts on the side and goes up, or it's not a straight path. Whatever's making that, whatever's going across the moon, it's not in a straight path.
Dr. Bob here.
He was just here for about 30 seconds,
Oh, okay.
looking for some content.
Hey. Well. You gotta make a name for yourself. Keep your name in lights.
I think I can turn this bloody asteroid.
Did you get it?
Yep. And I've latched my probes on the back.
Now, where do you put it once you get it? You just shoot it off into space?
No, I'll mine it. I turn it into a space station, I think. Like, come and build stuff on it, and you can use it for a refueling depot for further missions because it's very easy to take off from a light body like this. So you can pack all of the. If I take off from Kerbin, the Earth, I have to bring so much weight just to get me out of the gravitational pull. But if I'm on weak gravitational pull, I can do some cool stuff. The fascinating thing is how you have to just wind through time. So I've now got myself set up for a burn I want to do. When I get to here, right? So I've got to get set up for it now because it's going to take me ages to pull with this claw, this asteroid around. And then, yeah, once I've got it, I can bring other ships up here. These drills will mine it. And then, yeah, it's such a fun, difficult project. Point.
All right, guys. We'll catch you later. Have a good one.
Right here, mate. See you later.
All right. Catch you later, Jerry.
See you later, Bandy.
Into a million pieces. I get you.
What up, Jerry?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, so I'm on that other server, and the guy is. See, what did he say? Yeah, he said this whole charade that you call flat Earth is nothing more than an opinion, more of a display of how incompetent and ignorant you are. Opinions are like veganism, different religions, different preferences, not something disproved scientifically. And I said, good, use that. And he said, you have to be blind and deaf simultaneously to really be that ignorant to believe in flat Earth. I said, use that as well. And I'm waiting for him to say, what do you mean use it? And then I would say, use that as a reason to never freak out about flat Earth ever again. I bet you can't do it.
He tipped his hand too. He threw veganism in there.
Yeah, yeah.
They spend all day freaking out about stuff they have no idea. They can't even tell. He wouldn't be able to tell you what veganism is or what flat earther is. He just has some conceptual idea of what science has done for him, gives him a life of luxury and comfort, and somehow he thinks anybody who disagrees with that is somehow blind, deaf, ignorant. Anything he can just any pile of shit he can throw against the wall to try to get you to gaslight you into thinking something that he's got some edge on objective reality.
And this comes from, like, he started by saying, I wonder what our ancestors would think after seeing people like Jerry. They had to do years of research and hard work only for him to turn out like this. Then I said, ditto for you. You know, decades of research on the benefits of diversity and understanding people with differing opinions, just to have people like you, Karen, all day on the internet.
Yeah, that's tough. Just think of all the engineers, all the scientists who brought them Discord, brought a service to market where people can share their ideas with logic, reason, and science. And he completely denies all of it.
Yeah, that's the nail in the coffin right there. And this will happen all day endlessly with like an endless amount of people. Like they go in there and they try to get me somehow. And then they can't and they just freak out. And it's like, dude, you do you. You know, it's that simple. It always starts out with, why do you think the earth is flat? And I try to be nice. I say, would you agree that the horizon going left to right over a large expanse of water is a straight line? And any way they answer is a win for me. If they say yes, then I say, okay, my explanation for that is that the earth is flat. Yours is because the earth is round. That's where we part ways. If they say no, then I say, okay, well, then I can't help you. Okay, because I see a straight line. And then they want to get into, okay, well, how do you explain this? You know, what about that? What about? No, we're already on different, footings here.
Yeah, the thing with like shared experiences too. You're like, hey, look at this. This line is flat. And you're like, no. Okay, well, I don't know where to go from that because
Right. So, okay.
It is what it is, you know.
And the best part is, like, you asked me, and I told you. So what do you want me to do? You want me to say, okay, it's curved? What do you want? Because I figured that it's not about finding out what I believe. It's about trying to win something on the internet.
It's about that for us all, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing is I don't start with these people. Like, they always start with me. Okay.
We're, us Globers are a particular type of asshole, aren't we? Going up somewhere where we don't agree with people to be like, hey you, I don't agree with you.
Oh, some of them, yeah.
They are bigger flat earthers than flat earthers are.
Don't know what that means, but probably I could see.
It's pretty cool how you're like a celebrity there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think it's because I'm the only, quote unquote, real flat earther there. Like,
Yeah.
there's someone else. There's like one other person, but like he doesn't kind of go back and forth with people, but like I do. And yeah, these people just all day long.
That's kind of funny how they deemed people flat earthers and not flat earthers. Like a bunch of LARPing. You know, like people are just so bored with the heliocentric model that they'll just pretend. Like today they're flat earther, tomorrow they're not.
Yo, what's happening, man?
Nada.
Did you see Elon offered to buy Twitter?
Yeah, then he got muscled out.
Yeah.
They're like, no, thank you. No trolls in charge of,
Yeah. He should buy Discord. I wonder how he would manage that. I wonder if all those new rules would still be in effect. Seems like his net worth goes up every time I hear about it. It's up to like 300 billion now.
defense money.
What do you mean?
Well, he's like a defense contractor.
You you mean like 'cause he like goes to quote unquote space?
Yeah, builds rockets and weapons and
Yeah.
well, there it is. Light proves you wrong. And then because you don't have no response, but your response is also cool, that proves you wrong. Just like that.
Right. That's a good one too. Like, let's see if you could exclude the sphericity of the Earth as the reason for why you can't see really far. See if you could think of any other reason why you wouldn't be able to see all the way across the Earth. And if your ultimate answer is, well, you just can't, then I'll say, okay, that's why you just can't.
Why do you think they are so intent on changing your mind?
Well, I don't know, man. There's a myriad of reasons for that. Someone asked me that once. I think they're just they're just like killing time. trying to get a rise out of flat earthers, or they're just like the persistent ones. They're angry at something in their own life, and they're trying to kind of project it out onto the world and find someone else to blame for their problems.
Probably, actually.
And they give good reasons. Flat earthers are stupid. You're ignorant. You're an insult to all the work that has been done by scientists. Okay, use all those reasons to never freak out about it ever again. Do it. I'm not stopping you. But they can't. Did you guys hear Dallas Dave was banned from gyms?
Yeah.
That's tough. What are they going to do without him? Oh, I mean, if like there's probably Chemo is like the top guy there, and then Dallas Dave, then maybe Jeremy. I mean, if they lose them, they're going to have nothing to freak out about. And the response to use that as well was typical flat earther.
Yet accepting their statement unconditionally is also an aggression against them.
He's just a mad, angry guy. And I could respond to that with use that as well. Everything you say.
That's what got Snack to freak out and tell me like I was the worst person on the internet. Like he can't think of one other person.
That's a bold claim.
Yeah,
There's
well,
a lot of people on the internet.
Yeah, I'm wrong, right? I go, fine, and your only debate tactic is to screech wrong like Trump. And he's like, then because he hates Trump a lot, like you see some of the other memes he used to post about Trump and stuff. So he goes, "You are the worst person on the internet." I go, "Yeah, and you're a Trump clone, okay? How am I supposed to work with that?" Did you hear he's the smartest man on earth?
Who is?
Snack.
did he say that?
Yeah, that's what he is about
Wow.
me. He'll tell you that too. I'm like, okay, that sounds good. You know what smart people can do? They can explain shit, and they don't need to tell people they're smart. It's obvious, like a smart person talking. Everyone's like, damn, that dude's smart, you know?
Yeah. What happened to him? How come he's not on that menagerie anymore?
Yeah, he got too worked up and decided to leave for a while. He used to be on another server, the Cube Earth, and
Yeah.
he left that. Yeah, I think he's left all the Flat Earth stuff. He's just on a couple other servers where he's kind of like the local celebrity or whatever.
Because he was on Gems too.
Oh, is he still on there?
I had no. Well, I was listening to old chemo clips from his "Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther" channel, and Snack was on there arguing about seismic waves with I can't remember who, but yeah, he was on there. But when I was on Gems about a year ago, almost now, he wasn't there. So,
Oh, okay.
so
That's
yeah,
what he
maybe he.
like. He'll
No,
get
you
worked up like
got.
he's not being treated fairly, and then
Yeah.
people will be like, "Yeah, who the hell are you? Who cares who you are? I don't care what other servers you're on or whatever reoccurring characters you are on podcasts means Bo Diddley to people who don't even listen to those podcasts." So you could have this massive online persona, quasi internet Discord celebrity status. It doesn't mean anything when CB can control your microphone.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
If anything, he knows he can get to you. He'll do it on purpose, right? Like if he can get you the trigger just by muting your mic, the dude will do it. I think Don said it best that he thought he was going to trigger flat earthers, but realized triggering globalists were just that easy.
Are you talking about the press, Don?
No, that their head mod, the one that doesn't talk, not Veach, the other guy.
You know what was funny when I went on there? Uh, the the first time I went on there, someone had the username uh, "Reach the VTard."
Here it comes again. Why you a flat earther?
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
See, all the people there were like colors. They don't really, all except maybe like one of the mods is like a flat earther. Like it's a weird server. I'm not sure what that server really is about.
Yeah, I always thought that was piercing too, like where they would be like a bunch of globalists set up a server to talk about flat Earth because they think somehow flat earthers can't set a server up themselves. That they need to provide a space for flat earthers. Otherwise they'll just be like bumbling around trying to figure out how to even, put their shoes, tie their shoelaces or whatever.
Yeah, it seems most of the mods there just ping each other and just talk about random stuff, just non sequiturs. There's something weird going on with that server.
Yeah, and then they don't want images or anything posted or GIFs. It's just all gotta be text.
Well, you could post images and GIFs in off topic until you get enough posts, and then you'll get image perms.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
This is hilarious. And off topic, it's nothing but screenshots of what stuff you've said. It's like the cry about Jerry thread. Oh, I see what he did. He posted in the wrong channel. He was all worked up and off topic, and then went back to legitimate discussion and asked again, "Why you a flat earther?"
yeah.
Oh, here's a dude answered, "I'm British."
I think somehow the server is connected to the Flat Earth channel on Reddit.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, here's a nice opinion one. Here's nice. Okay, just one tiny problem with it. So he says, "I am the baseline for opinions. Any opinion I hold is objectively correct. As a result, any
Who
other
said that?
opinions." This globalist argue with Jerry. So nice opinion, but one problem with it. In inspecting your post, it looks like your opinion is different than mine. So let me tell you something. I am the baseline for opinions. Any opinion I hold is objectively correct. As a result, any opinion you hold is objectively wrong. So
Wow.
guess what? You happen to hold a wrong opinion. I
Who
hope you
said that?
know this dude called Claypot is trying to take the piss out of Jerry.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, he gets even more crazy. He talks about, "I've got contacts with the FBI, CIA, NSA, Navy SEALs."
Well,
Got the rest of that poll.
I guess I cannot say anything, right? Or nobody can say anything unless he approves.
Yeah, it looks like he's not on the server anymore. That was back in March. Okay, here's the rest of it. So yeah, I've got legal connections with the FBI, CIA, NSA, Navy SEALs, Secret Service, and your mom. You'll be sorry that you ever shared your opinions. By the time you're reading this, you're done for. Nature will punish you. Humanity will punish you. Supernatural beings will punish you. Space will punish you. We've decided just to make sure and nuke your house from orbit so there's no chance you can run away and tell anyone. And this is how you will die. It's a small price to pay to remove wrong opinions from this world. Oh, because they asked Jerry, why do you think the Earth is flat? Because it looks flat.
Doesn't indeed sound like an argument. About what, I'm not quite sure, but
Why would you need an argument for something that is so obvious?
good question.
This other guy wants to unleash the Kraken on flat earthers.
That's just weird.
Well, because they have they're using the Greek model for the globe.
Mhm.
Here, this guy says why he's a flat earther. My sneakers are flat on the bottom, not curved. Water does not roll off the edge. I can see Seattle from New York. Yeah, I can see how this is like a Reddit thing. It's kind of like the way they talk, like a lot of the users.
Yeah, I don't understand what the point of this server really is. Sometimes I feel like I'm being trolled because no one else on the server talks about flat Earth except trolls.
Yeah. Here's some guy who's like a robot from the future to tell the true progress of humanity. So the truth is the Earth is a monofaceted plane embedded in the firmament of unknown means, and the extent of the firmament is no more than 1,000 miles from the surface. It is effectively and infinitely thick, as there is nothing on the underside. not literally but figuratively. It is one-sided. Reality ceases to exist on the other side. End of
Yeah,
quote.
that's Gubbed again.
Yeah.
Now I think he really is flat earther
Oh, okay.
because he does go back and forth with people, but he doesn't really like argue. He just kind of says it's flat, and it that's just how it is, and if you don't like it, whatever.
Yeah, some of the words.
He's yeah.
Oh, and some of the words he uses, I have to like look up. There's like archonic agenda oriented towards controlling enslavement. I had to look it up. It's like a gnostic religion closely related to the physical universe. Like,
Yeah, a lot of what he talks about has to do with the. I don't know if you've heard of Gnosticism.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all about that.
So it's one of okay. So you think the globe is being used by a number of world governing superpowers or supernatural powers that have inserted themselves into the material world to subordinate deity called the demiurge or creator.
Right.
Oh yeah, here they ask him a question. I'm not here to answer questions.
Exactly. And then they just get pissed off. Well, then what are you here for? And it's
Yeah,
like, this is the official Flat Earth Discord. Yeah.
yeah, this is awesome because the guy kept asking him questions. He gets repeated over and over again. I am not here to answer your question. Ask them another question. I am not here to answer your questions. It'd be like a game. Like, how many times do you have to say that before they get it? It'd be like, today is the 14th. And they say, well, what day is today? The 14th. Okay, so what day is it today? The 14th. This one's outstanding. It's kind of 13 megabytes, but we'll do that in a second. This one's pretty interesting. The ultimate consciousness, capital letters, so a proname or a proper name, guides and creates reality. Cyclical wheels and circles. Within the wheels are circles that binding birth more wheels into more circles. Fractally recursive as with the plane of the earth. Reality unfolds within this hierarchy in accordance with its own design. And then the agenda of the Arcanon is to infiltrate this process and pervert it, as to not only control the flow of consciousness from eternal to its fleeting monodial pilgrimage within its experience, but in control of all paragrams in accordance with their warped vision to subvert the root mysterious base of all things.
Yeah, and he wrote all that stuff. It's not just some copy
Yeah, it's
paste.
like if you were to Google that, it's never been said before.
And it's similar to You Do You because he tries to get people to see the bigger picture. Like it's all nonsense. This whole debate is a bunch of bullshit.
Be still and you'll know. It's really good. I know, like I'm reading it, trying to follow along too, but
Right. That's
sometimes I
from
get
the
lost of it.
yeah. That's from the Bible. There. Be still and know.
Here's a guy like he came in here to talk about if the Earth is flat or round, and now he's no longer sure.
Oh, do you have a new convert? That sounds interesting.
Yeah. If someone is really interested, I'll give them a link to like this server or 24/7, and then they can get more info because I'm not going to give them every answer to everything.
This is kind of close to what I say too. He said, if you could understand, you'd already know. But since you lack understanding, you don't know. You can see like there's a bunch of space. Like it's just him talking, and there's like just one after another. But so someone was like posting crap, huh? So they deleted it and got rid of them. Did you see this video he posted? He's like what northern like Scottish or something.
Yeah, yeah. He puts on this voice, and
Here he answered a question: climb the mountain and see for yourself. Like, how far up would someone have to go to see the curve?
Matter. He was okay. Take it up with him.
Oh, here's a guy talking about pineapple on pizza. That's the next debate. That's the next big thing that's going to happen.
You should have seen the troll Bev got. There's no way you can tell these fucking trolls. I mean, I had a feeling that the guy was a troll because it sounded like he was putting on a voice and he was just being very vague and shit. But yeah, man, these trolls, dude, you don't know if they're a troll until they're a troll because the trolls are saying the same shit regular people are saying. Like, you can think someone's a troll in your head. I'm out on it too quick, though, because as soon as you start doing that, I think that's one of their tactics. They bombard you with trolls. Way, I think everyone's a fucking troll. Why there's not a lot of people in this arena right now. I'm guessing they did that to 24/7, like, just bombarded them with trolls so that they thought everyone was a fucking troll. Anyways, what's up, guys? All right. How we doing? Oh, I didn't even see people join. Hello, hello.
What, are you masturbating or something?
No, we were talking shit about you earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like, dude, he's got a fucking weird, huge dick, man. I mean, it's not that big. It was a lot bigger than
It's not.
mine. Dude,
You
fucking
can't get
fucked
dicks
up.
off your mind. I know, it's weird.
Anyways, doofus. Speaking of doofus, no, I'm not gonna speak about doofus. Anyway, yeah, I don't like to talk bad about people anymore. Jeremy, let me talk to you about two things, sir. One thing is a personal in regards to me, and one of them is not personal at all. But this personal
Okay, well,
thing,
let's
man.
get personal. Let's get personal. What's up?
No, it's just, dude. I had a talk with my girlfriend recently because I joke around with her too much, because we're close, so I joke around with her, and it's basically the same. I do it with the people who the people who I actually feel like I'm cool with, like you,
Yeah.
Geo, Bandsaw, basically anybody who I'm saying rude shit to. I'm basically this is people I'm the coolest with, and I realized that just because I understand that doesn't mean that everybody that I'm speaking to.
I accept your apology.
I'm
Apology
not fucking
accepted.
apologizing to you, dude. I'm just saying people are starting to point it out to me that oh fuck, it does have it might be confusing for some people, and like Scott Beach, for example. I mean, I feel like we used to be good friends. Now I don't even know where the guy is anymore. I don't know if it doesn't. He DM'd me. I haven't
Confusing
looked at it.
It's confusing for other people. Like when other people hear me and you talking like that, and then they try to talk to somebody else like that they're not cool with. It's not cool. That's not cool.
Yeah,
What's the point of all this though? What's your point? I mean, I accept your apology. It's fine.
I'm not fucking apologizing to you, bro. Now hold on. Hold on.
What's the point of all this?
There wasn't any point to that at all. But the thing I was gonna say does have a point. Okay. Sometimes,
Yeah.
dude, that's the problem. I got scatterbrain, so it's like I might start off saying something and then end up, urging to talk about something different. It's just the way my mind works, dude. You'd understand it if you had a bigger brain or
No, I can diagnose you right now. You got ADHD or something.
yeah, I do have ADHD, man. You know what? One of the main symptoms of ADHD is time blindness, and I have chronic time blindness. So absolutely, I'm late to everything, man. There was classes I've never been on time to ever. I've never been on time to them. I had to take anger management a few years ago, and my dude who was doing it, we were like kind of we would have intimate uh, uh, counseling sessions or whatever, and he said I was his favorite patient ever, smartest patient or something. But even still, I was never on time, and one time I even had to pay him double because I was late. Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense.
Well, no, I was just never on time. That's this thing, and he said, "Yeah, if you come late, one or 2 minutes late, I'm just gonna have to cancel the thing. You're gonna have to pay for it and pay for the next one." I was like, "I'll tell you what. For every minute I'm late, I'll give you $10." I had to give him a lot of money because I was late every single time. But the point is, I can't stop myself from time blindness, and that is a sign of ADHD. But
Bro, what is the point of all this? All this?
dude, shut the hell up.
Do you
Okay,
have a
we're gonna move
point?
on. We're gonna move on to the fucking main
Move
thing.
on from what? We didn't even do anything.
Yeah. That was all fucking the fucking filler. Okay, this is the real shit, dude. This is what I think of. I was meant to bring this up the other night, but
Okay, well, what's up?
have you heard of Xenobots?
Xenobots?
Yeah. Listen, dude. There's
What's
these
a
bots.
Xenobot?
Yeah, there's these living bots. Okay.
Okay.
Living robots, basically. And I know what you're thinking. What the hell are you talking about? What I'm talking about is, hold on. Here's one video. But what I'm talking about is basically they got these cells, frog stem cells, and they actually got tweezers and they cut up the stem cells and pieced them back together in this fucking this way the AI told them that would be, fucking.
Hey, where's your pants?
My pants?
Not you.
Dude, you need to get to the
Xenobots.
airport.
Living bots. Go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, dude, they're fucking
Love
cells.
robots.
Imagine sperm cells, stem cells that they constructed like Legos, right? They broke them apart and then constructed them back together in this way that the fucking thing, the AI told them to do. So now they have these fucking bots. It's just like this living cell that we kind of piece together. Doesn't do anything except for the fact that we piece it together in such a way that it automatically has the instinct to grow, to heal, to gather fucking shit, debris, like whatever is in there. And even this is the craziest part. It's even already had the ability to reproduce. So we now have living robots that can reproduce. It's the first
Are they
time.
any use? Are they of any use to us?
Yeah, they will be. Yeah.
What do you mean by the term living robot? That doesn't even make sense. They got AI?
Think about what you would imagine if someone told you there was nanobots. You would imagine nanobots, right?
Yeah,
Like
I wouldn't think living robots though.
Exactly, because that's not what it is. That's nanobots. This is actual cells that they basically broke the cells down to their component pieces. They're these stem cells from these frogs that they literally, some of them grow heart cells and some of them grow into skin cells. And so they attached them in such a way that they basically grew like a structure that would, basically because of the shape of its structure, would compel it to do certain things. So, for instance, they asked the AI, what's the best way for us to construct it to like gather, if there's like dust all in the petri dish, we want it to gather it into a pile. Just know how to gather it into a pile. And it decided that the smartest shape was like a Pac-Man shape. So they made these Pac-Man shaped cells that out of these little pieces of stem cells, and it did exactly that. It would just gather shit together. You know what I mean? They've used the construction of these cells to basically program them and get them to do different tasks.
So we can program living organisms?
Yes, we've created it from scratch, or from deconstructed frog cells, but basically from scratch. It's the first time it's ever been done. It's also the first that when they were reproducing itself, it's not doing it the way we do it. It reproduced itself because we put those same Pac-Man cells inside a petri dish with a bunch of the stem cell debris, and it just gathered.
You realize this is a real life doomsday scenario. What you're explaining here?
Yeah, possibly not. Because here, check this out.
It's called gray goo.
Yeah, but it's not like deconstructing other things. It's gathering debris.
Well,
it's
not yet.
Moving through paths. So one thing that they would use it to do is they would be able, because if they can make it out of your cells, and so they would construct it out of your cells so your body wouldn't reject it. But you can make it so it like can go in your body and like gather up some disease or something like that. It'll collect that together and fucking scoop it out of you. That's one of the hopes. And maybe it'll go and clean up the microplastics in the ocean or something. Shit like that. Because it's a biological life, it can stay in the ocean and it will, biodegrade it for a certain amount of time, right? It's not made, there's no machine parts in it. It's literally living cells.
This is a gray goo doomsday scenario.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why what the fear is, man. Because doesn't have an extra ability. Like there's no.
They're self-replicating, right?
Yeah, but not in the way we do. It's the way that it self-replicates. It was like the ones that gather shit together and into piles. They basically they wanted to see what it would do if they put those stem cell like shards in that petri dish, and then they did exactly that. They gathered them together like they do everything else, and because they gathered them together in such a way, the cells they formed together and became new life forms. So they basically reproduced by making, by using these spare parts, basically. Which is like it's we've never seen life reproduce that way before. Crazy shit, though.
What are they gonna do?
They're
Inject us with it, and then what? It's gonna clean all the cancer out of our bodies, or
yeah,
what's gonna
that's
happen?
one of the things that they're talking about. Yeah, it will
How
identify.
much is that treatment gonna cost? $1 zillion, or because Big Pharma is not gonna lose money.
Dude, I'll tell you what, dude. In this video I saw, 20-minute video, it's showing the scientist with tweezers breaking this cell apart. I'm thinking I can get some of this shit. I can start making
Oh
this
yeah,
shit
that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. I'll let you make one of those, and then you could try it on me.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, dude, listen, dude. The point is, these aren't some foreign object. It's not a machine. It's not something your body's going to reject. The only thing is, it's like cells. It's like your cells that you've basically you've taught it how to do a task, and the way that they learn how to do these tasks is by using AI. So they use this AI program that randomly puts different pieces together until it puts it together in a beneficial way for it to achieve a certain task. So it has to do like a million iterations, and it finally has like a structure that when they build it that way, it just has an innate, it's like an ingrained method. Basically, it's only got one strategy, and it just does that.
You don't see the dangers in this?
No. You know what they're talking about with the dangers? The part they're warning about, the only thing that this brings up is, are those life forms, and like, do they have rights? Like, do we have to consider, because we're creating them for specific tasks, and they're, putting them, in their feeling and thinking. Like, do we have to consider their feelings? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Did you know other than humans, there's only one other life form that takes slaves? Do you know which life form that is?
No, just tell me.
Ants.
I was gonna say ants, dude.
Well, you fucked up.
I was gonna say ants, but I was like, it doesn't count. I love ants, dude. I actually really do. I like when I first met Great Angelo, I was like, this guy's gonna be cool, dude. It's totally wrong, but because I've always wanted to have like ant
He's an
farm.
entomologist.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. But I always want to have ant farms. And I even was thinking about doing like a YouTube channel where like every week I would have these 2 ant farms and these 2 walls, like it's like glass walls where you can see the whole thing, and I have a bridge between them. I'd have a bridge in between that connects them, and it'd be locked, and the gates will be closed. And I'd put like a cupcake and maybe some Twinkies. No, a cupcake and maybe some cookies or something in the middle, and maybe some sugar, just pour sugar around it. And then I would open the gates, and then fucking just see what happens.
And then they fight to the death?
Yeah, they would just fight. There would be a big battle. Like, you'd have like up close shots and commentary.
Dude, that would be fucking dope, bro.
Yeah. It'd be cool just to commentate. Just to people
idea.
like,
I'm literally stealing that idea right now. I'm ordering ant farms off Amazon.
Yeah, well, you're gonna do it fucked up, dude. So just don't do it in a fucked up way. I was gonna do it in a cool way. I had like the wall, because ants are pretty cool, dude. I know you don't believe in evolution, dude, but we're primates, but we're more closely evolving like a colony type of creature, like ants and bees.
Well, have you ever seen the mouse utopia experiments they did?
I've heard you talk about them.
Yeah, we are heading towards the mice. We're not heading towards the colony or nothing. We're heading towards what those mice were. All out societal collapse.
We're not. You know what mice don't have? They don't have governments, do they? They don't have government structures with executive orders and this type of thing. You know what ants and bees have? They do have executives. They do have governments and executives and this type of thing. And that's what I'm saying. Like we're becoming these giant mega colonies where we have very few executive leaders. We have less than 200, right? For everyone, all of humanity. So that's yeah. I know that I'd say that we're more closely evolving in that way. And then eventually we're going to join with AI and machines, and we're going to start fucking, we're going to be half robotic a little bit. So we'll definitely be colony-like.
Jimmy!
What's up, Moyak? You ever heard of xenobots?
Xenobots. No.
Yeah, it's these nanobots you can buy from Pfizer, and you stick them on your dick, and they go in your dick hole, and they make your penis grow.
Don't need that.
I do. No, that's not what they are, though. Xenobots are these. It's like the first robot. The video's in the chat. It's the first robotic living cells. It's crazy shit.
Robotic living cells.
Yeah, they can already reproduce. So there's no machines in them. They basically got these frog stem cells, smashed them in pieces. Okay, took the parts and used an AI to configure what's the best shape to make it so it does certain things, and then literally with tweezers or whatever the doctors call those tiny little tweezers they have, literally piece them together piece by piece so that they would form in the way the AI told it to make it, and then when they're done, they have these fucking cells that do these tasks that that the AI predicted, like follow these paths or collect items together, and then it would do even emergent behaviors, like stuff they didn't predict. So crazy stuff.
Cool.
Reproduce.
Will they make my penis smaller?
Say what?
Can I get one that makes my penis smaller?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, but me and Jeremy were talking about fucking. Cause I was watching the video. I bet you we can fucking do this ourselves. It's pretty easy. Looks like.
I think the tool the doctors use is called foreskins or forceps or something.
Yeah, forceps. That's what they said.
You need forceps for your foreskin.
Yeah, I know.
That was me foreshadowing.
That's right, dude.
Yeah, I don't have one of those. My mom had it cut off.
I got a giant one that I wear. My penis wears like a cape. It's like a giant cape.
It's Super Coach.
Yeah.
Look at me, pull it over my head like a.
I'm going to say this before. I'm only going to say this one time, and I'm not going to elaborate. But I got my Johnson, my foreskin cut off when I was 12.
Oh my god! I didn't know anybody did it. I remember when I was in the Navy, they had these little things sitting on the counter. They're like little bells. And I asked the doctor, "What's that?" And he's like, "That's for removing your foreskin." I'm like, "People actually choose to do that in the Navy? Yeah, let's go and have that hacked off."
Yeah, dude. What's your problem, bro? I didn't even get put under. My buddy Dante just got some scissors and didn't do such a bad job. He actually got a cigar cutter.
He was a Moyle impersonator?
I don't want to talk about that anymore. There's too much.
Picture like a little tiny guillotine.
Oh my God.
Like a low one.
More like a cigarette cutter.
I said a cigar cutter.
But like in guillotine form though.
Right,
you hit the lever, the thing drop.
Like a cigar cutter, only for cigarettes.
For Virginia Slims.
The cigar cutter you got to press together with two fingers. This one's like a real guillotine where you chop your head off and just like pull the lever and the blade drops.
Did you see Jackass? Did you see Jackass Forever, the new one?
Yes.
Where did what's his name? Steve-O, he made like a guillotine. He put a skateboard So he put a skateboard, the guillotine, put his head under it and shit. No, he put his shins under it. That's right. I was like, dude, he doesn't put his head down there. They did fucked up shit in that movie. I had to stop watching it. It's too much.
There was too much dick.
Oh my god, I don't even want to think about it. But oh my god, I had to cut it off.
Not enough for Kosho Moyak.
No, dude, they were fucking this guy's nuts. They got like the strongest puncher in the world, punch him in the nuts. Fastest ball, the pitcher ball in his nuts. And then I don't even want to describe what the fucking last thing was, dude. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, they fucked with him on everything. I mean, his nuts got beat up in that movie like 50
They got popped. It broke, dude. They got the last one was a pogo stick. They had a guy jump on them with a pogo stick.
That can't be healthy.
It popped it, dude. It busted. It was disgusting. I have this weird empathy, dude. I can't even think about it, to be honest.
I think the one I thought was kind of like the most clever or most interesting was the two Sawzalls with the shirts on and the little boxing gloves on.
That sounds awesome.
They
what?
They punch a speed bag with it, but it's like it was such a clever device.
Wait, what are you talking about?
When the guy was they made him into the boxing gym. And they made him into the speed bag.
Oh,
that device I thought was like when I was watching it, I was like, that's kind of cool.
But what they turn into it?
They took two Sawzalls, tied them, attached them side by side, and then put sleeves on them and boxing gloves. So it looked like two fists going back punching.
What's a Sawzall? What is that?
Sawzall?
Oh God, you are such a manly man, Coach.
I can't hear what you guys are fucking saying because Mike's got this dumb voice and you're dumb too. What's a Sawzall, man?
Seriously, don't even tell him. Don't tell him. This is a man. What is wrong with you?
It saws all.
Reciprocating saw. It moves back and forth rapidly, so you don't have. Hey, where? Oh, there you go. So you don't have to actually move your arm back and forth. It just does it for you when you hit the trigger. Oh my God!
Like a jigsaw, kind of.
We had to explain that to you is ridiculous,
dude. I probably have more saws than you do, asshole.
You don't have a Sawzall, clearly, and I have one of them. So.
I probably do, bro. I don't know what the names of my saws are.
All right, there's a picture in chat.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, dude.
Kosho's got one. Instead of a saw, though, there's a dildo on the end of it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's right, dude. Got it for your fucking wife for Mother's Day last year. Anyways, dude. Isn't that a jigsaw?
I know the brand name Sawzall.
They're reciprocating.
It's a reciprocating.
Jesus.
Demolition saw.
Everyone knows what you're talking about when you say Sawzall. This is Kosho's fault.
You guys are dumb, dude.
Why? We both knew what a Sawzall was.
I bet you next week you guys are going to fucking switch places and you're going to be a flat earther, Moyak, and you're going to be a fucking concave earther, Jeremy.
Probably not going to happen. And who the fuck is a concave earther?
I don't think anybody is, to be honest with you. Oh, a jigsaw is the same thing, but turned to where it's okay. That makes sense. So jigsaw is like the same thing, but it's angled downward.
Oh, it's not the same thing. I cut
idiot.
I cut a tree stump out with a Sawzall before. I'd love to see you do that with a jigsaw.
Yeah, I did it with a fucking box cutter, dude. Plus, I care. I'm. You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to design a. I love walking sticks. I love bow staffs, right? I love bow staffs, and I've always wanted like a full size wooden bow staff, right?
You know, you love the hardwood, Kosho.
Listen to me, Jack.
Hardwood.
No, I wanted a bow staff that it has like, but it's like one of those pocket knives that you can like, you could twist it in half. It's got like a blade, a sword, and then you can also twist off the top. It's got like a knife or something, a fucking can opener or something, bar opener. Anyways, I just don't know what blade to put inside of it.
You get Chinese food a lot just so you could eat with the chopsticks and put the wood in your mouth.
Yeah, dude, I use fucking ceramic chopsticks, asshole. Try again. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ, dude. By the way, your parents called me the other day, dude, and said you weren't even born in New York. You were born in Canada. Yeah.
Yo, Canada's dope, bro. We used to go to Montreal all the time when we were kids because the drinking age would be 21 in New York, but it was 18 in Canada.
Yeah.
But we were 16, but they look at a New York. You just get into all the bars. We very rarely get turned away.
Wow, dude. I bet maybe you kissed a girl one time, but it turned out to be just a Canadian dude. So fascinating, bro. Hey, Canada's not cool, dude. I don't know if you ever met a Canadian person, but when you start talking to them, you realize that no, they're not cool at all. Some of them are kind of funny, but you know, it's kind of like Australians. Australians are very, very.
You gotta go poopy on the potty? Come on. Come on.
Dude, you got a hot mic, Jeremy. Just fucking go.
All right.
Come back.
You maniac.
Yeah, but Canadians and Australians are almost like lesser people, especially than us Americans. Americans are like the final form.
Poopy on the potty. Poopy, yeah. Poopy.
If you had to pick one country, like America is obviously America, but like, you know, you think of Canada and you're like, Canada, they have a huge French influence. They're huge French, you know, a lot of French people went there. If you had to think of only one country that that kind of, you know, you could kind of say influenced the, you know, the people who are American now, like who would you say that was? Probably British, English, German, Irish. Anyways, you'd all be wrong. It's the Indians. Yeah, I predict that this time, so was it 2022? By 2072, if you're not an Indian in America, you're going to be a minority.
What year?
What'd you say to me?
What year?
2072.
Oh,
you would have had a hard on this morning, dude.
why? I did.
Eggshells was orgasming on mic. No, but after that, what happened? Oh, we were talking about your fucking number, dude. 273. It came up at a bunch of places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the best number ever, bro.
You know, I realized
all these people talking about numerology and numbers and all that shit. I never hear them talking about 273.
What's the highest number you've ever counted to? Have you ever counted that high before? Do you think you could?
I don't know. 273, yeah.
I wasn't sure. Well, you know what I realized earlier? The first day of the fiscal year on a leap year is the 273rd day in a Julian calendar.
There's 273 days between an equinox and a solstice, or both the solstices, or something weird like that. There's a whole bunch of 273s. That's the absolute zero. To freeze it, the absolute zero is 273, minus 273 Celsius. 2.73. 2.73 is the supposed temperature of intergalactic space. The moon's 27.3% the size of Earth. It takes 27.3 days for a sidereal lunar orbit or something. Tons of 273s. Gas is compressed at 1/273rd.
Hey, jackass.
Something. What's up?
The fucking intergalactic space is negative 272. You fucking liar.
You sure?
No, but that's what this thing says. me see. Hold on.
Sun's circumference is 273 million miles or something.
What is?
The sun moves. The sun rotates at 2.73 centimeters a second. The moon moves at 2.73 millimeters a second.
2.73 centimeters a second?
Yeah.
Listen to me, bro. This is why Chronic was making. This is why we were talking about it, because Chronic was making fun of you, because he was not directly, but he was saying he just kept making up different. He's like, okay, how much does a male giraffe or male zebra weigh? Okay, and how many sperm are in I don't know, ball sack or something? And he's like multiplying it by this, and we look at it, and there's like the 273s in the number. We're just calculating random numbers using random units. You understand though that
Yeah, but this shit ain't no random. This shit isn't no random math or nothing. Where you divide by 2 to multiply by 6. These are just straight up the numbers.
Dude, you literally just said the rotation of the sun, the speed of the rotation of the sun in the units of centimeters per second.
Yeah, but I didn't have to do any math to get to that number though. I didn't have to divide it by 2, then multiply it times your birthday or something weird. Like, it's just there.
Hold up, bro. Let me figure this out real quick. Hold on.
I don't know if it's the speed of its rotation or its tangent. I don't know. I forget what it is, but it's something 2.7 for the sun and the moon, except the sun's in centimeters.
Essentially, what the problem is that what somebody did is they went through all the different units that we've chosen, said, okay, let's try meters. Oh, that didn't come up with something cool. Let's try millimeters. Oh, that didn't come up with something cool. Let's keep on going. We'll keep on trying every unit. Feet, inches, thousandths of an inch, and now all of a sudden we get a number that's cool. Oh, micrometers. It's got 273 micrometers. Ooh.
I mean, you could claim, hey, what's up, Noah?
Add your name up and then apply all units of measurement until you find a.
Jeremy's pretending like he knows somebody named Noah. All right, check this out, bro.
Bro.
Listen, bro. Cool story, bro. Let me show you something. So I got the number of centimeters of the circumference of the sun. Now I need to figure out how fast is it spinning. Okay, hold on.
It's a bit low more than 273.
No, dude. It's going 1.241 miles a second. What the fuck's that noise, dude? I just soundproofed my room. Now it sounds like there's a bug in here somewhere.
I thought the sun rotated way faster.
Yeah, you thought it rotated way faster than 1.241 miles a second? You crazy bastard.
Yeah, maybe.
Right, hold on, let me see something. Let me do some calculations, Moyak.
No, I was wrong. Clearly it's 1.241.
That's pretty fast, Mr. Moyak. Think about the Earth. How fast is the Earth? The Earth is rotating at 1 degree every 4 minutes. So that's a quarter of a degree every minute. Quarter of a degree is what is that, 39? What is that? 39 is 34, 35, 37, 39, 38, 38, 39. So that's about
3,000 miles per hour.
17, 19, 18.5. 18.5 miles a minute. So we're going at about what is that, 18 times, how many times did I go out? 6, 3. Fuck, hold up, I just messed up. Anyways, we're going 18 miles a minute, okay? Oh, 18 divided by 6, that's easy. That's 3.3. So 0.3 miles a second. Okay, dude. The sun's going much. Actually, the sun's not going that much faster than we are.
It's only 2,900 miles an hour. But I thought the spots, the sun being 800,000 miles across or whatever, I would have thought that it would take a shitload longer for the spots to go around. But I thought they went around every couple of days.
Here, I'm posting part of the list. This is just a quick one off a quick Google search that I found. I'll post it in the live stream text. I'm posting in the live stream text. That's a short list.
What's a mile divided? Wait, that's not what I'm supposed to do.
273 meters per second squared is the acceleration of the sun. My bad, I got it wrong.
Acceleration of the sun?
Yeah, and 0.273 centimeters squared is the acceleration of the moon along its path around the Earth.
That doesn't make any sense, bro.
Is the sun not accelerating?
That's not how you wouldn't describe it accelerating like that. What are you talking about, dude?
The sun doesn't have a tangential velocity?
And what is the Atlas effect on the sun?
Dude, the acceleration of the sun would be if you're describing a linear acceleration of the sun, that would probably be in the form of the speed change as it's orbiting the galaxy. What is that?
He's talking about the rotation. If you take the rotational speed,
he said acceleration.
Yes, when you rotate, you accelerate around the equator of the sun.
Yeah, but that's not describing acceleration though. If a tangential speed, what?
I think that describes an acceleration, doesn't it?
I don't think so. Because tangential velocity can only be described instantaneously. Like you're not gonna have the same tangential velocity any 2 seconds, because at 1 second it's pointing one vector.
Did you read the list, bro?
I'm doing some math real quick, bro.
Water changes phase at 273 degrees Kelvin. There's 273 days from the summer solstice to the vernal equinox. 2,730,000 is the circumference of the sun in miles. The triple point of water is defined to take place at 273.16 Kelvin.
Wait a minute, dude.
The cosmic background radiation is 2.73 Kelvin.
Hold on a second, sir. What number did you get for the rotation of the velocity of the sun? Whatever you said.
273 meters per second squared.
73 meters, you asshole. I just figured out that centimeters. I'm doing fucking hell, dude.
I told you I said it wrong and it was meters. The moon is in centimeters. The moon is 0.273 centimeters squared.
I'm literally done, dude. I spent a lot of time doing this dumb calculation I should have done. I just got hired by my girlfriend, by the way, as a project manager and production manager and operation manager.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm going to be making, at that job alone, a lot of money. This is not a passive income. It will be for her. It won't be for me. Because I have to be the manager, so. But anyway, that's not important. Anyway, if you guys want a job, we're hiring somebody. I got to scout a guy to work for me. Okay, I'm looking at your list, dude.
I need $100 a day. Can you do that?
Yeah, dude. The other day I told Grim not to post medical stuff. Or I told him I had to delete it 30 minutes after he posted it. He told me to go suck a dick, and I was thinking, I mean, if you get good enough at that, you can probably make some money doing that.
No, we're not doing that.
No, something to think about.
I thought you said you were hiring. How much is it to pay?
$60,000, dude. It's $5,000 a month.
I bet. Sign me up. What do I gotta do?
Yard work. Speak Spanish. You don't have to speak Spanish, but you got to do yard work, dude. She's starting a franchise called Ground Guys. It's a Ground Guys franchise from Neighborly. They
A
set
lot
you
of
up
money
there.
in yard work, bro. We spend $28 billion a year in America on lawn care.
Yeah, but this shit's foolproof, dude, because they basically, it's like a monopoly, dude. They give you these franchises of these big, like this very name brand company, but they give you a full, like you get a whole region. So like we get two whole suburbs of Austin, basically, like the basically two towns. We have the entire jurisdiction of them. Maybe you should look into Neighborly franchise bullshit. It's Also, me and my brother changed the name of our company. I think I hired. Didn't I hire you for that? I think I did hire you for that. Either way, the one we have an LLC for, it's called Node Coach. Node.coach is the website. We do SE work there. I also do private investigation. We make games and apps and websites and shit. And then last but not least, she already has an LLC for real estate, and I'm working for the department in her company where I people whose houses get foreclosed on, I gotta find them and tell them that they're owed money, and tell them that if I get it for them, they have to give me some of it, and they will. So it's all good stuff, man. You know, it's crazy too. The market here, real estate market, is booming, and she also goes like to foreclosures and bids on them and stuff. And so I was thinking like I could just basically just monitor those foreclosure auctions, see, because they're all going to be over bought at overprice. I can even mark up the price. I can just fucking bid, get into the bids and fucking influence the fucking price going up. Anyways, all the money that's paid over the price that they owed, the money that they owed on it, is all it all belongs. They can be claimed by that person that it got foreclosed on. And so I just got to seek that. Now I know exactly who to go after. I seek after that dude. Fucking tell him this thing. I'm writing the script right now, actually, because I have to basically say it in such a way that, and he understands he doesn't have to give me anything up front. He understands that I am his key to getting it back for him. I don't want him to think he can do it himself. And all he has to do is sign a contract. And in that contract, it's going to guarantee the amount of the money that he gets back that belongs to me. It's all lucrative, man. Meanwhile, I got this friend who I lent $400 to the other day. Now he's not answering. He's not answering his phone. He's not calling me back. And then what the crazy thing is, he's a scammer. Like, he's a huge scammer. We're just friends, so we confide in each other. He tells me all his scams. He's doing counterfeit money. He's doing lots of scams. And yeah, I've loaned him money before. He's giving it back right away, but he just didn't this time. True measure of a man. In other news, counterfeiting money is actually not that difficult. It's actually fairly. There's all depends on how you what strategy you have. But yeah, it's you can easily get away with it. You think, oh, you can't do that in 21st century. Actually, there's some pretty crafty ways to do it. But anyways, he's fucked up. He does it in a fucked up way. What he does is he buys things on Craigslist or something like that. Like he'll look for somebody to be selling a phone or something, and some expensive electronic, and buy it from somebody. Like a stranger in the night. You know what I mean? Someone who's not going to be able to see the bills up close or look at them closely or anything. Oh boy, no. I would never do that. The last time I hung out with this dude, me and him went to Walmart. Okay, we separated. I knew I had to get one thing. He had to get one thing. I said, meet me at pharmacy, 5 minutes. Okay. I swear to God, I was done in 5 minutes. I searched the whole store. I called him on the fucking intercom 5 times. I couldn't. I stood outside. I went around the whole. I drank a bottle of wine. And I didn't meet back up with him for 2 hours. And my phone was locked in his car. My God, this guy. Hey, you guys know if anybody who's selling a car for like $2,000?
What is it you with you and cars, man?
Was it with me and cars? Oh, you know
Isn't this
me,
the
man.
third car you've asked about in the past year?
I'm one of the weird dudes who likes to drive a car. Wow, dude.
Yeah, but it's the third one you're going through in a year, isn't it?
More than that, man. I bought one. I rented 3 others. So what?
So what? I'm mad at you.
Yeah. So what, bro?
I'm mad at you, bitch.
You know what Rizla did when I first got my first one from Lyft? I rented it. I posted a picture when I got it. And I guess wasn't being careful, and I had the license plate on it. And I deleted it, but he had it for a long time. He was like, he said he was gonna, because I'd always talk about the chicks I was picking up and stuff and the weird shit that was happening. He was like threatening that he was gonna go to them and basically like rat me out or something like that. In a weird way, I kind of miss him though. He's a lot of characters at Gems. Some of them are nasty, like you, Moy, like nasty people, like disgusting people with sick motivations, right? But
Yeah,
I like,
I am being paid by the. I am being paid by the government to be nasty.
But you're a weird kind of nasty, like a sexual nasty. I'm talking about people who have dirty souls. Who, but anyways, it doesn't matter because you guys are all my buddies over there. It's like a dysfunctional family of pirates or something. That's a good way of saying it. Jeremy used to be part of our family over there. Even God's Scalpel was part of our family.
Gems?
Yeah.
All right, I'm
Leave me out of your
centrifugal.
family.
You got
You're a
centrifugal.
dysfunctional family of
I forgot you're
pirates.
Canadian. You're right.
Leave me out of your dysfunctional family of pirates.
Hey, Jeremy, did you actually run the numbers on that? I mean, I'm looking at the centrifugal acceleration on the sun, and meters per second. That's 0.00505.162 meters per second squared.
Yeah, he's
That's not
basically
273.
doesn't know anything, man.
I don't know. I'm just going
You
off
just
what
think,
the list said.
oh, okay.
I don't know how they came up with that number or what.
I'll make a list of all the places I slept with your wife. In your car.
Well, with your sources, I would think that you should actually spend a little bit more time trying to figure out whether what they're saying is even true to what they claim.
Yo, Jeremy, you know that show I'm doing the 2v2 thing? We can talk about topics like this one, dude. I think Gio might want to. I don't know if Gio said he didn't want to do my show because he has this show. So, but and more like you're welcome to join that show on the Glober side or whatever. I mean, any of you guys are, to be honest. But yeah, I like the idea of having a topic like this, having two, just excluding it to just two groups of two people, and then actually discussing it, not in a debate format, but in a natural, however it goes format. You know, if it is a debate, if it is a conversation, or if it is discussion, an argument, whatever.
Is the moon one not right at 2.73 centimeters a second squared or whatever that says?
Why does it say? Why does it even say that?
I don't know. Is that how fast does the moon move? Is that none of the moon's movements match 2.73, whatever it says?
I don't know.
No. It's the 27.3% the size of the Earth, and it says the ratio of the Earth to moon's diameter is 2.73. Those all sound close. I gotta look it up. Comparing a square's perimeter to the circle having equal. Okay, now where's the moon one?
I don't know. I posted there's 2 pages. That's just a short list too. There's a way longer list than that.
Listen, dude, I'm a huge math guy. Okay, I love math way too much.
No, you're not.
Actually, I am.
Why are you so bad at it then?
I'm actually not, dude. Give me a math question right now.
Right now?
Yes, right this second, yeah.
Is the circumference of the ratio of a circle's diameter to its circumference always the same number?
You're talking about, and yeah, it's defined that way, absolutely.
So you're saying pi never changes; it's always
no. You didn't ask that a second ago, asshole. First of all, pi is a constant; it doesn't change. That's true. Second of all, you talked about two-dimensional objects being a circle and a line. Okay, these are two-dimensional objects. This not to be confused with what you. I know, dude. I know you, dude. You're a sneaky rat, and you're fucking thinking of like, oh, I'm gonna fucking bring it to other dimensions.
Wait a second. Is there such thing as a three-dimensional circle?
No.
Okay, well, what's the problem?
That's what I'm saying. He was about to take it there.
He can't bring it to a three-dimensional circle.
I know that.
There's no such thing.
That's what I'm making sure he knows.
So why are you scared? Yeah, you shouldn't be scared to answer the question, Kosha.
I answered it. Absolutely. A square and a circle always have the same relationship every time. It's a constant value. Absolutely.
But I mean, you guys picked that list apart in Gems before with the 273s. You say, oh, that's actually 272.9. Like, I don't know.
The truth is, dude, whatever. I see it, man. And there's things like 666, which actually have an explanation. Sometimes it's cool to find these explanations, like why this would be common. But the 666 thing has an obvious explanation. Whereas the 273, I have to look into it more, really see why it does, why it would be why it would be common, you know, why common occurrence, why it would come up a lot. It is kind of bizarre.
Well, first off, 273, this is decimal 272, 0.272, so it's not 273. It's 272.6, so we could round it up to 273. So what we have is
What's 272.6?
the Earth's diameter to the moon. Ratio of the Earth's diameter to the moon.
Oh, yeah, so it's pretty close.
Fuck, dude.
Pretty close.
My auto hotkeys wasn't turned off. I made these badass. By the way, you guys are welcome to use them. You, Geo, and some of the other pathetic mods in here. I'm just kidding. But but really, in gems, it's definitely necessary. But I made this auto hotkeys. You're never on your computer, anyways, though, Jeremy. You don't. Do you even have a computer? You're never on Discord on your computer. So it doesn't apply to you. Doesn't apply to you, sir. But yeah, I made this auto hotkey like last week for Jin, but it only worked for Jin, and it did way too many steps, so it kind of took a half a second. Whereas I made one today where it's universal. I can use it on anybody. And it does it instantly. It's very useful because I hate having to go click on people, and people are in the fucking chat over there, like telling me, it's like, dude, it's fucking easy. Like sending me screenshots of where it is, and like you can easily be doing something. Like, dude, it's not my fucking job to sit and watch Brian Mabbott and Jin and unmute and mute them every time they fucking say something. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's not.
Where was this in gems?
Yeah. Like they act like that's a fucking reasonable, like that's an easy thing to accomplish. And it's not, dude. It's a full-time fucking job. I'm gonna sit there.
Yeah, I don't have time. I don't have time to micromanage people's conversations. I mean, I used to do that on Brandon's a little bit, and I do that here sometimes if I got time. But like, I really don't have time for that.
That's your job.
It's like a full-time job.
You take the responsibility of mod over at Gems. That's your fucking job. Get used to it and do it. Do it good.
Listen, dude, I was fucking tasked with that, dude.
Yeah, do your job.
It's not a luxury, dude. It's a fucking
burden. That's your job.
Duty.
Do your job. Be a good little Gem Panda mod and do it.
So now the bizarre nature of this next one in your list, Jeremy, comparing the a square's perimeter to the circle having an equal circumference. The circle's diameter is 27% longer than the edge of the square. What the fuck?
Sounded pretty simple.
I'll do it, man. Here, I'll give you. It's the square's perimeter is 8 inches.
Dude, I don't know. You're the math. Kosho's the math guy. Let him figure it out.
I want to know what the hell it even means. It's like, okay, so I've taken this weird one-off geometric scenario out of all possible geometric scenarios, and I picked this one to say this is significant.
Not that it's significant. They're just showing you it ends up being 273.
Don't you find it strange that a Honda Accord's tire, after 3,000 miles of wear, has 273 micrometers of rubber missing if driven on a road in the Sahara Desert at 150-degree tarmac temperatures? Whoa, 273, man.
Well, I mean, it's all a big coincidence for you. I get it. Which ones don't you have a problem?
It's
question?
Taking random things.
What's the question?
Which ones on the list don't you have a problem with?
273.2 degrees Celsius to a freezing point of water in Kelvin scale.
Is he trying to say 273 is a special number? Is that what's happening here?
No, this is Jeremy's trying to say it's a special number by this list that shows coincidentally many random things got 273s in them.
Was that an actual example about the car tire? Is that a true example?
No.
Oh
no, I put that one up there as a ridiculous nature of some of these.
Because I was going to say, like, there'd be lots of questions to ask about that example. Why would they care about all those things you put into it. I'd be like, yeah, they just want to get to 273 for sure at that example.
Well, that's what it looks like with this list. It's like, again,
Which ones
very
on the list
scarce.
don't you have a problem with? Which ones on the list don't you have a problem with?
Your whole fucking list is a problem, Jeremy. Come on, man.
That's the problem.
See?
273 is average length of pregnancy. 10 sidereal months. Well, first off, let's go find out what the average length of a pregnancy is, because these people seem to be a little loose with their numbers.
What the fuck did you just say, dude? That's what I thought, man. Yo, Jeremy, I'm looking at this 273.
Okay.
What'd you say, dude?
I just was going to say the average length of a pregnancy is 280. These people are just like full of shit.
Listen, man, Moyak, you want it to be full of shit. So you're looking at it in that way, right? These people are looking at it like it's not full of shit, and they're looking at the numbers. It's called cherry picking. It's an honest way of coming to some
Finding
kind of
truth. Finding truth by picking whatever you want to make your point. I can't find any places that say 273 on pregnancy. There's some variation from 266 to 270.
Hey, Moyak, you want to hear something funny?
385.
Well, 266 is 66, which is almost 666. So.
Yeah, but 666 has a very explainable thing. But Moyak, check this out, bro. If I were to ask you, Moyak, if I was going to ask you as an American, how long is a baby in a mother's belly in gestation? Colloquially, what would you say? You wouldn't say
9
anything.
months.
9 months. There you go. And on a leap year, Julian calendar. You know about the Julian calendar. After 9 months has elapsed on a leap year, do you know what Julian day it is? That's right, 273.
Oh my fucking god, Kosho. What's the 666 one? I gotta hear this.
No, but there's a simple explanation for that. It's okay. What are the most common numbers? The most common number is going to be the number 1, of course. After that is 2 and 3. We add them together. That's
what
6.
makes them most common?
Well, it's just it's a proven fact. Plus, they're the first numbers. But
it's a proven fact with what?
Benford's law, bro.
Whose law?
Benford.
Okay, go on.
Check it out, dude.
Like
Anyways,
I said, I gotta
adding those numbers together, though, even though they equal 6, that's not part of the explanation. Part of the explanation is when you're doing these sorts of things. Let's talk about what is it? 8 inches per mile squared and 10 miles. It's about 66 feet of curvature, 66.6. And that seems odd, but it isn't, because 8 inches per mile squared, 8 inches is how much of a foot? It's 0.666 feet. Okay, that's not that weird. And how much is miles did we say? We said 10 miles. Okay, so we're multiplying something that is already 0.666 by 10 tens, adding zeros to it. So anyways, there's that. Then if you divide 2 by 3, what do you get? What's 2 divided by 3? Again, 0.666. So it's a very common result when you are comparing these numbers. You multiply them together, you get 6. So it's a very common result.
Okay.
Anytime you're dividing 2 by 3, you're always going to get to that number.
You sound like that movie.
The 23?
No, the friggin' the one with Tom Cruise where his brother was handicapped. I can't think of the name of the movie.
Fucking Rain Man?
Yeah, Rain Man. That's what you sound like. Sound like Rain Man at this point.
Definitely Rain Man. Definitely Dustin Hoffman.
Anyhow, you guys come up with some weird shit around here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know, dude. There was a dude earlier fucking telling us that like the Earth was stationary and flat.
Crazy. Who was that?
I don't know. He think he left, but I did not know what to say. I was like, what the hell? Stationary and flat? What the hell?
Zanuck thinks it's stationary and flat.
He does?
Yeah.
God damn it, Zanuck. God damn it. I believe him, man.
Rumpus thinks it's flat too.
Yeah, true story.
Why do you think Rumpus is in this community?
The Rumpus?
Yes, he knows it's flat, man.
Why is Moya posting pictures of her ripsaw?
That's not a ripsaw.
I didn't know what it was.
No, yes, I did, dude. You're an idiot, dude.
You did not.
We asked. Kosho asked what a sawzall was.
Oh yeah, well, hold on. What did Godscalpel just call it, dude?
A ripsaw.
Yeah, exactly.
What if I told you a sawzall? Would you know what that is?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course I would. Tool,
Yeah.
I know. There's not many tools I don't know what they are.
It's the same thing as a
Godscalpel's a
ripsaw.
man. That's why he would know what it is. Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing as a ripsaw. This is like
Do you know what an oscillating saw is, Kosho?
Yeah, of course.
What is it?
Well, it's the same kind of thing.
No, it's not.
It's a saw for ocelots.
No, dude, it's the same kind of thing, but tilted. It's like a
No, it's not the same.
Like
all it does is vibrate. It does more detailed work.
Yeah, right. It's like the same thing, but less powerful, basically. So it's
right, yeah,
like
sure.
it's
Right.
like
Now that I've told you what it is, what's it look like then?
Like a sort of like one of those dildos that mom used to have
that
her
you
drawer.
shove up your ass because you don't know. Yeah.
Every time you went to your mom's drawer to steal money, and there was that dildo with the hairs all over. You're like, what the?
What about a track saw? You know what a track saw is? Ooh, that's getting pretty detailed.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Jeremy, dude. I probably have more saws than you.
I highly doubt it.
Okay? I don't know what they're called.
Highly doubt that. I highly doubt that you own a track saw. I'd almost bet my life on it. And B, I would be very surprised if we went tool for tool that you would even have a quarter of the tools that I have.
Well, you definitely would win the tool contest against me. That's for sure. But you're gonna bet your life, dude? Because I'll take that bet. Only if I'm not gonna kill you, but if I could use you for servitude.
For what? The ripsaw one? Show me a picture.
No, the one you just
track
said.
saw. The track saw. Yeah, show me a picture of your track saw then. Go ahead. Take a picture.
I gotta see what it is first. Hold on.
You gotta see what it is first.
I told you I don't know what the name of any. I don't know what the names of my saws are.
Well, if you're gonna show me a picture, you have to show me a picture with a piece of paper laying on your track saw that says "God Scalpel owes me," and then I'll owe you. The suspense is killing me. And this picture has to be done in the next 3 to 4 minutes too. So it's not photoshopped. And I may ask for a retake with a number on the picture. Just to be sure. You got it? You got one of those, Kosho? Did you look?
He's deaf and he needs to really concentrate.
He won't have a track saw. It's a very most people don't have a track saw. Even if they have lots of tools, most people don't have a track saw. They're expensive too, and they're pretty specialized, so if you don't need one, you wouldn't just go buy one.
Yeah, I got one of these.
Okay, let's see it. Quick, go get a picture of it with God Scalpel owes me.
Do you have
go ahead. We don't need to talk about it. Just go.
We don't have to talk about it, dude. I just need to know if you have a passport. I have to get you one.
Yeah, I'm not coming to the States, dude.
No, dude, no, that's not it's not part of the fucking deal, dude. You bet your life.
No, it'll just be over Discord. That's it. I'm not coming to the States.
Okay,
I'm definitely not.
pictures.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you would think you would send the picture just to be able to gloat.
No, I'll send a picture to my lawyer and
To my lawyer. Yeah.
we'll fucking
Oh
go
my
from there.
god. Okay, all right then, Kosho. If you own a track saw, what would you use it for? What do you use it for? What have you used it for? Give me one example. Quick. Hurry.
To win the bet for someone's life.
Yeah, you don't own a track saw, dude.
It was one of the best uses of a saw anyone's ever done, dude. They actually won a human body.
Yeah, you don't own a fucking track saw. If you owned a track saw, you wouldn't have to go Google what is a track saw to know you owned one. It's a fucking $1,000 piece of equipment, all said and done. Pretty sure you would know you bought it. You didn't go to fucking Home Depot and buy it by mistake, that's for sure. How about a plunge saw? You know what a plunge saw is, Kosho? Kosho? Is he deafened again? Fucking posers on here. Like, why not just say, hey man, I don't own a tool, I don't know how to use them, it's all good. Like, I don't own an instrument, I couldn't fucking play one string on a guitar. I'm not going to pretend I own a guitar and a piano and a violin and tell people I know all about it. And then Google the questions as they quiz me. How did you guys get talking about tools anyhow before? Moyak.
That came in from Jackass Forever.
Oh, I see.
They were
I
using
know.
the sawzalls as boxing gloves.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
They put boxing mitts on the end of them and would tied two of them together so it looked like two arms punching.
And they fought each other with them?
No, they smacked the guy in the testicles with it.
Ouch. That doesn't sound wise or fun or anything.
They sat him on top of a board with his speed bag hanging through the hole, and then they boxed it.
Oh my god, that could do some serious damage.
Just flirting?
That was more tame than most of the stuff.
Oh my god, they're retarded. And who even comes up with this shit? Let me cut a hole in a piece of plywood, put your testicles through it, and let me friggin' punch it with a ripsaw. Oh my god.
Dude, listen to me. I own you now, bro. Okay?
You don't own shit.
Your fantasies are you're not gonna do your fucking sexual fantasies, bro.
Listen, Kosho, can you tell me what a plunge saw is?
I don't know the names of any. I don't even know the names of any of the saws.
Okay, see, hey, listen, I know you're full of shit because like 2 years ago, you said you built a skateboard once when you were younger, and that was about all you knew about tools.
Yeah, that's
right. Secondly, if you owned a track saw, you would know what a plunge saw is because that's just another word that's a more technical word for the saw that's used on the track for a track saw.
Listen, I don't know any of these fancy words you're using, okay? Inside baseball.
It's not fancy, it's just the name of the tool. It's a $1,000 setup. You wouldn't go to the fucking hardware store and say, oh, can I have one of these? It's a $1,000 setup, but I don't have a fucking clue what it's called or what it's used for. Like,
I'll take a picture of all my saws and then we'll go from there, okay? But
yeah, you do that.
But that doesn't matter right now. I bought a lot of them last year. I wanted to make this box for my friend, and so I got all these chisels, I got these saws, I got.
You want to make a box? Well, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't get a track saw to make a box.
Well, I didn't just do that. I made a fence for I made a wall for my.
You wouldn't get a track saw to make a fence either. You don't even know what it would be used for. That's
I made an entire wall, dude.
Oh wow! You wouldn't use a track saw for an entire wall either. Keep
I don't
going.
know. Honestly, I told you I only use it to win your that you're
right, right. Yeah, because you don't have one.
I don't know if I do.
Yeah, I want to make a box for my friend, so I'm gonna go buy $1,000 setup that you wouldn't even use to make this box for my friend, and I don't even know what it's called. Or
That's
how
not
to
exactly
find
what I
it.
said to the person, but what I did was I bought one tool at a time, and I realized, okay, I need this tool. I bought these chisels, and then I bought a whole chisel set. And
What are you talking about, man?
I bought a bunch of
I
shit.
don't know.
It became a hobby. It became a hobby that I dove
funny
into.
as fuck. Oh.
I got plenty of pictures of all these tools, dude.
All you would need basically is like a circular saw, a regular old skill saw, right? And then a regular old router saw maybe, and that's it. Cut a hole, cut a circle.
I'll give
and not
Poppy
even
just one
that.
tool.
I mean, you don't even need that. I mean, God.
You can build a house with a circular saw if you know what you're doing.
Yeah,
you don't need a
bro.
table saw or fuck all. A speed square and a skill saw / circular. Circular saw is just a generic name. Skill's the name brand. It got named that. But yeah, a skill saw and a speed square, and away you go. You could pretty much almost build a house with that.
Yeah, dude. So Kosha's talking shit. You can tell he's not a real man who uses real tools.
Of course.
Yeah, man.
I'm well
He's
aware. I just like
hey, you know what, man? He's some sort of like paid NASA shill, dude. Or
Yeah.
he's like
You guys
literally.
might be right.
Like,
Can you guys remind me? Are you guys both
Kosho,
Canadian?
Kosho, can you even spell saw?
Nick, hold on.
Come on,
I know,
dude.
right?
It's no
Hey,
big deal.
you know what,
Just
dude?
say
My
you
uncle's
don't have
Canadian.
tools. It's not a big deal, Kosho. Like, well, they may make fun of you, but I'm not going to. Like, I don't own a guitar or play the piano, so whatever. I'm gonna say I don't know how. Right?
Yeah.
No big deal.
Well, I'm not a liar.
Yeah,
So
but
I
Kosho
can't
has
just,
to like act
deny
like
things that are true.
you know, yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm not a liar.
He acts like, oh yeah, I got all the
my
tools.
god. Oh fuck!
really
You sure
not a
are
liar.
a comedian though, Kosho.
I can't.
You may
I
think
can't
you're
you
not
say
a
you don't know something, Kosho? Why? What's so hard
Why
about
would
that?
Why would I say I don't know something? Why would I lie to you just for the purpose of satisfying?
Because you don't know what a
everything,
track saw is, and you don't know what it's used for.
That's fine.
Do you know
That's fine.
everything,
That doesn't
Kosho?
mean that I don't have more saws than you possibly. Okay, because I do have a lot of saws.
What
In
does
what
it matter
fucking
if you have
universe?
more saws than him? What does that matter? Is
How
that
about
some
this? How
sort
many
of
saws
dick
do you have? I'll tell you how
measuring?
many I have. Okay.
What
How
does
many
that
do you
matter,
have?
though?
Let me think. Hold on.
No, what does it matter?
What
If
the
you have
fuck
more,
is that,
I have
man?
more. Are you saying? Yeah, are you
Oh.
saying you have more resources? You have more money? You have a bigger
do you
saw?
remember?
What is it?
I have about.
What does it matter, Kosho?
Hold on.
You're really
I figured
showing
it
your
out.
maturity by saying you have more saws
All right,
than
you're
him.
right. Hey, God's Campbell, does it count if I have like circular saws? You have like extra
It
blades.
doesn't matter,
Count if I have
bro.
extra blades? Can I count those?
If you want to, Kosho.
Okay, cool. Hold on.
You guys
Show me.
remind me of there was a program on TV called
I have 18 saws then.
You got 18 saws, including saw blades.
Yes.
Am I allowed to use
You
my
have 18 saws and you're not even utilizing them. You could have 18 men using those saws building fucking
I'd like to
houses right now.
like you had, I would have 18
I'll tell
men.
you what.
Yeah, but I don't have those kind of
Yeah,
things.
I'll tell you what, Kosho. Since you ain't using those saws, you ain't about shit because those saws ain't being put into work. So you're a worthless piece of shit, basically.
Just wait. I'm gonna
Why
say.
aren't you using those
Okay,
tools?
that's not necessary.
Just wait.
Come on, guys.
No, this is funny though. I'm gonna take one
this is
picture.
funny.
It is really funny.
I got 18 saws. I'm better than you.
Just
well, if your 18 saws ain't working, then you ain't about shit.
Just to fuck around with Kosho, I'm gonna take one picture and beat him with one picture, just from saw blades that I just ordered.
Wait,
you said 18, right?
Can I use teeth in the saw blades?
You said
do
18,
you use your
right?
saws every day?
18.
1, 2, 3, 4. I use mine.
Can I count chisels?
Just hold on a second. 8, 9. How many is this? So 1, 2, 3.
The
4,
fact that
5,
he's
6, 7,
even
8,
saying that
10,
he has
11.
more of anything, it's just demonstrating his level of maturity, dude.
Yeah, I know,
Trying to
but
say he has more
I'm
saws
having
than
fun
him.
playing
So
with
Hey, God Scalpel, he's better than you, dude. He has 18 saws, bro.
I never usually agree with this guy, but he's kind of right.
Kosho, just in saw blades, I think I got you beat just from what came in 2 days ago. So none of it's really used because it just came in.
Hey,
But,
God Scalpel,
okay.
and even that you're even entertaining this or even
I think it's just funny. I'm just playing around with you
challenging
guys.
him on this.
What number you got?
There's just
Dude,
one picture.
don't steep to his level, dude.
Oh, no, it's not a level. I'm just fucking around.
It's flat. It's not level.
There you go, Kosho.
Did you guys ever watch Home Improvements? It was a program that we had. That's what you guys remind me of. You know, sitting over the fence and comparing your tools.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm just fucking around.
On the other side.
I know
The
Kosho
fact
does.
is that God Scalpel knows how to use these tools, and Kosho doesn't. But Kosho's pretending he does. This is the whole problem.
There you go, Kosho, right there. Just from an order I got 2 days ago. I just got you beat already.
All right, take a look at this. I had to take the time to pull it all out of the box just to fucking play the game. I got news for you though, dude. That looks like a sander.
There is a sander in there as well. You're right.
You didn't count
good,
that though, did you?
No, of course not.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
You got a lot of fancy saws, man. I mean, I gotta tell you, just taking a look at this, I might have underestimated what kind of how many saw blades.
What are those saw blades used for, Kosho? Can you tell me that?
They look like maybe clipping hair. I don't know.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
I think.
Oh man.
I wonder if Bandsaw is an expert in saws. Maybe this might be his subject.
Oh fuck, Kosho, you're funny. You want me to take a picture of just one of my toolboxes for you, Kosho? Here.
You said what boxes?
A toolbox, something you wouldn't know about.
No, okay, let's do toolboxes. Who's got the most toolboxes? How many toolboxes you got?
Here's one of my toolboxes. Just one. Here you go. It's coming. It's taking its time.
I got 7 or 8 toolboxes.
What are you calling a toolbox?
Toolboxes and kind of bags also.
The free bag that comes with the DeWalt kit. You're calling that a toolbox?
I know.
You guys should play trumps, eh? And compare your fucking wattages and stuff like that, yeah? Take pictures. Stuff.
Oh, that's a fucking huge tool set. All right, you got me being on the tool set too.
That's just one of my fucking toolboxes.
No, I have small. I have small. So I have like ones that you can carry. You know.
You got small tools, we know.
So are we done now, Kosho? Are we done comparing dicks on tools or what?
No, I'm not.
You want to count how many hammers you got?
Let me be honest with you.
I'll get a couple of hammers together.
Let me be honest with you, God Scalpel. When Jeremy and Moyak, they were talking about the Haw saw or chalk saw, whatever they were saying.
Sawzall. Oh my god.
Yeah, and they hurt my feelings a little bit, and they kind of all stem from that. They're nasty people. They're disgusting.
It's fine. You're just not a real man. That's all.
Yeah, it's so biggy.
I've written up, but I'm not lying about the saw. I really do have this 18 saws and saw blades, and all the stuff I said is true.
Well,
I don't have as many as you got, Scalpel. That's correct.
Show us a picture.
I mean,
how about one saw? Can you show a picture of one saw that you have, or even one saw blade?
I have a saw in my bedroom right now.
Yeah, I have a bunch of shit, dude. Give me a second.
Here, I'm gonna take a picture of my saw. Don't laugh. This is just one I use for like random shit. I had it for fucking decades. Hold on. Guys, don't laugh at my saw.
I won't laugh.
All right.
I don't even fucking care. I just think it's funny to string Kosho along. He thinks I owe him his life because he thinks he knows something about saws.
No, I never bet my life, sir, and I never was gonna take your life too. You know that. I'm not.
I know because I knew you didn't. I knew it was a safe bet.
That's my saw.
Oh, look at that. That's nice.
That's fucking decades. I've had that one for decades. I got a jigsaw in the room too. So I got a whole kit. Me and my wife, we put a new floor in.
You can play a good tune on that song. Listen, here.
Let me see if I got some more saws in this bucket. I got a speed square. hammers and putty knives. I got a fucking trim remover, some drill bits, kinds of stuff.
I'll send you guys a picture, but actually I gotta run. I'm late for some shit.
Yeah. See you, Kosho.
Yeah,
Have a good day.
Don't worry though. Your life is safe. You proved it. You got more songs than me, man.
I know. I don't know who would ever say they had more sauce than someone else, but I had to take the bet.
I told you because Mike and Jeremy, they really kind of got to my ego when they were making fun of me for the fucking.
Yeah, but why would? What if they said we got more guitars than you? Would you start thinking? Would that get to your ego too?
I know I have more songs than Jeremy, man. I know I do. So that's
dude. You don't have more saws than me, bro. Are you serious? I'm in my shed right now taking.
You guys are fucking crazy.
How many saws do you have, Jeremy?
Bro, I got way more fucking saws than you, dude.
Wait, how many saws do you have? And I'm going to include chisels. Chisels count as saws.
And I also want to include fingers, and I want to include shoes.
No, but axes count, and so do chisels.
And knives. You know, butter knives could be used as a saw, and sometimes a spoon could be if you're like going after watermelon. It kind of saws through the watermelon.
I'm already running late, so I have to go.
Yeah, okay, man.
Right,
have a good one.
I wonder how many chop saws he has. Pussy.
Me?
I got a newfound respect.
Here's a chainsaw. Hold on, I got a picture of a chainsaw.
You got a chainsaw?
Ooh, Jeremy's got the old Ryobi.
A Ryobi chainsaw. I got myself a Husqvarna 455.
No, he's got a Ryobi. He's got a Ryobi rip saw.
My chainsaw, it's electric.
All right, yeah, okay. I gotta go.
Okay, see ya. My chainsaw got stolen. I need a new one. I got another one, but it's just a cheap ass one right now.
I got so many fucking saws in here. It's crazy. The difference is I actually do stuff with mine. Kosho's just sit around and do nothing.
Yeah, I do stuff with mine. It's funny. I like bugging Kosho because this for me, it's been a long time because I was making fun of him years ago because he said we were bugging him like over like using levels and plumb bobs and shit like a year ago. I was over at Dev's server and I said, Kosho, do you even know how to use that shit? Do you even know what that shit is? And he's like, yeah, I do same type of thing today. And we're like, have you ever like actually built something? And he said when he was a kid once they built a skateboard raft and that was the best he could come up with. So that's why I had to have some fun today. It was kind of a continuation from over a year ago. Pretty comical though, listening to him. If it wasn't so cold, I'd be changing out a garage door right now. It's too cold for that shit. Jeremy, it doesn't look like you ever used your chainsaw before, hardly.
I did a little bit, not much. It's electric. It doesn't really have much.
And you just use it on bushes and shit, or what?
No, I was cutting a stump out of a tree stump. I cut some trees down with it. Nice sized trees too for a little chainsaw like that. Honestly, the Sawzall, I bought one of those 12-inch. I think it's 12-inch blades. They're not even easy to find. They might have been like 14 or 16 inches or something, but if you get a long enough Sawzall blade, you can pretty much... I cut down some really thick fucking trees.
Oh, yeah, you can.
With just a Sawzall blade.
That utility saw, it can take down a tree pretty quick, too, as long as it doesn't bind on you. You gotta kind of push up, open the opening. That'll make quick work of wood. I love tools. Tools are like... I could talk about tools all day.
I could talk about guitars all day.
You could talk about what, cars?
Guitars.
Oh, guitars. Could you actually?
not all day, no. But I love music and I love guitars, but not enough to have loads.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I don't know anything about guitars at all, and I just think, what could you possibly talk about? It's made out of wood. It's got some steel strings, and you hit it with your finger.
Yeah, no, pretty much, yeah, definitely.
No, I realize there's probably all different types of wood and all that shit.
Yeah, no, I could probably talk about 5 minutes maybe on guitars.
Oh, okay.
But definitely, yeah, you know, the resonance and stuff like that you get from. Yeah, I couldn't talk without that. Sorry. Damn. I haven't even got a toolbox, mate. I've got a few screwdrivers in the corners, fucking drill, mate. That's about it.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's not for everybody. I've been buying tools pretty much my entire life. I used to be a mechanic too, so I got lots of those type of tools. Plus, I do reno, so I got like every kind of tool.
Cars are good. Cars are good.
Yeah, I couldn't even get at I couldn't even get at all my tools right now because they're buried from shit from the winter. I'll just throw it in the shed and.
You don't get much storage space when you live in UK. The house you got a tiny storage space, is fucking tiny. Your garden ain't that big. So
Yeah, that's what I hear. The UK, like even inside your houses, they're pretty small, eh?
yeah, in comparison, I mean, if you look at an average UK house, American house, you know, you've easily got, I would say, probably twice the capacity. I think what they did in the UK is they just halved the houses and then sold them off as two halves. So we have semi-detached houses, which is just one house that was cut into two in a simple way, and then just sort of built up houses. We have to build our houses sort of like 3 floors high because we can't build outwards or behind because of our neighbours. Out in the country, yeah, you can get a lot more. You can get a lot for your money if you go further up north, out in the sticks. You can get a lot more for your money. Probably maybe closer to America, those sort of size.
Not sorry to change the subject on you, dude, but Jeremy, have you been watching Tesla? Like, I know you're into the market and shit. It's like dropping like crazy in the last 5 days.
No, I haven't watched it. Did it split? Is it from a split or is it just dropping?
I don't know. I was going to ask you. It's down today 3.4%.
No, that's not a split.
No. Since the market, is that 35.66%? It's saying market open as of wait now. I think it.
Sorry, mate. Just quick. What's the story about 8 satellites or something falling out of the sky to do the Tesla? You know, something like that would lower the market value, wouldn't it? Oh, carry on. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I remember reading up. There was an article came on my thing, or something to do with something happened with Tesla and satellites. So I wondered if that was big news in America because
I don't watch that shit usually. This just happened to come up on my computer. It looks like it's the 52-week range. It's been as high as 1243. Right now it's 985. So that's a pretty decent drop. That's well, it's just under 3. It's about $250 ish. It opened today at 998. Yesterday it closed at 1,000. Open. How does that work? Previous close is 1,000, but opened at 998. It's 980.
Aftermarket trading.
Oh, is there? So it closed yesterday, then at 1,022. It opened today at 998, and it's 985 right now. And you literally sit here and
right
now it's dropping.
Yeah, they do like after hours trading, so like it'll close.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it'll close at one price, but then open at a different price
Mm-hmm.
because they either dropped or raised the value, and during
Looks
the
like
close.
5 days ago it was 1,000, and today it's 985. That's not that big of a deal, is it? A little drop, but this came up as an article on my Microsoft news feed that, oh, look at Tesla, it's dropping. It's only $20 in 5 days. And it says it's dropping fast, 3.46% from previous close price. I don't know much about the markets. Nobody knows why it's dropping, why they're making a big deal about it.
No.
Maybe Elon Musk said something stupid in the last week. For some reason, it seems to affect his shares.
Oh yeah, every time he says something, it affects something.
Weird. Who cares what he fucking says? It doesn't affect his business. It's that cancel culture bullshit. Oh no, I thought it was 5 days ago. No, it's dropped. Yeah, it's dropped $20 today. I see now. I don't know if maybe fuck sakes.
Hey, Jeremy, you still here? I got another 1.27 for you.
You mean 273?
Now,
Yeah, I was going
one
to say, I
quarter
thought it was
ratio.
273.
Oh shit! Is it 273?
Yeah, 273 you were saying earlier, I thought.
Fuck.
You
Oh,
fucked
okay,
up.
I jumped off on that. But here's a ratio. Apparently, I chose unwisely when I started trying to find random numbers that match something. But the average of 1/4, the ratio of an average human penis size in America compared to the height of a Chinese woman is 1.27.
Oh my god. What the hell? I'd hate to see your search bar, your search history.
That's easy. Average heights of different people in different countries, and then average penis size, flaccid and hard.
It's
You must have something else better to do today than be searching that shit. Like you have to.
I mean, what's the correlation there? Just, I mean, like, wouldn't it?
Well, what's the correlation between the Great Pyramid of Giza, half the base width, to the original height? I mean, and that being 273. Whoa, okay.
Well, that's a
They're very
geometrical
bizarre
shape,
numbers.
though. Like maybe they did that on purpose.
They did, because what they did is essentially what I did. They went through a whole bunch of different numbers and searched for 273s.
No, but I'm saying the builders might have done it on purpose. Had a certain ratio.
Are you busy?
What's up?
Flat Earthers or work?
What's up?
I wrote a poem from at school. Do you want me to read?
Sure.
You're hot micing me.
Let's
so
hear the
you know.
poem. Let's hear the
Yeah.
poem.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was on the push button.
Yeah, you're hot micing. Are you busy with flat earthers or work? That was awesome.
I know an insight into Moyak's life.
Yeah.
She said, "Are you in there talking about penis?" He's like, "No, I'm talking to flat earthers." He's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
okay."
Why are you talking about penis again? Why is it every day I come on here you're talking about penis? Where's Dawn today? Is he around or what?
But he left.
I got a bone to pick with that guy too.
Don or Don?
Don Geo.
Oh, Don. Yeah, he's still around. I thought like Don, DAWN.
Oh no, Don Geo. How's your Zanuck? Are you there? I'm gonna ask him how his temperament is today.
Been using push to talk on my computer, and turns out my phone was the one that was talking to me.
Sounds like you're supposed to be working, not talking to flat earthers. Oh yeah.
I had to do a Jeremy calculation. I'm sorry. It was just a moral imperative.
You see. And you even fucked that one up.
I'm talking to flat earthers isn't that bad. It's a mind distraction while I'm doing what I'm doing.
Do you live in Canada or the States?
I am in North Kakalaki,
Where?
North Carolina.
Oh. For some reason I thought you lived in Canada. There's another guy that's in Gems, though. He lives in Ontario, I think. Thought that was you for some reason.
Well, some people confuse me with Zanuck.
No, not Zanuck. I would never confuse you with him. I wouldn't do that to you.
I never heard it. It's like I don't get the relationship. Even if we had similar speaking voices, he has a completely different cadence.
Yeah, oh, for sure, yeah. He can't handle himself, Zanuck. He gets too excited too. It's like talking to a child. I hope he's listening too. He'll come on if he is, hopefully. I had Zanuck going the other day, so it was fun. He was yelling.
Oh, there it is.
What's
I
that?
have a bandsaw. I bet you that Kosher doesn't have a bandsaw.
It's canceled.
What's canceled?
I've been watching the live stream all day.
What live stream? Geo's?
No, the launch. They're the third try to get that lunar thing.
Oh.
There's a leak again. There's a leak someplace.
Was there supposed to be a launch today, or were they just doing the fill?
Yeah. The launch. They've been filling it up for 2 days.
What are they launching?
There's the Apollo or Artemis 1 is supposed to like leave the atmosphere and go around the moon.
Ooh. Oh.
I didn't know that was supposed to be manned. That's kind of cool. I thought they were going to send it like they did the first time, where they just send it around and make sure it gets there and doesn't blow up. And then they were going to send people on the second mission. But it looks like they're going to send people on the first mission.
You know what's Sorry. You know what's crazy, Moyak? To hear you talking, what you're saying about how, thought they were going to send non-man to make sure it works and all that sort of stuff. I think that sounds more than reasonable. And that's what confuses me about people like yourself that think that they made it to the moon on the first try without really doing any kind of real testing in the real situation.
Well, it's kind of a choice. I mean, you build your rockets so that they don't blow up. I don't know if they've launched any of the Artemis rockets. Once you get to orbit, I don't see there's a huge difference between getting to orbit and getting to the moon.
No, yeah,
so
I know, but I think
they may have already done the preliminary testing necessary.
You seem to be missing. Maybe you're not. Maybe you are. But you seem to be missing what I'm saying when it comes to manufacturing something, and especially going someplace you've never been before and manufacturing something you've never manufactured before. It's more than reasonable to, especially for the concern of human life and whatnot, to test these ideas out, not manned. And after a couple of successes with that and tweaks, then you would consider starting to send humans, in that.
I agree with you, but I don't know if they have done what was sufficiently necessary for it. Like I said, if they tested the system, the rocket system, to make sure that it doesn't blow up and that it can get to space and that it stays sealed and doesn't leak, then the trip to the moon is not necessarily a problem. I mean, we've done that many times since, with orbiters and stuff. So this particular system, as it applies to that situation, I don't know if it's necessary, but I thought that they were doing it.
No, but what I'm saying, Moyak, is I'm saying that the first time they went to the moon, you can't make these claims that you're making right now, like as far as navigation and all that sort of stuff. once you get into so-called space, right? That's what I mean. Like I get what you're saying today. But put yourself in the shoes with the same mindset that you have right now, which I said is I think it's somewhat reasonable. With that same mindset, put yourself 50 or 60 years ago, whatever it was, they supposedly went to the moon the first time, and think about it then, because you can't say, like, you're thinking in today's standards where, you know, they've done this multiple times and blah blah blah, so it's no big deal, which may or may not be true. But even if I didn't argue that point and gave it straight up to you, you couldn't make that statement 60 years ago, right?
Right, but I don't recall, like, Apollo 1, I don't remember whether we sent a Mercury mission around the moon and did that preliminary test or not.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you did.
Or so I'm only going with the difference. I mean, I could even be wrong that we may have sent the first mission to the moon where we went around, made sure the system could get there, but didn't send people down.
What's the point of even going anywhere now if we're not going to set up shop there? Like, we're going to go jump around on the moon like idiots and come back for what?
To test out the new systems.
Sounds fun to me.
What's up?
To test out the new systems.
Well, don't you find it weird that they didn't build on top of the old systems until they got till today's standards? You know what I mean? Like, you take an automobile or a plane or anything.
I mean, they did build on it. They built on the math, the science, and the information we got about it. But material sciences have improved. To build the Apollo again, the Apollo system again, would be...
No, I don't. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, almost every other industry, I would say, I think, that I can think of off the top of my head, it over time, it gradually got better and better, is what I meant by build on top of it. So once you go to the moon once, well, then you continue to go, but you just gradually, you know, build better equipment as you're going. And like Jeremy said, like, you would think you would start thinking about staying there or whatever, right? That seems to be the more...
That is actually the plan. This system is supposed to be
canceled.
more geared towards that type of an environment where we can go down to the surface, set up shop, go up to the moon, and they're also planning a station over there. So they're going to have a sort of a ferry system that they're going to be able to go between the moon and space.
Fairy tale system. Yeah, I get it.
They can't even fuel the rocket. They've been trying for a month. This is supposed to happen.
I've always heard that May was the launch date, so I don't know.
No, it was supposed to be in March. It was supposed to be Women's History Month. It's supposed to be Artemis. Artemis, the twin sister of Apollo. And
I've always heard May, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. They both have M, so I wouldn't think much about it.
Yeah, I've been watching every day. I tune into the news. I look up what's going on with Artemis. It took them, like, problems assembling it, problems getting it on the movement vehicle. It got stuck moving. It got hit by lightning. There was a fuel leak. There was a countdown problem.
So, okay, let's see. It was hit by lightning. That seems like a problem that...
God's telling you that it's bullshit.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay.
Well, they name it after the gods. The gods must be speaking. Get your fucking ass back in the shop and stop goofing off.
Yeah, because like sailing ships were never hit by lightning. Yeah, that's such a rare event. Airplanes have never been struck by lightning.
Relax, Moya.
What an amazing thing. God was telling us not to go up in airplanes.
Relax, Moya. Calm down. I'm kidding around here.
I'm completely calm. I'm just saying, saying God said this. Jeez. And I don't know whether you're serious or not. Like,
I'm kidding. Relax.
That's hard to tell in this environment.
I'm a little bit insulted that you took me serious, actually.
I don't know you that well, so I mean, I'm sort of mushing you in with all flat earthers into a sort of a generic flat earther when I'm talking to you. So I'm sorry, I don't have particular understanding of you.
That's why I don't go around claiming to be a flat earther.
Just mushing you in there. I'm sorry. If I'm mistaken, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, I'm the type of guy I think it's good to talk to people on an individual level and not put them in a box. Sorry,
I talk to
Jamie.
many people, and I find it challenging to keep them all separated.
Thank you.
Oh, Jeremy, you're hot micing, dude.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt you're hot micing.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no point in even going in space with humans at this point unless we're going to go set up shop. We're going to put a base on the moon. We're going to put a base on Mars. Where are we going?
Here, look at this is the article.
We're going to go jump around on the surface of the moon like idiots and
they can't even
shoot
do
right
that.
back.
The article dropped by Politico said the space agency has still yet to develop a training program or the equipment, or even a spacesuit for that matter, that would be needed to live and work on the moon or beyond. They can't even fill the thing up. They can't even add fuel to their rocket. They can barely assemble it. They can't move it. It's been stuck on the launch pad for a month just to get it to there. 2 weeks. April 1st, they finally got it there. April Fool's Day.
I was just gonna say April Fool's Day. Hey, have any of you guys ever seen? There was a TV series about 5 to 10 years ago now that they had contestants that they were gonna put in outer space, and they took an old Russian base, and this is a legit reality show where they took a group of people and they trained them to go into space, but it was actually a big gag, of course, in the end, but they did some goofy training for these people and whatnot, and then also told them, well, when you get into space, there'll be some microgravity, so when you're in space, you'll still feel like you can still walk in the shuttle and all this shit. And they had a big warehouse as well, and they loaded them on a shuttle, had really loud speakers and moving systems and whatnot, and these people, a handful of the people were 100% convinced that they were in space, and they went through the training and everything.
Looks like they're gonna kick it to June. They're not even. They were doing it day by day, and then they finally did it like, they added 2 days and 3 days. Now it's gonna be like the next attempt will be June something.
You should check out that show.
How long would it? Moyak, how long would it take? Like, let's say we don't go back to the moon by 2030. Would you be suspicious?
No, they'll kick the can down until he dies.
So, is there any length of
If they
time? What if
this whole system? If it can't be filled, I'd be upset. I'd be upset that they hired such incompetence.
Yeah, let's say it's 2050. Let's say it's 2050, and we haven't gone anywhere past ISS. Still, would it be suspicious to you?
I don't like the term suspicious.
Well, how long before it would get suspicious? What would be a suspicious length of time?
Well, let me reverse that on you. When they go to the moon, will you find it suspicious for flat Earth?
Well, I mean, we'll have to look at that day when it comes. But I mean, when is that day going to come? That's what I mean. How long
that day when it comes?
That's what I mean. How long before it's suspicious?
Okay,
I'm already
look at that day when it comes.
Suspicious in the 90s.
Oh no, I don't find that suspicious at all.
That's what I'm saying. How much time would have to pass before it became suspicious?
Okay. So when do I think that the amount of effort that they're putting forth is not yielding results?
Bro, I'm just looking for a length of time, bro.
Like, no, if we're not in the moon, that's an absolute requirement of this calculation. If they're still throwing money at it and they're not yielding results, if Congress pulled the budget from it, then it won't happen. It'll happen whenever Congress throws money at it. Yeah. If they blow their budget and Congress pulls their funding, then I can see it being delayed until favorable conditions happen in the economy.
So the year 3000.
You're wasting your breath, dude. Because he'll never be suspicious ever. He has 100% suspicious. Yeah, he has 100% confidence that he is not being bullshitted, and they're not just kicking the can down because they can't do it. So
let's say we're still alive in 2050, and we still haven't gone to the moon or Mars or nothing, and we're just sitting here on Earth. I mean, I'd have to guess everyone would be suspicious at that point.
Did Congress pull the funding?
Dude, we just handed out
what about
$3 trillion to every.
What about private? But why does it always have to be Congress and Americans? What about the
military.
Chinese? What about the Russians?
Oh,
what about a
if you're going to
private?
include Chinese in, I'd be really surprised if the Chinese didn't go up within a relatively short time, within the next couple of years.
Oh, okay, good. So how many years do you think before they put
They
a
seem to
man
be
on?
going at it very aggressively, and they have a government that's not bound by as much political intrigue as America is. So I would be suspicious if we didn't get up there in 4 or 5 years.
Okay, good.
I don't
So
know
what
why.
years? Wait. So sorry, Jeremy. I just want to see if we can get it nailed down. So are you saying if nobody steps foot on the moon again within the next 4 years, regardless if it's private or whatever country, you would start to become suspicious that it's ever going to happen? Because that's what Jeremy's asking. And you
Probably.
did say you'd be suspicious.
If you
Oh,
include
nice.
the world in there, yes.
There you go, Jeremy.
America's political will is fickle. So when I'm thinking about just America, it could be pulled for 10 years on a moment's notice.
Yeah, but the funding thing, that's not even an issue because we just gave out $3 trillion in America for
It is an
nothing.
issue because that money has to make it to NASA in order to do it. And if they don't give it to NASA, then it doesn't happen. And
So
even with this printing money thing, they still give that printed money to specific organizations.
Yeah, the point is, we're just giving out money willy nilly. You can get back to the moon for $50 billion in today's money. I mean, that's a pittance compared to what we just did with the amount of money we just ripped off.
The government is giving out money willy nilly. Go buy me a luxury liner.
I feel like Jeremy, he gave you the answer you were looking for, unless I'm
4
mistaken.
years.
Yeah.
So we're not back on them. We're not. If we don't at
not
least
the
get to the moon in
Americans
4 years, you're
necessarily.
saying that. So if
You're
we don't
saying-
get to the moon in at least 4 years, you're going to say you're going to start being suspicious, Moyak?
That's what he
Suspicious
said.
of the space program, yeah.
That's what he
4
said.
years,
straight up.
okay.
But not just the Americans. Like, don't take him out
Yeah,
of
it's
context.
fine.
He did say, like, basically mankind, right? Yeah, 4 years. So that's good. That's a reasonable amount of time to start to be suspicious, right? We should all still be on Discord talking about the same stupid shit 4 years from now. I mean, it's already been 4 years, so what's another 4 more?
Yeah, I'm putting that in your file, Moyak.
Yeah, me too. It's filed. It's going in
Now,
my...
America, I think, will be, based on the progress that they've been making and the money that they seem to be putting into the program right now, I would be very surprised if they weren't on there in 4 years, just America itself. Because they do seem to be going in earnest with that.
I got a question for you. What do you think would be the motivation of each country individually, secretly working on their own system in order to get to the moon? And the reason why I ask that is because apparently the International Space Station is exactly that, international. So if they can work together on the International Space Station when it comes to getting people up there and equipment and funding and technology and blah, 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 the list goes on, what would stop them from having that same cooperation with, maybe an international moon station?
Because we still have the dick waving contest going on.
Well, apparently not when it comes to the International Space Station.
Right, there's no dick waving to be made there. Many countries are already doing that level of space travel. This is one of these milestone ones. We were up there, but we haven't been back in 50 years. So it's kind of up for grabs again as far as, hey, we just did this. So China's going to do it, and America's going to do it in response, and America's going to probably try and beat them. That's why I really think that the funding is there, is because we can't let the Chinese go there without us having a presence there.
I don't know, man. I was suspicious in the 90s. I'm like, why aren't we going back to the moon? An asteroid could come wipe us out right now. That's the end. That's the end for humanity because we didn't have a base on the moon with people on it or something, or Mars or whatever. Like,
I don't think that the moon is going to answer that question. You know, you could do it, but to get a permanent base up there with generational life support, yeah, that's still pipe dream for a century. For multi-generational support.
yeah, I mean, I don't know why. All you got to do is send the infrastructure up, and you're good.
What infrastructure?
The infrastructure to recycle water, plants. Maybe have some chickens. Obviously, housing for all this stuff. Infrastructure.
Well, the plants one is still kind of dicey. I mean, even our attempts here on Earth, where we kind of have a lot of control of the environment, we fucked that up with the biodome. So if you're going to try and bank on humanity's survival, trying to create everything from bacterial life in the soil, resistant to radiation events.
Well, you just make it. You just make the domes or whatever housing you got out of the same shit they use to go through the Van Allen radiation belts. You'll be fine.
Nope, that would kill plants within a couple of days.
So we couldn't triple up on the layers of the whatever we went through the Van Allen radiation belts?
Well, the Van Allen radiation belts, we didn't go through the worst of it, and we went through it quickly. So time and radiation are the two enemies. You don't want to have too much time there or too much radiation.
Yeah, so we're just going to go through it quick again. You could put up a whole bunch of radiation blocking shit.
No. In order to do what you're saying, you've got to have protracted for long periods of time. You've got to reduce little bits of radiation. So you got to have
what do you need,
really
lead?
massive infrastructure, which really.
What do we need? Lead walls? What do you need?
What's that?
What do you need? Lead walls or something?
Lead walls, or you got to dig into the surface of the moon and try and get far away. If you're going to try and protect from cosmic rays, gamma radiation for multi-generation environment, yeah, you're going to have to be. You're going to have to be.
So we dig down.
Ground.
Fine, that's fine. That's easier than the lead thing. We just dig down.
Just dig down.
We'll put a couple lead doors on it. We'll dig down. It'll be good.
Just dig down. Try and actually one time in your life think of what the requirements for that are.
We need a drill.
Yeah, okay. Go look at what a TPM is.
A what?
Tunnel boring machine. We're going to bring up a 190,000 ton tunnel boring machine up there. What are we going to do? What are you going to do? We don't have.
How much does it weigh? Does it weigh more than the ISS?
We don't
have. Does it weigh more than the ISS? Does it weigh more than? Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes. What?
So your question, what you just asked.
What did I ask? I didn't even hear it.
You said, does it weigh more than the ISS? Yes.
Yeah. A tunnel boring machine weighs more than the ISS.
Yes.
You just made that up. You don't know that.
No, I mean, it's many orders of magnitude bigger. Let's see. What does a TBM weigh right now?
Jeremy, do you know how much a tunnel boring machine weighs? Do you even know how much the ISS weighs?
Yikes.
No, I don't.
Then how do you? Then why are you saying that he's wrong or made that up?
I can tell Moyak likes to make a lot of shit up. That's why.
Jeremy's doing it because he can, because it's so much easier to make a bullshit claim than to actually refute a bullshit claim. It's Brandolini's law.
Exactly.
It's demonstrated here by Jeremy.
Argument from ignorance. It's a classic flat Earth argument from ignorance. You know, he doesn't.
You guys come out in hordes today.
He comes out
They're
with,
triggered.
you know, just pulls this thing out of his ass and just says it's wrong because it doesn't agree with his little fantasy world.
And what?
Are you guys mad because they can't? Are you guys mad because they can't fuel their rocket?
Yeah, they are. They're mad. They were all like, I was on the edge of my seat. I thought this is the third time NASA's going to get it. The least they'll fake it or pretend it. They just straight up canceled it. Just said like, yeah, it's broken, doesn't work. Try again in May. Like, damn, really? Like, why not you guys, instead of spiraling about flat Earth, offer your services? Ask them, what do you need to fuel a rocket? What could you do to help them? But the kicker is they're not telling you what's going on, what the problems are. They're keeping all that secret for some reason.
They're telling you every day what's happening. They have leaks. They're fixing it. Do
Yeah,
you want them to tell you that there's a leak in junction number 2247?
Yeah, well, they kind of said today that umbilical cord 3, the 240-foot mark. But they're not telling you the nature of the malfunction. There's someone out there who could maybe fix it. Someone out there who could like run the numbers and play around with the data and see like this is what you need to do.
I bet the person who could fix it is a NASA technician who has the data.
It's not fixed though. It's worse.
Well, I think this goes under the category of, well, I don't like the way the Dolphins coach is running this play. I think maybe he ought to go out and poll the television audience to see who can do a better job.
See, this is the same problem. You're getting the same feedback from NASA as you get from flat earthers, but you only freak out at flat earthers. It's a you issue, not it's not a Jeremy issue. It's not a me
That's
issue.
a you issue, Bob.
I don't get very much information
What's a
from
you
NASA at
issue
all
for
because
me?
I don't really pay attention to NASA.
What's a you issue for me, Jeremy?
Whatever your problem is.
I don't have a problem, Jeremy. What's your
It sounds
problem?
like you have a problem, Bob.
Well, how nice of you to say.
Hey, did I just hear that? I just heard Bob has a problem.
Oh,
Bob, you have a
It sounded like he did. Maybe not.
I don't think I have any sort of a problem.
See right here.
I just heard you had a problem, dude. See how it works? It's called the telephone game.
Hey, I'll tell you though, I'm looking at the tonnage of the ISS compared to a TBM. TBM's about 1,000 tons. I was a little surprised to see that the ISS is 450 tons. I kind of expected the delta to be higher. But the infrastructure needed to run a TBM, the power plant that would be required to actually run it, is going to be another probably 10 times that weight.
Well, isn't there a lot of H4? Isn't there a lot of H4 on the moon?
What do you do with H4?
Or not H4.
Helium-4. That's fine.
Is it? I thought they said that could fuel the Earth for a zillion years if they had all the H4 that was on the moon.
Yeah, I think it's helium. But what do you do with HE? Well, show me the power plant that you can run on HE.
I don't know. That they said, mainstream people said you could fuel Earth for fucking millennium on the amount of H whatever that's on the surface of the Earth.
I believe that's using fusion. And as such, we don't have a fusion generator yet. You want to move another couple million tons and some R&D equipment up there to build a fusion generator?
Can we use solar panels to power this thing?
You can.
There we go.
They can't.
Okay, how many tons of solar panels are you going to put up there?
They can't
do them
even
one
fill
at a
the
time, bro. One at a time.
Jeremy, look at they can't even fuel the rocket to get to the moon. They can't even add fuel to it.
That's true.
That's cool. We heard you about 1,000 times on this, dude.
It's
You're definitely going to need to be able to fuel rockets, though, before we can start sending up board tunneling machines and solar panels and stuff. So
you're talking about, I think, just to do the TBM and the power plant, enough solar panels to run it. You're probably talking about the gross national product of the entire world to do this kind of a project that you're trying to get to. So what you can do is you can go up and start small, put a little habitat up there, do some exploration, find out what resources are available, if it's feasible to go from there, and then keep on going like that. You don't go in for a penny, in for a pound, start digging tunnels on the moon to see if maybe you could make a habitat for humans.
that's why we need to go for the gusto, straight to Mars. We know what it's like on Mars, right? Is the radiation that bad on Mars, or can we survive it, or what?
Radiation sucks on Mars, but I think it's a little better than the moon.
There we go. Perfect. We'll
So
get Matt
Jeremy,
Damon up there. We'll grow some fucking potatoes. We'll be all set.
So Jeremy, is space real now?
In your guys' paradigm, it is, yeah, but it's obvious that they're faking it because of all the fakery and the fact that we haven't gone anywhere in 50 plus years.
What's they?
NASA.
Anyone,
Government.
So they
humanity.
told you exactly what connector is failing on the Artemis,
Yeah.
and
I
that's
watched
they.
it the whole morning. Just
Right, and
waiting for
that's
them
they. They told you exactly what's happening, right down to the connector,
I'm
and that's
so
they.
sorry. I am so sorry to hear that you watched that feed all morning. You had nothing better to do.
Holy crap, dude! Are you that concerned trolling right now?
Yeah, we're paying attention to all the fakery and
I am.
fuckery
This
that's
is
going
nuts,
on.
man.
If
So they
you
tell
think,
this is the
if
thing
you
they'll
think
do. They'll tell
NASA
flat
is
earthers
lying to
don't
you,
watch NASA.
if you
And
think
if you do
NASA
watch
is
it, they tell
lying
you
to
you're
you,
sad.
why are you listening to their lies so constantly?
Because I want to. So you got a problem with what I want to do with my life?
Yes, I think you're wasting
What is
your
wrong
time.
with you, dude?
What's wrong with me? Apparently,
Yeah.
my concern for your well-being is what's wrong with me.
Which you don't have. You're just trolling. It's a low talent squawk. You don't care anything about me or Flat Earth or anything else. You just want to come in here to make it seem like you've got some inside edge on other people's mental health or what they have going on. I wanted to hear the exact moment. Either they're going to be able to do it, or they're going to scrub it again. I had made some predictions with some people that this one's going to get canceled too, and it did.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're concerned with what Crit did with his morning, who cares if you watched this NASA bullshit or jerked off all morning? What does it matter?
It's concerned trolling. There was no answer I could give him. If I didn't watch it, he would have been, "Oh, it's sad you didn't watch it." If I did watch
I
it,
wouldn't.
"Oh, it's sad you watched it."
See, you're just making a claim about me. You didn't hear what I said before.
You made a claim about me.
Okay, you made a claim about me that if you
Yeah,
say
you made a claim about me, and I used your claim about me to play reverse Uno card and expose you.
You haven't exposed anything because I said before I didn't watch the NASA stuff. I didn't even know about the NASA stuff until I heard you guys mentioning it because I don't pay attention to NASA all that much because I don't need what NASA tells me.
Then you do you, and I'll do me. And there's peace and harmony in the world. Just that easy. You leave people alone unless you've got some sort of victim status. If I do whatever I did this morning had no effect on you whatsoever, it should have not affected your mental mindscape one bit. You should have felt sad, you should have felt angry, or anything. You just should have been you, right from the very beginning.
Well, without any other resources on the moon, to run a TBM, you need approximately 2 megawatt power source.
2 megawatts, easy peasy.
Yeah, easy peasy.
How many solar panels is that? It's like a couple hundred solar panels or something. You had that done in a few weeks. If you can fill a rocket up. I mean, if you can't fill the rocket up, we ain't going nowhere, but you got to be able to at least fill. I mean, that's just even the first step. You know, you got to build the rocket, then you got to fill the rocket with fuel. Then there might be more problems after that. Who knows? I don't know if these guys can handle it. NASA's been slacking on their macking. Ooh, it got chilly out. But seriously, all of humanity could end. In your guys' paradigm, we get hit by an asteroid or some kind of doomsday scenario happens. All of humanity gets wiped off the map. And we could have been chilling on Mars. And we don't do it.
Chilling is a big statement there, sir.
Chilling, surviving. Could have been surviving.
Might could. I think, within 10, 20 years, we could be in a position where we could maybe make a go at that. But that would take a lot more effort than I think we're willing to put in. And don't worry, you're not going to be included in the list.
I ain't going to Mars.
I wouldn't want to go to Mars.
Last time yeah.
If I knew, if they had a Mars base right now, and I knew that there is a asteroid coming to Earth to blow it up, and Mars was set up kind of how I would envision it, a couple of domes here and there, and
like Total Recall.
Yeah, even Total Recall is way advanced. I mean, that's like 500 years in the future. We're talking about a base that's maybe a kilometer across, 2 kilometers across. And your whole life is going to have to take place inside of that 2 kilometers, just trying to scrape resources out of the world to try and exist.
Well, does Mars have water? Is there water on Mars?
Yeah, I believe their claim is. Whether it's accessible is another question.
They got mushrooms growing on Mars. You need water for that, right?
I saw those.
What year was it in Total Recall? Or in canon? I mean, in universe. You guys,
I don't remember a year.
I could.
It didn't seem like that far in the future for the technology that they were running on Earth and stuff.
Well, they had driving stuff. They had right. They got robotics, robot machines that could think in artificial intelligence.
You got to remember, this took place this movie was made in the 90s, the one with Arnold at least, and they had a lot of grandiose ideas of where we would be in 20, 30 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And that just didn't happen.
Did they push it? I just for fun, right? Did they make it like the near future, like 2030, 2040, or did they push it out and made it like 2160 or something like that, or something maybe in between, like 2090? What do you guys think? Over and under? I'm guessing it was early. It was like 2020 or 2024.
No, 2084.
Oh, did you look it up?
Yep.
Oh, you ruined the fun again. No, I'm just teasing.
I would have guessed like about 2100.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking too, because it seems like life on Earth, because they look like they were just plain, just the scenes and stuff that they had done a lot for climate change, and everything was electrical. It was it looked like it was clean environments. Construction work was automated for the most part, other than moving equipment from point A to point B. So it looked like it was. I really got a futuristic vibe, like 100-something years in the future.
Now that's probably also still pretty close to on par with where I expect us to be. They did a pretty good job of guesstimating where we'd be.
Yeah, the only reason why I rounded down is because at that time, they were making movies that would be like
1999 and stuff like that.
Yeah, like Space 1999. A joint, endeavor multinational moon base with artificial gravity.
I think that's it. If we do actually ever do anything like on Mars with substance, after we get through the dick waving contest phase of things, the only way to feasibly do anything is to actually pool resources of multiple nations. It's just too hard for one country to bear.
Yeah, like a joint. Like,
well, you can make it happen over decades, though. You don't like you send you just keep sending infrastructure up. Your bore drilling machine. You don't need a fucking giant one. You send a little bit of a smaller one, so that it needs less electricity. And you just dig a little less at a time, and over a decade or two, you got a nice fucking thing built where a hole dug where your peoples can go and survive.
That's kind of what I envision. It starting off small like that.
Yeah, we're not going to send the bore drilling machine we use on Earth. Obviously, you don't want to send 200 tons or whatever up there. You send a small one and you let it just go to work. We got the rover up there. We can put a rover with a drill on it.
A rover with a drill ain't going to cut the mustard. You got to have replacement bits. You got to have replacement motors.
Yes, I know.
It's always not as simple as you say.
All you got to do is get a fucking drill up there.
Whenever you say all you got to do, you fucked up.
I think Jeremy should be the head of NASA, but it's interesting that you point out the idea that shit wears out when you think about the International Space Station and satellites, and it seems like hardly nothing ever wears out with those things.
Well, the ISS is in a constant state of adjustment and repair.
And they still got Commodore 64s on that thing, for fuck's sakes.
If it's doing the job, then you can keep using it. They also have modern computers.
Yeah, how many fucking Commodore 64s do you know that are out there that are still?
I don't know that they have Commodore 64s. But
I know I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but
okay.
Still, they are running on very old technology at this point.
Well, if it works, you don't replace it. If it don't work, you replace it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll bet you that no, I don't know about you, but I have an old car. It's still working. I can replace it. There's newer cars, better cars.
I have an airplane that's as old as I am, but it's maintained every year, and it'll be fine for the next 100 years if I keep it maintained.
Are you pressurized?
Who?
No.
So you're a ground hugger, like 10, 14,000 feet?
Generally 10 or less.
That extends the life expectancy of an airplane. You got to do a lot of work on pressurized vessels.
Yeah, you don't get the metal fatigue and the flexing of the airframe or the pressure capsule, I guess you call it.
The Boeing 747, you got to rebuild that whole thing from stem to stern every 20 or 30 years, right? Every rivet.
I don't know.
I used to manufacture parts for the 777. Does that count?
I don't know. What was the time when you had to replace all the damn rivets? Or do they just retire them instead of doing that?
I didn't do maintenance. I built new parts. Interior parts too, so I don't know about the rivets.
Yeah, seats are going to get replaced every 10, 15 years.
No, more like the all the fiberglass for your storage compartments and all that shit.
Okay.
The bathroom walls and blah blah blah.
I've seen some rather old planes, and some of those look like their plastic parts were getting a little old. I don't know if they gut them and redo them again.
Well, that shit, all as it is a honeycomb with a thin layer on either side of fiberglass. It's all those storage compartments and bathroom walls and all that stuff. That's all it is. Cardboard and a thin layer.
What are you doing? It's the snacks.
Oh, I think you're hot micing, Jeremy.
I don't think I ever saw a broken part on an airplane. Like, I don't think I ever saw a broken overhead compartment or a door that wouldn't shut.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. You'd think you would after if you flew enough.
I'm sorry, it breaks and somebody goes and fixes it.
I'm thinking they take it out of service and replace it if you have a broken part.
But you figure, at some point one of those doors has to, break. But I mean, what are the odds I will be on the airplane the few times I fly at the time when the little door breaks, and in between when they send somebody out to stick a new one on.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a safety issue, though, so they probably would take it out of service even if that door wouldn't close.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure they would.
You don't want to have laptops dropping on people's heads; they get pissed.
They could always just leave it empty till they get the parts.
Sure. That might be so that they get back to their home base to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I've only got like 20 flights under my belt. I'm not exactly a world traveler. I do like the thinking about, like, they talk about generational spacecraft going between galaxies and stars and stuff, and just trying to think of what has man made that can survive 100 years in active service.
With moving parts.
Yeah, moving parts, rocket engines, and computers, laptops, all this shit.
They got that gear. What's that gear they made where they cemented the last gear in because it'll never move?
I don't know, but you know what I mean. This is a whole system that has to work, not just a gear. And we barely have one gear that can do it.
The locks of the Panama Canal would be an example.
Okay, so that thing's been in service for years, for a century.
Yeah, but are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about with maintenance? Anything will last with maintenance.
No, that's not true. You had to maintain your laptop for 100 years.
Yeah, you change the. You know, if the hard drive fucks up, you replace the hard drive.
Where, did you just go to Best Buy while you're on the way to the store?
Oh, you talking for space travel?
Yeah, I'm talking about a generational spacecraft. Yeah, they talk about that's one of the ways we can get to other stars. You send somebody as fast as you can on a really big ship, and you get that whole system to stay in one piece working during multiple generations of humans.
Then
We're talking about the generational ship we made up that one day?
Yeah, and then when it lands,
I think he's talking about Star Trek.
No, they weren't generational.
Deep Space Nine or the Next Generation?
No, I got it. This is a really good idea because it's part of a board game I was going to talk about earlier. So in this board game called Terraforming Mars, you leave Earth, but the ship you leave Earth in, when it lands on Mars, it turns into your habitat. They disassemble it and reassemble it on Mars, and then from there you start to terraform Mars for more people to come.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. You do that kind of stuff. But the problem is, how do I keep all the shit working there while I do this? I've got to keep as long as and Mars is like the last place we could do this, like where you could get supply ships. You know, thinking 50 years in the future, you could get like a train of supply ships.
First thing you'd want to bring 2 or 3 of everything. First of all, that way if something did break, there's a saying: 1 is none, 2 is 1, 1 is none.
Yeah.
So you'd want to send like 3 of everything, just in case something broke. Like you're not going to just send 1 habitat; you send 2 habitats.
And
if you got 10
people, you're going to have 3D printers and cool stuff like that. So all you have to do is send media up there for certain replacements, whether it be titanium 3D printing or something.
I think you guys should rate the next generation Starship Enterprise, because that's where you're living.
Hell yeah, bro.
Fantasy.
We're going out.
Oh no.
Star
Trek is so far above and beyond that. This is in the realm of kind of like foreseeable human technology, and Star Trek is outside of that.
Not a
the
chance.
next generation. The next generation. The next generation where we go to outer space.
Outer space. By the way, Jeremy, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think one of the 2 of us is lagging, so
I'm probably roboting a little bit.
No, I think you just have a delay.
Yeah, I think there's a delay. That's what I'm getting from it.
It's because you're Canadian. Hey.
Could be, eh?
I think the delay is yours. You always start second. Like God's Kelp would start, and then you would start also like a second later, and then stop immediately after that. So I think delay is yours.
I think you might be right, because I would start to say sorry, and then he'd overspeak me, and then I'd stop, and then he'd stop, and then I'd go to apologize again, and then he'd start again.
Usually it's better off just to stop and let it sort itself out.
That's eventually what I did, yeah, after I figured it out.
But there's a TV show where they are like, it's in the future and they're mining the asteroid belts and stuff. I don't remember what the name of it is. But that's
Don't
Look
Up.
What's that?
Don't Look Up.
No.
Did you see
Look Up.
that one?
That was a dark side of humanity there.
What was your take on it, though?
Now this was more of they're mining space. It's a future where Earth is, running out of resources and stuff, and they've gone up there and they're actually using asteroids to collect water and refine metals and stuff. And it's a current TV series or one that just finished. I can't remember the name of it though. But that one I thought was pretty well done for like the 100, 200 year frame from where we are today.
Yeah, Mars has an atmosphere, right? Is there hydrogen and oxygen in their atmosphere?
I think it's mostly carbon dioxide. So that is oxygen, but it's thin as hell.
The moon has an atmosphere too.
Yeah, really thin.
It's just a light.
Well, I'm saying you could get water if one of the problems for the Mars would be water. We need water, so you'd either have to have a water source there or be able to pull it out of the air or something like we can do here with a dehumidifier.
Yeah, but it's like dehumidifying the most dehumidified air ever. It could be done, and I think that's one of the propositions that they have. But
I love your ideas, Jeremy. By the way,
thank you. Yeah, I should definitely be in charge.
You should be.
Yeah,
I'd have us on Mars in 2 years. I'd have us on Mars.
Between Jeremy's ideas and Kosho's saw collection, I mean, they could definitely have us on the moon within a year or two.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna need Kosho saws for this. No question.
Yeah, call in Kosho. Get the saws out.
He's got a mini toolkit he bought at Walmart.
Bob the Builder toolkit. He wanted to count that as a fucking saw.
I'll tell you what, just for something to knock around in the house with, those toolkits are nice because it has slots where each tool goes instead of just having a giant box or bag of tools where everything's crazy and shit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just for in the house, if you got a hammer and nail in the wall or tape measure something or whatever, a little around the house shit.
Now, every house should have a 500-piece mechanics toolkit as the basis for starter toolkit.
Yeah, I mean, I got shit in the shed, but I don't want to run out to the shed every time my wife wants to do some nutty shit.
Oh yeah, no, you have the little lunchbox size toolkit.
Yeah, it's nice. Everything has its own slot though. It fits perfectly in it and like clicks in it. It's nice and organized. I love it.
A hammer, a screwdriver, a multi-screwdriver, and a hammer will take care of most of the things you're talking about.
Yeah, it's got a little level in it, a little horizontal levels in it, a tape measure, just some random shit, hex bits, all kinds of bits for the multi-screwdriver and shit. It's nice.
What are you calling a hex bit? A Robinson or a
Allen key?
Oh, Allen key.
Allen wrench. Oh, Allen wrench bits. Yeah. It's got Allen wrenches too, but I like using the bits. It's way faster.
Gotcha.
Everybody's got to have a screw gun, nice drill with a worm gear in it, and then you just put all the different bits in it.
Listen, I went and bought a finish nailer at Home Depot one day a few months back, and the guy's like, "Yeah, the batteries are fucking $100." Like, it don't come with a battery. He's like, "Nah." He's like, "But you can just buy a drill, and the drills are like $60, and that has a battery in it." I'm like, "Dude, are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, but those batteries, to be fair, those batteries that come with the drills, they're shit.
No, they aren't. They stay working forever.
It was the same battery.
Yeah, maybe if you're going to use it for 5 minutes, it's all right. But even if you're going to build a deck for the afternoon, you're going to end up needing two or charging the one you have, most likely.
Oh, dude, I'm already up to 6 batteries, so it's not a problem.
Oh, yeah, I've spent fucking $200 on 2 batteries, so yeah. And that was a sale price.
Hey, wait! I spent $400 on 4 batteries. I
There
win.
you go. There you go. I wasn't trying to be competitive. I was just saying they get expensive for good ones.
Yeah,
No,
whoever
I
knows
was
most
making a
batteries
joke
wins.
about how Kosho is trying to measure
Yeah, I
you
know.
for like.
Yeah, I know.
How many saws he has?
They get
Like-
crappy over time too, like the battery. It like
Well, the
burns out.
small ones do, like the ones that come in with DeWalt tools there, like those batteries nowadays, I mean, they're good enough to run your drill for a bit, but really, if you got lots of different tools and shit, they're not really
Hey,
very
you know
good.
what? My DeWalt stuff, supposedly, like DeWalt's supposed to work better. Like everybody I know has like DeWalt or Milwaukee shit.
Mhm.
But I have some Ryobi shit that's fucking outlasted some of my DeWalt shit.
Oh, you guys, there's some
Yeah, my
guys who do
Ryobi
like,
Sawzalls, no joke.
there's some guys who do like, he does a comparison between Harbor Freight tools and, you know, some of the name brands, and the Harbor Freight
God.
stuff is usually lower quality, but when you're talking about for home use, yeah, the top of the line stuff is definitely not worth it.
No, yeah, if you're not using it daily, by all means, I think you should be buying Ryobi. And it's not necessarily like maybe your Ryobi did last longer than a DeWalt or something, but there's more to the tool than just how long it lasts for as well. Although I think DeWalt would probably outlast most Ryobi stuff. But there's also like the comfort, the ergonomics, some options and all this other shit that and
How
like
well
just
it deals with a
overall
drop.
finish.
How well it
Hmm?
deals with a drop from the
Yeah,
from the
things like that.
workbench.
Right? But I mean,
I'm all committed on the Heart brand right now. I ended up getting some Heart brand stuff, and now I'm just trying to build up my battery base with the other tools I got. So I got a DeWalt, a Heart weed whacker, leaf blower, drill, hammer drill.
Hey, what business does Kosho even have saying that he has 18 fucking saws? You know he's lying, dude.
yeah, because he's counting even saw blades and the kitchen knife as saws, but it
Butter
was
knives.
it was just a big joke anyhow.
Dude,
Like, nobody really
isn't
cared.
he some sort of like coder or something?
No, it was about a funny thing about doors and wheels or windows, and it was in context.
No, but hey, isn't he a coder? He's not even like a
No, he's a-
tradesman
Well,
or
it
anything.
depends
right?
on the day. Some days he's a taxi driver. Some days he's a coder. Some days he's a guy that talks 4 or 5 different languages that used to be in the military. Like, take your pick. Which day are you talking about?
He's an Uber driver, isn't he? The Uber driver guy.
Well, only on some days. Other days he's running a business. Other days he's coding. You know, he's busy.
Oh,
he's a
Jack of
busy.
all trades.
Yeah, he's a busy motherfucker.
Like me, I drive Uber and Lyft. I have a job at a high school. I'm a phone
Oh,
farmer.
that was
Tons of
Jeremy.
jobs.
Never mind. So Kosho does something else. I don't
He
know,
drives
man.
Uber. Kosho drives Uber.
Uber too.
What I was gonna say though, just about the tools, because I fucking love tools. Yeah, if anybody's just doing, I know what I was gonna say. Like, I literally have tens of thousands of dollars in tools, and some of my tools are the quality of like what you guys would call Harbor Freight or whatever, and then some of them are like Snap-on, Mac, fucking all the
Hey,
name
you guys don't
brands.
have a Harbor Freight where you're at?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. No.
Can you buy things like from there online? Because my gosh, they're I have
I don't
some of
know.
their tools that I mean compare with some of my friends' Snap-on tools and stuff. So they're
Well, we have other places, like I don't know if you guys have a PV Mart or Canadian Tire. For us, we can get
Fuck
cheaper tools,
no.
or like
What the fuck
Napa.
is that shit? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think when you're buying tools, even if you're a contractor or a mechanic or whatever, like it depends on the tool you're buying. Sometimes you want to buy a name brand, and other times if it's a tool that you don't use that often, or it's just like a huge ass fucking wrench that Snap-on would cost $300 for the one wrench, but you could get a cheap one for like $50. Well, get the cheap one because A, you probably don't use it that much, and B, it's a big chunk of steel anyhow. So really, what's the big difference in quality, right? I think you just got to be smart. I wouldn't make fun of anybody for using a particular name brand.
I used the Pittsburgh Forge brand back in the late 80s is when I started purchasing that stuff. And initially, the tools really they were okay. And I broke a few of the sockets, but after I replaced the broken sockets, they had a lifetime warranty. So you just brought in your broken one and they replaced it with a new one.
Yeah.
Once I replaced those, I've never broken one since. Tool loss is a bigger problem for me. Yeah, I'll lose the socket before I'll break it.
How many 10mm sockets you got left?
None. Nobody owns one.
There's not any on Earth.
Right on, man.
Half inch. I got no half inch, 9/16 or 10 mil.
They like walk away. They fly away and go.
Yeah.
There's a little elf in my garage that takes tools.
Yeah. When you find him, break his leg so he can't make his way up into Canada, would you?
I sat out there with the 357 Magnum for about 3 days. That bitch never showed up.
I bet you I got at least 4 10mm wrenches. Fuck. It's one thing. You got to have at least 2 for sure, always.
They should just give you 2. There should just be 2 of them in sets when you
There
buy a
should be.
set and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And half inch and 9/16 too. More 9/16 actually. Seems like that's the pretty popular one.
Yeah, that's a do-it-all wrench, man. That's for everything.
Yeah. It's what's funny is if Kosho was still here, I bet you he wouldn't get the joke.
You know what? I got one of those sockets that'll fit anything. I haven't really used it. I used it a couple times, but it's one of
As
those
seen
ones
on
that
TV.
Yeah. It's supposed to be able to fit anything. I used it a couple times. It worked pretty good.
Did it?
Yeah.
I would say that you can't really torque on it, though. I would imagine those little pins would probably break out.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use it for anything serious, just little bullshit things. But
when you're assembling a chair or something, it works
kid's
great.
bicycle. Yeah.
Hey, do you guys know that little tool, that little trick? Like say you have a wrench that's too big, you can like put like some sort of like shim, like
a screwdriver head.
Not like a. Yeah, you can put just like a penny or like a quarter in between where the nut goes, and use that.
I mean, no, I think you just get the right tool for the right job. Is my attitude.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes when you're in a pinch, dude, and
yeah, I've never been caught in a pinch like that, I must say. Or
You should at least have a crescent wrench.
Yeah, crescent wrench does a lot of shit. There's actually this other style of wrench. I know it as a Ford wrench, but it's kind of like a crescent wrench, but the opening is at the front instead of the end. And I'll tell you, that thing, man, that is a tool to have to get into places where a crescent won't. Like, mostly if you're working on hydraulics and shit, that type of wrench is a fucking must-have, in my opinion. That and offset.
Like a flare nut wrench?
No. I'll show you a picture. I'll go to the garage and take a picture. Because this fucking, especially with hydraulics and shit, this is a wrench you want to have. Where's the key? I just know it as a Ford wrench, but basically it's an offset crescent wrench, I guess, is the way I would.
Yeah, like 90 degrees instead of straight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about.
How many times have you had to break out the welder and modify a wrench like for some fancy particular car problem? Yeah,
these bend it right, bend it to shape. I've done that.
I've had to grind wrenches thinner just to fit.
Yeah, that's what you keep cheap wrenches for that. Where the fuck is this?
I took a 10mm and I ground that thing down to it was just like about a 1/4 inch of socket left, and that was a pain in the ass job. It was just like a little water pump bolt or something that couldn't get to.
Here's a picture.
Hey, those universal joints, or they call them wobbles. Those have always came in handy.
One thing that you never think of, or rarely will think of, but sometimes a really, really, really long extension, like way beyond when you think you need it, will fix a problem. So you like work out, way beyond the car.
Yeah, that's where you break out all your extensions and jam them together.
Yeah. And then they separate and they drop into the frame. You gotta go find them. That's why it's nice having like a nice couple of 18 inches or something.
I'll post that picture of the wrench if anybody wants to see it. I'll post it for a minute in Livestream 1. And it should be there right away.
Hey, so
there should just be a place
flat, right? Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, it's still flat. There should just be a place in your city.
That's not a monkey wrench, you fucking monkey head.
That's a pipe wrench, monkey wrench, dude.
No,
what are you
it's
talking
not a
about?
pipe wrench. That's not a fucking pipe wrench.
That's a monkey wrench, dude.
I'll
what are you
fucking
talking
show
about?
you a pipe wrench. That's not a pipe wrench. This is a fucking
That's a pipe wrench.
No,
yes,
it's
it
not.
is. That's a plumber's
Dude,
wrench.
shut the fuck up. This is a pipe wrench.
That's not a fucking monkey wrench.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, it
fucking
is.
pipe
That's a
wrench.
monkey
What's
wrench.
coming? No, it's not, you fucking knucklehead.
Yeah, that one doesn't have the wobble jaw on it. Monkey
The
wrench
one
has
that's
a wobbly
coming.
top.
The one that's coming is a pipe wrench.
Say that in a Crocodile Dundee voice, Extremistus.
That's not a pipe wrench. This is a pipe wrench.
Well, I'm waiting for it to come, but it's taking its time. I took another picture. There, that's a fucking pipe wrench, you fucking monkeys.
Yeah, that's got the little wobbly top.
Yeah, that's a pipe wrench. The other one, I just know it as a Ford wrench. There's a more, if anybody is an airplane mechanic, I think they use them on airplanes. There's a more technical term for it, but I know it as a Ford wrench.
A what wrench?
Ford.
Like
Ford wrench, like found on Road Dead wrench?
Yeah.
Ford wrench?
That's what I know it as, yeah.
Fucked over remanufactured Dodge?
Fix or repair daily?
Hello?
There's more, dude. There's like five of those acronyms. Oh, I know the other one.
Fucking old rusty
Fucking
Dodge.
only rolls downhill.
Anyhow, that wrench, the first wrench I took a picture of, that's a fucking awesome wrench to get into tight places with hydraulics and shit.
I just saw a wrench on TikTok. It'll work with like if you only have like 1 degree of movement to move the wrench. Like most sockets won't even turn the thing. This one would turn on having a very small clearance.
Yeah, there's a lot of them now that are like the 72 teeth ones. I like those. Yeah, most of the old ones I think had like 16 teeth or something. So it was like you had to move the wrench substantially to get it to click.
I think you can get into the hundreds. I think you can get into the hundreds now, teeth.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I've been looking at them for years. My sockets won't break, or the wrenches won't break on me, so it's like I haven't had to replace them. But I always go to the store and I twist those, and it's like, ooh, that is so fine.
Do you want to see my gold-plated wrenches?
No.
Check that shit out. Gold-plated wrenches.
I said no. Don't show it. Don't show it.
Too bad. It's coming now, bitch.
Oh, man. That's it. I'm out.
I bet you none of you fuckers seen gold-plated wrenches before.
I have one.
Do you?
Yeah.
Let's see that sucker.
I don't have one.
Lying bastards.
Pictures
Mine
are
are
going to happen.
silver-plated. I prefer silver plating.
Do you? There they are. Look at those puppies.
You need a silver one when battling werewolves.
Gold-plated wrenches, motherfuckers.
You don't use those, do you?
Well, does it look like they've been used? Of course not.
Well, why are they just plated?
It's just a collector set, whatever.
Well, because the gold wrench would really suck.
Well, hey, if the world fucking crashes, maybe I can barter with them for some food.
Why would anybody want a metal instead of something they could eat?
Maybe because they can melt the gold down and sell the gold and buy even more food.
Sell the gold to who?
Whoever wants the gold.
Nobody's gonna want the gold. They want food
and
How do you
alcohol.
know?
There's always a
Alcohol.
time. There's always a time when society starts to reform.
That's right. And then my gold wrenches will be worth something on that day. Thank you, Moyak.
But what if they like something else, like beans? What if they want beans instead of gold?
Flava beans and a nice Chianti.
Or like, what if they want canned items?
Then I'll build them a canned item
Oh, you
with
won't?
my
You wouldn't
gold
have
with my
electricity?
gold wrenches. Dude, you have no idea what a guy can do with gold wrenches, so just stay out of it.
Gold is pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience. Please do explain.
You don't see crabs fighting over gold now, do you? Gold.
Because crabs can't use gold to build things that are useful.
Oh, like a gold statue? How useful is that, huh?
Oh, do you know how much gold is in the machine? Whatever you're talking on most likely has gold in it.
Dude,
No,
don't you know how much gold went on the lunar module? Think about it.
Look at all that tin foil they spray painted gold.
Gold is a pseudoscience.
Well, you're using gold right now as you speak, most likely.
Yeah, but that's because we need it now because we're dependent on the internet. But when we
you
get
don't
blown
need the
up,
internet to use gold.
when we get blown up,
There's gold-plated fucking plugins for guitars. There's gold-plated wiring and shit for car stereos for their amps and their speakers and all that shit. It's not just because of the internet.
But when society collapses and we go back to the monkey ages, why do we need a stereo?
Yeah, but like Moyak said, there'll be a day when we rebuild it then.
No, it wouldn't, because we've exhausted all our easy routes to get oil.
That's not true.
Yes, we have.
What do you mean? No, what do you know about
the only way to
getting
get
oil
oil
out
now?
of the ground?
The only way to get oil out of the
This is going to
ground
be good.
now.
I've spent most of my life in the oil industry. Go ahead, tell me all
The
about
only
it.
way to get oil out of the ground now is through advanced means of technology. You can't just
Like what?
stumble across it like you're digging a few feet.
Well, yeah, actually, you can still. What do you think? Huh?
And if you can, those places are guarded by the U.S. government.
Well, you still can. And the U.S. government would no longer exist in this make-believe world you speak of. You ever heard of the tar sands or the oil sands? What do you think that is? It's open pit mining, for oil.
Hey, I have a question. Let's see if you guys know. Hey, how do they make helium?
They don't make it.
Oh, how do they make oxygen?
By combining fucking.
You mean the gas or the atom?
Look, here goes Bacon. Let's see his explanation. Right quick on
I
the
wasn't
Google machine.
attempting. I wasn't trying to explain. I
They
was
make
just asking
oxygen.
if you meant the atom or the molecule.
Well, they make oxygen
No,
by
how do they
planting
make
a tree in the ground.
How do they make a lot of oxygen?
Plant a tree.
How they make what?
No, okay, when they pump a tank full of oxygen, where do they get that oxygen from?
I don't know.
The
No,
air.
of course you don't. Oh, Glober doesn't know about oxygen. Right on.
What was your question about oxygen?
Who's the Glober?
You?
I'm not a Glober.
What are you?
Talking to Bacon.
Look at my tags.
Does that sound like Job?
That's Joby, yeah.
I mean, do I sound like Job?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, like a little kid.
Yes, you do. Exactly like him.
That's
Oblivion.
frustrating.
Oblivion sounds like both of you guys put together.
Hey, I sound like God's scalpel, don't I?
No,
Yeah.
I'm way cooler.
I'm way.
Oil is probably a pseudoscience.
How is oil a pseudoscience?
Maybe they create the engines in a way where it only accepts one kind of liquid. But
What do you think engines do with oil?
it makes it blow up and it makes the piston move.
The oil makes the piston move.
Hey, are you a flat earther?
Who? Me?
No, the other guy.
Okay.
No way.
God scalper?
God scalper? I'm not a flat earther. Why?
Hey, you're a glober, right?
No.
Oh.
What's a glober? Anyhow, you think the oil makes the pistons move?
No, it makes the cylinders move. My bad.
You think the oil makes the cylinders move?
Yeah,
the cylinders move in an engine.
Yeah, they move, and then when the oil blows up, it moves the cylinder.
The cylinder moves. That's fucked. I didn't know that. How long have the cylinders been moving in an engine?
Since you turn the ignition.
Wow. And the oil does that.
Yeah, but they make it in a way where it only accepts oil, because if they made it how they used to make it, the first cars they made ran on water.
You're talking about oil or fuel?
Well, I have to ask him though. Are you sure that the oil makes the cylinders move?
We all know gasoline is oil based. Don't be pedantic.
But are you sure the oil makes the cylinders move in the engine to make it go?
Talking about fuel.
Because when it explodes, when it combusts, it moves it.
Yeah. So the cylinders are moving for sure.
Yeah, but you could do that with water too.
The cylinders don't move in an engine, dude.
The pistons.
For fuck's sake, man! It's like how many eggs a day does a rooster lay?
No, but you could do that with water
too. Can you answer that?
How many
eggs can a rooster lay in a day?
I don't know.
You don't. Well, if you had to guess, how many would you think?
Well, I thought the rooster was the boy chicken. I thought they had.
There you go. All right, and the cylinder doesn't move in an engine. My God, dude.
Yes, it does.
The cylinders do not move. The pistons reciprocate up and down. Yes.
Well, we all know. I already corrected myself. I said the cylinder.
No, the cylinder doesn't move, dude.
You guys are saying two different things.
The cylinder is part of the block.
Yeah, it's just a cylinder, a hole.
It's just a hole, yeah.
Yeah, and the pistons are what stroke up and down.
Yeah, we all know. You guys are just being. You guys are playing word games.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Hey,
not at all, dude.
Hey, God Scalpel, hone my cylinder.
Enough of this obfuscation. We all know that if you built a car, since nobody here can build a car.
Oh, really? You don't think anybody here can build a car?
No, cars are only allowed to be built by mega corporations.
I could build a car.
Yeah, and then the CIA will kill you.
If I built a car.
Unless it ran off gasoline or like a battery or something.
Okay, so I could build a car then.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the first generation of cars that they had in the 1700s.
Steam car.
Yeah, they ran them off water.
Steam.
Yes.
Are you talking about a steam engine? You can build a steam engine if you want, and you have.
No, this was before the steam engine. The steam engine was the process to get people to rely on gasoline and to ban water fuel cars.
How did this steam engine get people to rely on gasoline? I'd like to see the connection.
Because a steam engine isn't as good as a gas car, right? So everybody started moving over to the gas cars, and they started being more reliable.
Okay.
And that's where we are today with legislation.
Okay. You had to throw that in there, eh? With legislation. So And what do you think the oil does now? You think the oil makes? We're gonna make the correction and say the pistons go up and down.
Well, what are you asking me about the oil or the piston? What do you need?
Well, I'm asking it. You're
They
saying
make
that
the
the
cars.
oil makes the
See,
piston go
they
up and down.
say so with the cars. They made them in a way where if you try to put water in them instead, because it's a liquid, just like gasoline is, it destroys the car because they made them so it only if it only
Okay,
it only works
yeah. A couple of things. Gasoline is not oil. It's more technically like a byproduct, like a condensate they would use. Hey, quiet. A condensate they would use to make like a gasoline and stuff. But it it's combustion that causes it to work. If you pump gasoline doesn't go into the piston, into the cylinder with like water. It's just a mist.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the explosion makes it move up and down.
Well, initially you said oil was, but anyhow, so now we got that first. So what's the problem?
The problem is that they're making these only accept gas. In the beginning, they would accept.
That's not true. Actually, you can run diesel. Hold on,
well,
you can run them with diesel or propane. Diesel's more like oil. Diesel and jet fuel are almost exactly
the same. Yeah, but those are also government limited resources. Water is not. They used to race car. They had a car that used to run off of water, like pure water. They poured it in.
How did this process work?
They poured it in. Just it had like a tank underneath it, and it propelled it forward. They also had a car that ran off of air. It was a turbine.
I mean, technically, maybe you could do the air thing.
They only want you to rely on gasoline. That's bad for the environment. You go to the gas station.
Gasoline. You think gasoline's bad for the environment?
Yeah, if you pour the gasoline on the river, what do you think happens?
Well, last time I checked, when I go to the gas station, I don't pour gasoline in the river.
Still, dilution is the solution to pollution. It'll be quickly diluted.
Yeah. And plus, I mean, I'll give you this. I think they could have, and I think they still could make engines way more efficient and last way longer and drive way more kilometers before they break down. I'll give you that much. But I honestly believe they can make a gasoline engine run very clean and not with the fucking bullshit that they use now to try and make them run clean. But I think, you can make an engine run a lot cleaner than today's standards and be way more efficient.
But they won't go one step farther and go back to the 1700s where they used to just pour pure water. They even used to use salt water, but you'd have to use better metals.
I don't know anything about 1700s water engine cars.
Oh, we had trains back then, right?
Yeah, that ran off steam.
No, that was before the steam engine. We're talking about the water engine.
Yeah, I don't know anything about a water engine.
That's fine. This is deep stuff.
Interesting. Where's all the relics and stuff of these engines and the knowledge of them? They just killed everybody. So basically what relics. I hear you saying, hold on. What I hear you saying is that the world was populated with water running trains, water running cars, water running everything, but yet there's not a whisper of it. There's no museums, there's no leftover vehicles, there's nobody talking about it. Oh,
it's in the underground tunnels underneath the Smithsonian.
Oh, I see.
There's whistleblowers about this.
There is. Are you one of them?
No.
Oh. Huh. Well, maybe you could send me a link so I can look into it.
Look, even the jet airliners, they don't use fuel. They use their turbines and wind propulsion. Tesla.
So what are they putting in the planes when they land?
It might be jet fuel. But that's to probably run the onboard avionics, not the propulsion.
Okay. So how much jet fuel would it take to run onboard avionics for an hour or 2 or 3, do you think?
Well, you gotta give me an aircraft.
Boeing 777.
Well, it would take a lot more than what's in the wings.
Really?
Hey, Job.
Yeah,
Hey,
it would.
Job, I think you'd have a
Wow.
much easier time approaching this idea saying, like, accelerating takes fuel. So from takeoff, they
No, it
might
doesn't.
need the jet fuel. But once they get at a constant pace, maybe that's when the magical turbine vortex energy takes over and, like, maintains speed effortlessly.
You just said taking off doesn't take any, basically, energy.
No, it takes energy.
Where's the energy come from?
Yeah,
It
that's where you
comes from the
screwed up,
ether.
Job.
Oh my god.
It comes from the ether, and these turbines are the same technology that Tesla made to detect the ether.
I'm trying to help you out, man. I'm trying to help you out.
Don't worry, I don't need help.
So oh, sorry, go ahead, man, if you want.
I'm just calling you out, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
In the sense that if it's stationary, the turbines aren't spinning, something has to get the turbines spinning. That takes some sort of fuel, right? Or is there some sort of antenna?
He said ether.
Ever heard of a black box?
An ether antenna? Oh, the black box is the ether antenna?
No, I'm fucking with you, not the black box. Okay. But there is a...
I mean, I have a feeling you've been fucking with everyone.
Yeah. This guy, I don't know this guy at all. Like, I've heard him talk with Voice and Gems when I was in there for maybe half hour. But right now, you're reminding me an awful lot of, like, Dallas David type material.
No, not really. Not right now.
Yeah,
I mean, I do like to mess around, but right now I'm not really.
Joby, are you trolling these guys, John Bon Jovi?
No. John Bon. He might.
No,
be
I'm just
trying,
no,
but
I'm just
I
talking
wouldn't
about.
quite say
Well,
he's
Jeremy,
trolling because I am playing along.
I'm just talking about water engines.
Kenobi.
I'm just talking about water engines and like how planes don't use jet fuel and stuff like that.
So, like I said, if they don't use jet fuel, I'm alright with you saying that. But can you please explain to me what they pump into those jets every time they land? You're saying jet fuel.
Well, jet fuel is a thing. Don't get me wrong. They use them in the smaller airplanes, like in turboprops.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Boeing. You asked me to pick a plane. I picked the Boeing 777.
That's not a turboprop, is it?
No. But when all this started, and you said that they don't use jet fuel and all this bullshit that you're saying, I asked you, what are they pumping into the plane when they land? And you said, I don't know, pick a plane. So I picked the Boeing 777. And you're still maintaining that they're not using jet fuel. So at some point, wouldn't the plane just overfill with something, whether it's fucking jelly beans or jet fuel? I don't know. But if they're putting it in it every time they land, at some point, isn't the cuppeth going to overfloweth? If they're not using it
into it, bro, to turn the airplane into a balloon.
So you think that 240,000 liters that go into a jet?
Well, wait a minute. You're taking it to a whole different level. Right now, we're just trying to get past the idea that you said they don't use jet fuel.
Yeah, we're talking about that right now.
Okay, and then so you're saying a generator. Well, I can tell you right now, jet fuel is basically a high-quality diesel. And a diesel generator, even if it's a big-ass fucking generator, can run for a good 3 hours with a minimal amount of fuel.
Yes,
Like,
but you're not paying. Your ticket is not paying for the jet fuel.
Listen, you're talking to someone that happens to know a little bit about this sort of stuff and mechanics and diesel generators and diesel and fuel and all this fucking bullshit you're talking about. And you're trying to tell me that a generator, I don't believe there's a generator on a fucking plane like you're talking anyhow. But even if it was, it wouldn't take a fucking wing full of fuel to run it for 3 fucking hours. Like, we'd be talking about, depending on the size of the generator, but a pretty big generator, you could run it for like 3 hours on probably between 50 and 75 liters of diesel. Max. And I'm talking about a generator that if it was on that fucking airplane, you would know it was there.
Hey, God Scalpel.
Yo.
Is there any validity to the expression running on fumes? Or is that just like just an expression?
Yeah, it's when it's really
I don't
low.
know. I think
what I'm
it's
saying,
just
though?
yeah. I think there's like I don't know if it was like the Mythbusters or someone. I remember someone tried that, and if I remember right, I think it's like no.
Well, the way a car is designed, you can't run on fumes.
Yeah,
but
because it has a
if you
fuel
did,
pump, right?
yeah, if you went to the tank and started sucking air through the tank, you could probably get some kind of a mixture. But I think it'd be challenging to try and get the mixture right.
That's
I'm gonna
right.
post
Yeah,
this video in live
especially a modern day car. Like, yeah, I think I would 100% agree with Moyak, but especially with a modern day car, when you're talking about, you have injectors and all that shit, right? Like,
Sure.
it's not going to happen.
Oh, Scalpel. What's going on, right? What's going on? You might be able to answer this for me. What's going on when I've been driving, trying to get to the next gas station, and my car turns off because I ran out of fuel. But I can hit the ignition. I can put it in neutral, twist my key in the ignition, and actually get about like 15 to 20 more attempts out of it. Where it'll go like another 50 feet running the motor, and then it'll cut off again, and I repeat the process, and I can like milk it for all it's got.
Well,
Is that just like
probably
droplets or something?
No, you probably still have a little bit of fuel in your tank, and the pump's like picking it up, but has an air gap in between what it's picking up, and then it'll air gap, like it'll pull some air, and then it'll pick up a little bit, pull some air. That's would be my guess.
So
I don't know why you're asking God Scalpel. Kosho's got more fucking sauce than this guy. So.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, I
and
want to
also
relate
the way
to
the car is leaning, or if it's shaking, slushing around a little bit, it might pick up a little bit of fuel. But I don't know. You could be trolling me too. So.
No, I'm no troll. But you know what that reminds me of? When you're drinking a juice box as a kid with a straw, and you're trying to suck out all the drink from your juice box, and you think you've got it all, but then if you take like a knife or you tear it open, there's always a little bit more juice in your juice box that you gotta rip off the top and drink it like a cup style instead of out of the straw.
Talk that Capri Sun shit.
It could also be those fucking little gremlins that go over to Moyak's house as well and stealing his tools. They might be in your fuel tank, causing you a lot of issues.
Everybody,
I'll tell you what.
This video is more directed to. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, speaking of those little juice drinks, my wife could suck peanut butter through a Capri Sun straw. So,
fuck Jeremy.
But anyway, that video is a very old video that I found even before I found the flat Earth, like the jet fuel hoax. It's a very, very interesting video. If anybody wants to take time out of their day and watch it.
God Scalpel, do you think that APUs on airplanes don't exist?
Pardon me?
And I just heard something earlier. Do you think that APUs on airplanes don't exist?
No, that's not what I said. He's going on about. No. He's going on about jets not using any fuel at all. And I said, what do they put in there every time they land? And then he hemmed and hawed and said, well, maybe they use some diesel for a generator.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. And then I said,
he said to run the avionics.
Yeah, he said to run a generator to run the avionics, he said, as far as I remember. And then I told him, like, how much fuel do you think that would take? And he's like, more than a wing full. And then I started going on about a diesel generator because jet fuel is basically just a high fucking quality diesel.
So you really think
hold on,
with
I gotta
both
mute
wings
for a
that
second.
have 130 tons in both of them, it could take off?
Oh, you could do the lift calculation.
You know how many trucks?
Yeah, but now you're just moving the goalposts anyhow.
Do you know
you
how
can
many
do the lift
trucks
calculation on it. Look at the surface area, the speed. You can find out whether you can fly.
he's a habitual goalpost mover.
Yeah, I've just when you said that, I started looking into the APUs. It's like that's the one that I looked up, the APS 3200, 100 kilowatts. So that's about at least 50 horsepower. That's a real substantial generator that bitch has.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I was just saying, like, I was basing it off of a land generator that they'd use, like in the oil patch or whatever. I wasn't making any like.
Right.
Yeah, I was just kind of spitballing shit out there, trying to call it bullshit. That's all.
So you are of the belief that they probably have fuel on airplanes?
Oh yeah. I mean, they fucking put something in there every fucking
We all
time they
know
land.
airplanes use the same energy bees use to fly.
Yep. Because you see those wings flapping all the time. Yeah, it's the same setup.
Something is weird going on with bees because
Well,
if you ever have bees flying around and then you shut the lights off on them, they'll just fall.
That's a funny
maybe
thing
they're
to say.
sore.
Isn't it weird that bees create a force field around them? Isn't that weird? They literally
Star
create
Wars.
a force field around them, and they could fly 40 miles
Impenetrable.
in wind. No other insect can do that. They don't use their wings to fly. They use their wings to create a force field around them.
They're bending space-time. They're manipulating space-time.
This is called ethereal energy.
Quantum foam manipulation.
Well, let's see them
Seriously,
fly in a
watch that
vacuum.
video.
Let's see them fly in a vacuum.
Well, they can't breathe.
Actually, I was really surprised that what's his name? The guy who does all the vacuum chamber things. Little geeky guy.
I don't know.
Oh,
Vsauce.
No, the geeky guy.
Action Lab.
Action Lab.
Action.
Yeah, he put flies in a vacuum, and I was surprised they didn't die. I mean, they didn't stay in for long. He pulled it down, showed that they couldn't fly, and then turned it back on and let the air back in.
Well,
But,
flies move conventionally. Bees are different because they don't use lift to fly. They're not aerodynamic. It's like the first part of the bee
why
movie.
do
Come on,
bees?
man.
They fall when you turn the lights off. If you got bees flying around, you turn the lights off, they'll just fall to the ground.
That's funny, dude. So bees can't fly at night.
I'm just telling you, they had a thing there. They had a bunch of bees in a tank. They shut the lights off. They all fucking dropped like rocks.
And we do all know that light
Joby, I don't
is.
make shit up like you do, bro.
Well, I'm not
Yeah,
making
but
anything
now,
up right now.
there may be a biological reason for that, like that they don't fly at night, and so they have a little bit of a short circuit. Instead of flying gently to the ground, they say, "Oh, I should stop flying. It's night."
No. We all know when you turn the lights off, you stop the energization of the ether, and they have nothing to cling on to.
Well, that would be. I would buy that, but I'll bet you when you turn it down dim, they don't fall down like that.
Because that's what light is. Light is the energizing of the ether, so you could see.
It'd be interesting if they turn down the lights slowly. Is there a trigger point when they fall? Like if I just
that'd be interesting. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, see if you could turn it down slowly and see if they fly in the night.
Or did they say, "Oh, I got to start getting to the ground. It's getting dark."
Maybe bees are
That would
smart
be
enough
interesting
to
to
know.
see. You think they would have done that with that experiment? You think they would have shut the lights off quickly and then dimmed them slowly? Yeah.
But
they may have, but the most interesting thing is watching them just fucking fall.
But here's the thing, though. Even if we did that, it's still a question. Why can't they fly in night?
I'll tell you what the most interesting thing is. It's called the Hope Experiment. There's a bunch of different names for it that I forgot, but one of them is called the Hope Experiment, where they put mice in a little thing, in a little like test tube filled with water, and they see how long the mice can tread water for before they drown. You guys familiar with that one?
Yeah, but the one I know is with dogs.
They don't use dogs, Joby.
No,
what the fuck?
No, there's some Russian guy that used dogs.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Joby? Come on.
No, I'm not fucking with you. There was a Russian guy that used dogs to do this. That's what I didn't
They
know
don't
they did
use
it with
dogs.
mice.
They're already in a shit fit because they're using mice.
No, I'm
There's
talking.
no way they're using dogs.
This was like before. This was before liberalism. They did it with dogs first. This was before white women.
Before white women.
Hey, Jeremy, before you say too strongly or insist too strongly that there's no way they're using dogs, keep in mind what Fauci has allegedly been up to with dogs.
Oh, yeah, I
What's he
mean,
been doing? Doggy style?
Did you not? Oh, no, apparently some of his experiments, or at least one of his experiments or whatever, involved like having these flies eat beagles' faces.
What?
Why would that man do that?
That's pretty fucked up to even hear out loud, you know.
Well, I mean,
Such a goofy thing.
I'm just saying they were all up in arms because they were using mice for this hope experiment.
But
they'd be throwing a shit fit if it was fucking dogs.
But well, this was like Soviet era, so they fucking sewed a dog to another dog's head. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, are you sure that wasn't a movie?
No, it was a real thing. They cut a dog's head off and grafted it to another dog.
It used to be the middle segment in the human centipede.
Yeah. The thing is, if it could work with dogs for at least an hour or however long they lived, it could work with humans.
Well, two heads are better than one, so.
Yeah, that is pretty similar to something that I would love at some point to have a conversation with the right kind of doctor who could answer some questions similar to that. They say if you get your fingers chopped off or you lose a limb or whatever, they say put it on ice, at least in the movies, right? And because the idea is, right, you could reattach a detached limb or something like that. And I know it's probably never going to work exactly the same way as it used to, but I assume it could return to some pretty high functionality, still like feel the sensations in it, whatever. But how do you like stitch together nerve endings, or is that
I don't
even
know,
part
man.
of the process?
Well, I know that they
I'll tell
do.
you what, I'd much rather have a go-go gadget transhumanism finger. You have a little lighter pop out or a
You'll
saw
go to
or
hell
something
if you
cool.
do that.
Dude, that was a good movie, good cartoon as well.
But yeah, I think they do it nerve by nerve. It's really a grueling process.
Wow, sounds like you need like a microscope or something to do surgery under.
They
That's
do it with
Dr.
machines.
Bob. I always heard that you can't repair nerves, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I've definitely heard stories, there's stories alone, of course, but that, someone has a finger chopped off, they get it reattached, and their feeling is still there.
Yeah, because it was a
Here's
clean
the
cut.
thing
But
about these stories, though, that you hear. Like, I've heard stories of globes, and it's like, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Like, there's two things you got to be careful with: what you tell yourself and what you believe.
Okay.
Sure, man. I mean, you understand. I'm just bringing this to the table, and I've presented it in a way that has been, expressed that I don't have absolute faith in it or anything. Just telling you what I've heard.
No, I understand. I mean, I've heard some crazy shit too. It's just we're not supposed to believe everything we hear, right?
Well, I don't believe it.
I know, but nobody really practices that. Like, we all believe in the globe.
I don't believe
No,
you.
we don't. We don't all believe in the globe. In fact, most of us here don't.
I don't believe anything Jeremy says.
See? Nobody believes everything they hear.
Oh, that I do believe.
But anyway.
I think my girlfriend was telling me about a story, one of her favorites called, I think, the Island of Dr. Monroe.
Moreau, the Isle of Dr.
Moreau.
Moreau,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a good movie.
Isn't that about a doctor who like makes chimeras or like combines body parts on creatures, stitching them together?
Now he DNA splices humans with animals and has all these human-animal hybrids, a whole variety of them. Watch the old movie first, then watch the new one. The new one's a wreck, but it's okay.
Did they make a cat lady?
Yeah.
They made a cat lady in that? I forgot that movie. Cat ladies are sexy. Don't remember Catwoman from Batman? What's her name?
Which one?
What was Catwoman's name from the movie?
Which movie?
Oh, she had black hair, and I forget her name.
She had the leather suit on. One of
Which
the
one?
major. I don't know.
Halle Berry?
No.
Halle Berry,
Who
Catwoman?
is it? No, not Halle Berry.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Halle Berry. Pfeiffer.
The first one was Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah. Catwoman. Yeah. Hot ass Catwoman in that shit. I mean, she was batshit crazy, but that's never stopped me.
You ever seen the movie Splice?
Oh my god, I've seen that.
Yeah, that
I
one's
saw that when I was
messed
like,
up.
I saw that when I
looks
was
like
a kid.
Joby looks like that alien from Splice, but only in the fights.
The alien was kind of sexy.
That was the point.
Hey, did
I
you
would
guys
have
hear Joe
Not my
Rogan
point, point of the movie,
Joe
so.
Rogan. Elon Musk bought Twitter.
10% or something like that. 9%.
No, he made an offer for $54 billion, but he's going to get that offer rejected, and he may make a bigger offer with more investors.
I know he's the largest shareholder, but I don't know if he advanced further than that.
So, if you guys watch the latest video by JP Sears on the channel Awaken with JP, he did a video on this, and as far as I can tell after watching it, Elon Musk, bought a bunch of stock to become the largest stockholder in Twitter, and was offered a chairman position or something, but turned it down because accepting that position would cap his his privileges to 14%, which he currently has more of percentage wise than that position could cap out at. So he bought a lot of stock above 14%.
That sounds right, but what are you getting at? Is there more to the story?
I didn't start this. Someone else brought this up. I think it was Trader.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm watching the market, so I'm aware of that, and it's a very interesting day today.
Yeah, he didn't buy Twitter. He just became the largest stockholder of it.
Twitter is back up positive after the market closed.
Yeah, I just seen it was an offer. My bad. Yeah, he just made an offer.
Oh,
yeah,
did he
only
offer
has
to buy the whole
9%.
thing?
Yeah, he did offer to buy it.
Oh, I didn't know that. My bad.
According to him, he wants to make Twitter a fair platform that doesn't ban people that say Republican.
Hey, real quick, since you guys are talking about the jet fuel hoax topic, I'm at work right now, so I can't really talk long, but I just wanted to let anyone know. I put a thing in the chat, which is I worked out how much fuel they would have had to use volume-wise. It's like 3 swimming pools, like average size in-ground swimming pools worth of fuel for each plane, the 747. Anyone's welcome to just check the figures there and see if it adds up. I'm not saying they don't use any jet fuel, but it doesn't seem like they use as much as they say, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, the first time that idea was presented to me, one of the strong points that was made was, wouldn't there have to be like a constant feed of like tanker trucks constantly delivering fuel to all these major airports like all day long, like just a never-ending convoy?
Yeah, for the amount they have to fill up, it would take a lot longer, and yeah, it would be like constant.
Plus, if you ever pull up the schematics, I know I've been in a conversation with Zanuck when we did this, pulled up schematics of a specific plane, showed the placement and volume of each of the tanks and where they're at, and they're connected with lines. It just doesn't make sense, you know what I mean? Like, just connect to
Yeah, especially if they're filling the wings with fuel. That just doesn't make sense automatically. And then if you're losing fuel over the whole period of the trip, then you would be off balance, or you'd be completely lighter. Anyway, you just add it up. You got the people with the luggage and all of that weight, and it's just 3 swimming pools worth of jet fuel. Really? I don't think so.
Thank you, guys. I know. I don't hear anybody talking about this kind of stuff with the jet fuel stuff.
Oh, it's been brought up for years.
Yeah, I guess I'm too.
I
new
just
to this.
actually looked into that the other day, and it definitely looks like with the amount of fuel that the little fuel that those little things that drive up and fill the plane up, the amount of those you'd need, like it doesn't look like the plane even has space for it.
You need 16 trucks.
I don't recall ever sitting in a. Well, it depends on the flight and the plane. It might be those big old jumbo international flights, that have multi-stories.
They don't always fill the planes up to max capacity with fuel.
It just depends on the plane and its fuel capacity and its what their calculated fuel consumption is, and then you got to get into the schematics and the volume used. You never know.
Yeah, but we all do know that they don't use jet fuel. Thank you. And this goes into the conversation with other vehicles that use fuel, such as cars, trains, buggies, motorcycles, trucks, excavator.
There's a guy in India that claims that he can make a motorcycle run off of mostly water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And let's not even start with air. Yes, it's true. We could run electronics.
Yeah, compressed air.
Yeah, but then what's powering the pump, though? What's powering the pump? The air compressor,
It's a wind-up mechanism. It uses kinetic energy.
True, so it can only use as much energy as it has, but it can't be self-winding, and if it is somewhat, it's only partial, yeah.
Yeah, this isn't
talk about.
energy. Sorry, go on.
People talk about fuel from water. Is that what you said that you do in India? People talk about fuel from water end up dead.
Yeah, because the elites kill them. The New World Order.
I mean, if you can make a hydrogen bomb go off and demo a city, you can't extract some energy out of a little hydrogen molecule from water and have it power of.
Hydrogen is not water.
He means hydrogen separated from water.
You're telling me that if you can do all that, what you just said, like demo a whole city without anybody knowing, or 2 cities, you're talking about the Japanese cities, right?
I didn't say anything about no one knowing. Obviously, we know.
So what city did they demo then?
Hiroshima,
Nagasaki.
Okay, so yeah, you're right. I'm right. You're wrong. There was 2 cities. You said 1 city.
That wasn't a hydrogen bomb. That was a nitrogen
First of all, I
bomb.
didn't make a claim to the amount of cities we demoed. First of all, I didn't make a claim to the amount of cities we demoed. I just said a city.
But we all
did we demo a city?
You're wrong because
did we demo a city with what?
Hold on a second, guys. We all do recognize that nukes are not real, right? And nuclear energy is not real.
Nuclear energy is real. It's just weaponizing it is said to be false.
No, nuclear energy is just steam engines.
I know. Petroleum, the most efficient way to boil water. Yeah.
They're not it's not nuclear.
I know. I was just using the term colloquially.
Yeah. There's no such thing as a nuclear bomb. There's no such thing as radiation.
Trader, why you do that goofy shit? I was wrong. I was right. You were wrong. We did demo 2 cities. I didn't even make a claim to the amount of cities we demoed with it.
So what are they hiding?
Be specific. I'm just saying if they can do all this, your point was if they could do all this, and I was going to go one step further, one little notch on the belt, cinch it up a little tighter. If they can do all that, why can't they control their money system as well? And like it never crashes and keeps you a perpetual slave for infinity.
Taking that loss last night, it's okay, bro. Don't get too worked up over it.
So hang on. What are they?
Take it out for what? What are you talking about?
But hold on.
What are they hiding with the airplane fuel? What are they getting away with?
Here's the thing. So we recognize that there is no jet fuel. Now let's go a step further and talk about gasoline and diesel and petroleum.
Oh yeah. So hey, wait. I really wanted to get into this. I think Fundy mentioned it. But it's planes don't fly on jet fuel, just like compressed air.
That was me, not Fundy.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was Job.
What do you think about that, Fundy?
Well, I've experienced enough lies to know that more are probably out there, and I've heard some of the basic arguments. Like I brought up the one of the main ones I've heard of is how much fuel. It's like, what do they have? Some sort of pipeline delivering it like from somewhere like in Saudi Arabia straight to all these airports? Like, where are all the trucks? Where are all the fuel tank trucks delivering the millions of swimming pools per day of fuel to each of these airports to fuel the planes? I don't know. It seems like a good point to me, but as far as replacing the idea with another form of technology, I don't know. I've heard a few people touch on it. Some sort of vortex vacuum over Unity, or just like very efficient.
Bernoulli's principle.
Well, let's hold on. Like, how much? Okay, so you kind of made a point that there has to be this pipeline, but if you really want to break it down, we can talk about like, okay, we can break it down to, okay, how many gallons are they using per day per plane, and then we can average out how many planes are flying from each airport to each airport.
Yeah,
and then
I just pasted the whole thing in the live stream that has all the numbers in
storage
there.
tank is good enough. Like, would a storage tank be ample storage?
Yeah, look in the chat. I just posted a single picture I just found on Google. They're even bigger than buildings, the tanks on airports.
Well, there you go. So isn't that enough, Fundy?
Can we prove what they're filled of? Because they might just be filled with water.
Well, it doesn't matter if there's a storage tank or it's being delivered daily, because the storage tank would have to be refilled daily, which wouldn't make a difference in the whole scenario.
Just field transport.
Okay, but what if there were these pipelines that you were asking about?
Well,
Are there
I
pipelines?
happen to know for a fact that there is a pipeline. Now, don't tell me how I know this, because I can't divulge this information. But there is 100% a pipeline from one of our.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dad.
There is a pipeline from the airport to the
what airport?
The Albuquerque Sunport.
Yeah, but you got to understand, they don't use this fuel to fuel the bigger jets. They only use this fuel for the turboprops.
Yeah, the point is, though, I don't know if anyone heard me, but I pasted it again in a live stream. I worked out what they say they have volume-wise for each 747, and it's like 3 in-ground swimming pools worth of, jet fuel that they would have to use for each plane. I don't know. I mean, anyone's welcome to check.
Per day or per month or
per
what is
plane?
it?
Like,
Per
that's the
plane.
fuel. That's the capacity. That's the max capacity of fuel.
So okay, so their tanks are how big? Those tanks that are in the wings, they're
Yeah, they had. Someone
gallons?
else worked it out when we brought this up like years ago. That the
1,000
cubic.
gallons?
They worked it out that the cubic.
2,500 gallons. What is
that
it?
The cubic
I don't know.
amount, the cubic diameter, and all that. Or someone worked it out that it seems like there'd be enough room. I'm not convinced by that. If you look at the volume of 3 swimming pools, and it wouldn't make sense weight wise. But just so you know, this is one of the subjects that kind of got people scared to talk about, to be honest. And some people were told not to talk about it.
You said a swimming pool, right? Well, I mean,
3 swimming pools.
Backyard.
3 average in-ground swimming pools for each plane.
Average in-ground swimming pool, so not an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
3 of them.
So 3 of my backyards. There's no way.
Just look at the numbers. I put it in the chat. You can just look at the numbers and see if they add up. But just to make sure, I don't think it's because they're using that as a way of charging people more for the tickets. It's more about the technology. If they're hiding it, it's more about the technology and maybe some kind of deal with the oil industry or something. I don't know.
So you determine at least that it fits, no problem.
It does fit.
which is kind of what would be expected since there are engineers out there who could do these calculations pretty easily.
Thing is, this plane is 211-foot wingspan. Yes,
guys. Just real quick, I read the first line. I just want to read this. Look, so they say that a 747 carries 238,604 liters of fuel, which converts to 63,000 gallons. Okay, my car has a tank of gas tank of about 20 gallons.
What kind of car you got? What kind of car
30
you got? Trader, what kind of car you got?
I got a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Don't tell me what I do and don't have.
Well, I've seen it.
You got 20-gallon tank in that?
Yeah, it's like 20, like 18 maybe.
A lot of
20,
cars have like an 11-gallon, but yeah, 18 is very possible. There's no reason to doubt that. I mean, small cars usually have about 11-gallon tanks, so a bigger Jeep or whatever having 18 is not unfathomable at all.
Yeah, that's like a foot by 3 foot by 2 foot.
So where are these gigantic tanks? Because for a 63,000-gallon tank, let's say they're in the wings, and so half of that is going to be 30,000. So 30,000-gallon tanks. Do you know how big those tanks are? Come on, man.
Yes.
You realize how big the plane is?
No, they're not that big. It's not that big.
Okay.
How big do you think the plane is?
That makes complete sense. You're saying it's not that big. We know that we're terrible at judging size of quantities of fuel. At least I know I am. And you're just going to say off the cuff, nah, it doesn't work, even though there's millions of people out there who could verify this and find out that it does work. Not to mention the fact that...
Okay, I'm going to Google fuel tank for a 747.
The wing is the fuel tank.
Yeah, they
Not
store
only.
they store the
They embed a tank in there. It's not the wing as a tank, like the structure. There's a tank inside there, supposedly.
No, but most of it is stored in the wings.
When the guy who said millions of people can verify it, you know that's a red flag.
No, they really can, man. I used to work on a flight line, several of them. I mean, it's not like hidden like this sort of thing.
Okay.
We really wanted to be we really were worried that this was a thing. We go to airport tomorrow and see these tanks, and there's adequate tanks, just like they show in the pictures.
Well, they say there's 8
they have
tanks.
to have 2 to 3 days worth of fuel, depending on what kind of airport it is. And it looks like those tanks fill 2 to 3 days worth of fuel.
I guess they have 8 fuel tanks that combine a capacity of 57,000 gallons. So I guess he's right.
The planes or the airports?
Planes.
Yeah, they have it. Yeah, they got I think the 2 in the wings, one in each wing, one in the fuselage.
I just literally said they have 8 fuel tanks. Okay, you don't need to like tell me what they have now.
How could we know how much fuel a plane uses in flight? How could we know that? Whether it's a lot or little.
You can calculate it based on how much thrust it's doing.
Based on my car, compared to my car, how far my car goes.
No, don't compare it to your car. No, that'd be silly.
I'm gonna post it.
How could you calculate it without knowing how much the plane consumes?
Look at the engines that they're using. Look at the amount of force that you're putting on those engines. And
you want to write that down for us in Livestream? And I'll look over.
No, I mean this is simple. This is simple enough that you could do it. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
do
I
it
feel like
for
it's
me
pretty
so you can teach me how to do
appropriate.
it. I really want to actually know if you can show me how to do it. I don't know how to do it.
Well, you need to learn the specs of the engines that you're for the particular plane you want to invest in, right?
Please put
this is your project, buddy. Okay. I'm not gonna learn the specs to an engine for you, right? So.
Oh, so you don't know?
I don't know the specs for the hypothetical airplane. No, I don't know. But if
You
you
don't
want
know,
to
okay.
calculate how much fuel it's going to use, you're going to look at the specs for that airplane, look at what kind of engines it's using, and look at how far it's going. That's the same thing that they do. That's how they calculate how much fuel they're going to need.
Just posted a link in the chat just below the photograph of the
I'm
747.
questioning you because that's how they calculated they went to the moon.
Come on, man.
Just look at it. He asked a question. I'm giving him a link that shows the answers. Whether or not the answers are true, I'm just showing
Thanks,
him the
Oblivion.
answers he
Yeah,
asked.
dude. Hey, dude, these tanks are too heavy, dude. There's no way something can support that much weight, dude. Just based off of any structural engineer would say, look at the weights and say, come on, man.
No, any structural engineer will
Just
say.
imagine it sloshing around in air.
So you got to go
not to
beyond that.
mention that, yeah, that sloshing effect.
Let me ask you a
right?
question. How crazy would it be if that airplane right there had people full of it, and those wings were actually not hollow; they were solid metal? Would you think that? Would you think that that would be a impossible design?
Yes.
Yeah, that too. Solid metal. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
There's no
saying to you.
way.
It's like I don't think that you would think that. I think that you would think that it's very capable of doing that. It might be difficult, but it's not even doing that. It's just filled with gasoline, which is much less dense than it being solid.
Yeah,
but
here's the thing
what
that
New
nobody's bringing
Perspective
up.
said, or what News Perspective posted in the chat, he was giving the weight of what the vehicle would weigh. A 747 would weigh close to 1 million pounds. So how is it gonna? Okay, and then plus, it's gonna have people in it. It's also going to.
You guys are missing the elephant in the room here. Why would they put the jet engines that spew out supposedly superheated
But
gas?
are you now questioning whether you could get enough lift to actually lift the plane up?
No,
Because
why
that's
would
a
they put the
surface area
superheated engines
and velocity
under
question
the
and
flammable
efficiency of wing
fuel,
surface.
huh?
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, if you look at plane crashes, wouldn't the wings always blow up?
Exactly.
No.
I mean, have you ever seen a plane crash?
Actually, no. It's kerosene is not or kerosene, which is essentially what jet fuel is.
Yep.
Is not all that volatile, but they do catch fire most of the time. So when they have a real crash. That would depend on if you ruptured the tanks and whether you had lots of heat and sparks and shit going on.
Plus,
it
in
seems like an
emergencies,
ideal place to put. Sorry, go ahead, Oblivion.
sorry, in emergency situations, they dump their fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
But of course, they do crash, of course, unexpectedly, and yeah,
On
fireballs
takeoff
occur.
would be the biggest problem.
We saw an article a couple years ago, or somebody, I think Grim posted it or something. It was like they had to release the fuel, and they release it over elementary school.
Oh,
just when a bird flies into the engine too might cause a big problem.
Well, I mean, those 4-engine planes, I mean, they can fly on one engine.
Yeah, because all it takes is one to activate the ether.
That's true. Joking.
That's pretty insane. One engine. Like, seems like you'd be like canoeing with one paddle going in circles, you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Flying perfectly straight.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's forward thrust. But what's that thing called? E-tops, Jeremy? Is that the thing? That E-tops is determined by how
Shut the
far
fuck up with the E-tops.
Hey man, you taught it to me, dude.
No, you should have never learned that word.
Yeah, well, I like it, dude. I'm running with it. And so the E-tops is decided by how far the plane can fly on using only one engine. If all the other engines fail.
That's really interesting.
No, it's how far a plane can fly if one of the engines fail. The plane could have 2 engines or 4 engines.
All right, yeah, you're right. That makes a lot more sense, actually.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Hey, I told you taught it to me, dude. You're a bad teacher, man.
First of all, I did not teach that to you, and we learned it at the same time. Only I was able to absorb the information and repeat it.
Oh
You, on the other hand, did not absorb the information and are not able to repeat it.
I told on you, dude. I told on you because you're fucking soliciting me in DMs, dude, for some business scam.
That's rough.
What's up? Oh yeah, my DM.
There's a video in the
phones,
chat,
by the way. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Oblivion.
there's a video in the chat shows that diesel fuel isn't. You could put a lit match in diesel fuel; it doesn't just ignite. He's vaporized.
They vaporize that bitch and aerosolize it on a crash with high velocity.
Precisely.
And what's the density of jet fuel? Let me find out. Because I wonder if you replaced the jet fuel with an equal amount of just metal, like how much space it would take up.
Look up the weight of kerosene or jet fuel.
Hey, would it surprise you that jet fuel is pretty much the same thing as diesel?
No.
Nope. Well, I think kerosene was closest likened, but kerosene and diesel are similar too.
Can I just preempt any 9/11 discussions right now by saying we all know there was no plane, so no point to go into it? I don't know if you can be here. I said, let me preempt any 9/11 topic we might get into talking about jet fuel because there was no planes if anyone really looks into it. Sorry.
Yeah, no planes, right.
Hey, I think people have a misconception of like rocket fuel and jet fuel.
Well, rocket fuel is often the same stuff. It just actually the oxygen happens to be in there with it.
Depending on the rocket, right?
But that's another thing. The whole rocket fuel, and then they take oxygen with them so they can
liquid
fly it
oxygen,
in space.
So the liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen. Depending on what kind of fuel they're using.
And they got giant tanks for that, right? The LEM had enough to get to the moon and back, and because those rockets needed oxygen too, right, for those little rocket boosters to work.
Yeah, bring liquid oxygen up, so you have about somewhere around equal parts.
So where was the oxygen tank that they used? And that little spacecraft that was held up by like curtain rods and fucking
the LEM crashed on the moon.
You're retarded.
Really? I might be right. You might be right about that, but I'm right about the LEM being crashing on the moon. I did that every time.
Don't call names. He has a learning disability. He's not retarded.
That's retarded, mentally challenged, sexually active, whatever you want to say. But whatever they did the lunar missions because they wanted to do these cool tests to see how the shock waves, like what kind of what do you call that, seismic reactions would happen when they just crashed their fucking cheap craft like you described to the moon. And so every time they did that on the way to the command module, they did not take the lunar lander back with them. They actually crashed into the moon. And they certainly did not have enough fuel to get there and back. Had enough fuel to get to the moon from the command module and then back to the command module.
Have you ever seen when the guy that circles the moon connects to the guys that took off from the moon? That shit is so fucking fake. It looks like stop animation or something.
Actually, I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh
Maybe
my
I've
God,
seen it like a
so
long time ago. You talking about
fake, bro.
when they connected Michael Collins?
Yeah, it looks even worse than when they actually took off from the moon surface. If that's even fucking
It looks
possible.
like the LEM is a Rubik's cube and it just spins as the Rubik's cube would spin in the air.
That's a new perspective. New perspective. Since you were posting the things about the 747 fuel tanks, what do you think about the LEM fuel tanks?
Sorry, I'm sanding something right now. The LEM, obviously we didn't go to the moon. Come on, obvious.
Yeah, but I mean,
what was that saying? Yeah.
They have excuses for everything. Kosho believes everything, so
I believe everything, man.
Yeah, but Kosho's cool. It's okay.
I had to stab Kosho one day with Irvin Johnson's needle and ask him if he believes in magic.
Yeah, I had to stab his wife with my needle. She asked me.
Did you say
so it really is a needle? That's what we've been hearing.
That's after
needle
magnification. After magnification, it's the size of
It
it.
can't all be endowed, okay?
So, how much fuel do you think it would take to get off the surface of the moon?
I know, right? To the
Lander.
surface and back. You need a full tank of you know.
They know we went to the moon because you can go by how much fuel they used. So there.
I mean, you
No,
can.
that's just because one of you guys started questioning whether the fuel was sufficient. Well, you got to actually tell me whether it's sufficient.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Exactly.
right now, they didn't go to the fucking Piggly Wiggly with that fuel. We know that.
No, but that's what I'm saying. These are claims, and they would be they'd be more powerful and kind of sexy even if it were actually backed with any sort of, I don't know, like math, like simple math, which is all that's required.
It's true because social can show the math, so it's true.
Yes, easily.
Oh yes, so all
Except
we would
they won't
have
show
to
it to
do
me.
is get the fuel side. Like they have schematics, right, of everything that they used on that aircraft, right, or the spacecraft. And
No, a lot of that shit got trashed.
Hold on,
they
Jeremy.
were independent contractors. Oh, my bad. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, Jeremy. Yeah, but they have plans for everything they do, and they have schematics. So they would have a diagram of this, or just they would have the fuel tank on there, and then the fuel tank would give you the capacity, and then the capacity would give you how far the spacecraft could travel. That's the way we could debunk it.
I'd be shocked if they even had those schematics still. A lot of their excuses for losing that technology was because they subbed that shit out to like Boeing and a lot of independent contractors, and those independent contractors never kept the schematics or the plans for that shit because why?
Yeah, but
I don't know of any. Only thing I know that's missing is some of the telemetry.
All we have to do
let's
is
see the
Google it.
schematic for the lunar lander.
Yeah, I just Googled it. It's all there.
Is it there?
Oh, did you
All
actually
there?
look? Oh, this is on contrary to Jeremy. Jeremy doesn't look.
Yeah, I mean, I have other people.
He just
look. I know how to
denies it and
delegate
says
shit.
it can't be. It doesn't exist.
That thing is.
Well, that was an
If it has
excuse
the
that I've heard
ladder-
from a lot of Globers that they lost
But it
that.
doesn't
A
have
lot of this
the-
shit was subcontracted out. Hold on a second, Trader. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I've gotten excuses from Globers. The reason we lost that technology is because a lot of the shit was subcontracted out, and those people that weren't in charge of keeping the diagrams or the plans for anything. Also, there's things that are very fishy, like the plan submitted to Congress for this lunar lander was like 6 pages long, and that's fucking unheard of. Normally, there are thousands of pages for even the most simplest thing. A lot of fishy shit going on with it.
They're not trying to
fishy
get
stuff.
Congress to build it. They just want to show Congress what it's doing. But anyways, you know, Jeremy, whoever explained that to you about the subcontractors, you know for a fact it wasn't me because I didn't say anything dumb like that. Every time I've told you the reason why what's that fool's name? Don Pettit said that was because they destroyed the technology, meaning they took the craft apart and all the parts of the craft got cannibalized. That's what he means. They could rebuild it if they wanted to. If they wanted to make these outdated parts that aren't even made anymore, but it would be useless and retarded. So
that's like saying Doc Brown just destroyed the time machine.
No, it's like saying
he did,
it's like saying, can you build a what are those things from the? What are those first cars called?
Dude, let's be real. If they went to the moon that easily, not only would they have gone back repeatedly every year. I'm just going to say what I think. It was that easy. Yes. If they could have done it because they went in a tin can, nobody died, and they went and played golf and drove a car around up there.
They didn't go in a tin can.
It was a tin can made of tin.
It was a homeless tweaker shelter.
That was the tiniest. That was the tiniest part of the mission. The entire mission of getting there, orbiting the moon, that required something that was not the lunar lander. The lunar lander was just to get them from the orbit of the moon to the surface and then back up there.
Just a tiny part of it.
Not a really sophisticated craft.
Well, I want to say something, and this is not meant to convince. This is not I'm not debating. I'm not anything. This is my opinion. If they had been able to go to the moon that easily, and yes, it was easy. If they did that with that much ease in that time period, not only would they have gone back every year, but they would have definitely set up at least government, just like they do in Antarctica, research bases, scientific research, whatever. That would be the foundational point at which you would use to launch off to the rest of outer space. Like if you really were going to go to Mars or whatever, you'd have telescopes up there, you'd have equipment, you'd be able to look out for asteroids that might be coming to hit the Earth. Like that would be like central station between the Earth and the rest of space. So the fact that they went there and then sort of have never gone back, and we get like this like Tesla car in space, like all this garbage after that, is incredibly sketchy.
Well, I would say that the moon is a shitty base for doing observations from, since it rotates. It's not going to be, you're much better off with a satellite.
It doesn't rotate.
Yeah, to be on the moon is absolutely pointless from that perspective.
Well, no, it's not just that, dude. The budget that it costs to do any one of those missions is more than a year and a half of NASA's current budget.
Listen, if you put a
old budget, you can't do it.
If you put a telescope on the dark side of the moon, there is always be playing in the.
You're a robot, dude. There is no.
If you put a telescope on the dark side of the moon, it'll always be pointing in the.
First off,
dude, what's wrong with you today, Moyaki? Okay,
you're roboting a little bit, Jeremy, and Mike's not when.
And second off, the dark side of the moon. There is no dark side of the moon.
I know, but you know what he means. He means the side that's not facing the Earth.
There definitely is. Okay, am I still roboting now?
Yeah, your voice sounds like shit, but just go on.
You're understandable now, a little bit.
Okay, so not only is there a dark side of the moon. Oh, you guys are spiraling today, bro. I know.
Dude, you have a delay.
It's okay.
Stop whining and say your point.
So not only is there a dark side of the moon, but if you put a telescope on it, it'd always be pointed into space. Perfect place to have an observatory.
There is no dark side of the moon.
Okay, that doesn't matter though, because and that's not the problem. Because you're right, Mark's right. It's not the dark side of the moon, but it's a side of the moon that's not facing the Earth all the time. But that's irrelevant. That serves no purpose. Just because something's not facing the Earth, that doesn't mean that it's not facing the sun. That doesn't mean that it's facing the same spot all the time. That means that it's still rotating, and it's still going to be circling around once a month. It does a full circle once a month. Okay, so it's not going to be facing. It's not like a stationary orbit or something.
I thought it was funny when they sent us pictures of the dark side of the moon, and they actually had it dark, even though the whole front side of the Earth was lit up. They still had the moon dark. I mean, you couldn't fake this shit work. I don't think
it actually looks like that, dude.
Hey, Kosho, I just want to tell you that a geostationary orbit of the moon would be far less workable with than our current moon situation.
Is it a geostationary orbit?
No, it's not geostationary orbit.
Oh, yeah, I know. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you said it'd be better off that way, and you're wrong.
No, I didn't say anything would be better off. I said it wouldn't work with the way he just described. I said it wouldn't be geostationary. Like or I said it wouldn't be stationary. It wouldn't be like that it's facing somewhere else other than the Earth and is always facing the same spot. The moon still rotates. It's just rotating, not facing the Earth. So the only thing you get is not the Earth, but you still get the sun and stars. So it'd still be circling around, not fixed on any spot.
Yeah, but for 15 days, it isn't facing the sun. And you could even extend that. I mean, a geostationary orbit would see the sun once a day, which would be far less usable.
Yeah, sure. But no one's comparing the two or anything like that. And there's
I thought you were, my bad.
No, yeah, there's orbits though that you can put it in where it never faces the sun. But
yeah.
That'd be like
it also doesn't matter because I can turn the satellite away from the sun and look at stars. Even during the day, I could be right in the sunlight and I just turn the satellite the other direction. Now I'm in the dark.
Right. Yeah, because there's no blue. There's no blue surrounding colors, and yeah.
In fact, up to a good point of approaching the sun, I could even look.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were attacking the idea, Kosher, that the moon would be a good place for a telescope, because it obviously would. And
No, I don't think it would at all.
Why did the astronaut?
Why
Why
would
did
it
the
be the case
astronaut
for
say that they
telescopes?
couldn't see stars? Why did the astronauts say they couldn't see stars then when they were in space? Because when they could see the sun, you're saying we would be able to see stars if we were in the sunlight.
Yeah, there's plenty of astronauts who saw stars in space. They navigate using stars. I'm sure that you're taking out of context of people who said they didn't see stars, maybe weren't looking for stars, or maybe were on the moon at the time.
If there's light coming in your porthole, and your eye's now going to be limited by the iris closing because the light is reflecting off of all the metal surfaces. What they do in a telescope is they fill the essentially the barrel of it, even on Earth-based telescopes, with like that black matte finish.
Banta black.
Yeah, Banta black would be like the best, and that keeps you from getting that washout that you would get from sunlight reflecting off the surfaces. But the spacecraft are generally white. So as that light comes through that porthole, it's going to be illuminating your eyeball and you're not going to see stars. Now you get that porthole facing to the dark side and you look out, you probably should be able to see something except for the interior cabin light.
So why did they say they couldn't see stars then?
They said that, and they also said they could see stars. So it depends on the situation.
But why wouldn't they be able to see stars?
I just described why you couldn't. Depends on which way you're facing at what time.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they were facing the wrong way the whole way because they couldn't even remember seeing stars.
They were speaking specifically about a solar observation.
It depends on what you're talking about, like where they were. Because if somebody said they didn't see it, and then they were the people who were on the surface of the moon, and they asked if they saw stars from there, and they're like, "Well, I don't remember seeing them." It's probably because they didn't, because the moon's super. It's
because they weren't on the moon.
Well, no, it's why would they say that then? They're like, hey, do you see any stars from there? Like, yeah, hell yeah, I did. I was on the moon, damn it. He's like fucking lying about it. He just fucking makes some shit up. He wouldn't say no, I didn't see any.
Hey, real quick, for any of the ballers, real quick, if you don't mind, I just want to ask because there seems to be some confusion because I just put 2 GIFs in the live stream. Just either of those, like I don't know if anyone from the ball side thinks these are like real at all. But the whole idea that it's supposed to be an oblate spheroid and you're like, it looks round, but it's actually oblate. Like, what's the actuality here? Are these like
measure them, man.
Are these 2 round or what?
You can measure them very easily. I've done it probably 10 times or 2 dozen times with different people. These exact pictures, basically from Epic, you can measure.
Okay, so these are oblate spheroids.
It has exactly the what do you call it, bulge that you're describing, or the outward.
Okay, so these are. No, I'm just wondering if these are the ones that are supposed to be oblate or not. Are they?
These ones, and
I didn't know. It doesn't look like it, obviously. But
it's not.
That's because it's only 3% or like 0.3% out of true round.
Okay, yeah, I just wondered what the excuse. I mean, what the reason was.
Is it 0.3%? I thought it was like wait, I was hold on, yeah, I think it's right. Is it 20 kilometers or something?
24 or 28 miles across, in diameter.
Miles?
Kilometers, sorry.
Oh.
Kosho or Moyak, when you look at that the first one with the absolute absurd looking backside of the moon, does that look real to you? Just